Welcome, dear friends, and thank you for choosing to share your evening with us. Tonight, our journey will take you to magical and peaceful places where dreams are woven with the threads of imagination. As you settle in, remember the importance of relaxation and the comfort it brings to your heart. Let go of your worries and embrace this quiet moment, for it is in these tranquil spaces that the sweetest dreams are born. Allow yourself to drift gently, knowing that relaxation is the key to a restful night. Story 1. Once upon a dreamy eve, when the first whispers of autumn danced through the emerald canopy, the forest stirred with an ancient rhythm. The sky, a tapestry of deepening hues, was kissed by the sun's last rays as the air turned crisp, carrying the scent of distant wood smoke and the subtle sweetness of ripened berries. This olfactory symphony heralded the arrival of the equinox, a time when the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Amid twisted roots and mossy boughs, creatures great and small awakened to nature's gentle call. Each leaf, a masterpiece of fiery red and burnished gold, seemed to shimmer in the waning light. Deep within a hollowed oak, a family of squirrels nestled together, their whiskers twitching with excitement. The eldest, a wise old patriarch with fur the color of burnt sienna, chittered softly, his tail swishing in the candlelit hollow. The flickering light cast shadows that danced across the walls, mimicking the leaves outside. "Listen closely, little ones," he murmured, his voice a comforting rasp. "The equinox approaches, and with it, the changing of the leaves." Wide-eyed and eager, the youngsters leaned closer, their tiny paws kneading the soft bedding made of woven grasses and downy feathers. They adored their grandfather's stories, each word imbued with the wisdom of countless seasons. The patriarch wove a tale as old as the forest itself, recounting the cycle of the seasons and the harmonious dance between all living things. His eyes, a deep amber, glowed with the light of the fire, telling stories of their own, of adventures past and the lessons learned under the vast, starry sky. As the story unfolded, the squirrel's den seemed to come alive, the air crackling with an electric anticipation. The walls shimmered with flashes of crimson and gold, as if the very essence of autumn had seeped through the bark. Outside, the wind carried the rich, earthy scent of decay and rebirth, a promise of change lingering in the cool breeze. The youngest squirrel, a sprightly little one named Pippin, felt a thrill of excitement. His mind was a whirl of curiosity, eager to understand his place in the world. Nearby, a family of rabbits huddled together, their noses twitching as they listened to the elder squirrel's tale. Their burrow, nestled beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, provided a cozy sanctuary where they could bask in the warmth of the changing seasons. The matriarch of the rabbit family, an astute and nurturing figure, nodded along with the story, understanding the importance of passing down knowledge to the young ones. Her eyes, a soft chestnut, were filled with the wisdom of many seasons, having seen her share of cycles come and go. She had learned to find beauty in the transience of life, a lesson she hoped to impart to her own. In a hollow log, a colony of ants scurried about, their mandibles working tirelessly to prepare for the coming months. They too felt the stirrings of the equinox, a primal instinct guiding their intricate dances and tunnels. As the leaves above began to turn, the ants knew their time to gather and store was nearing its end. They moved with a sense of urgency, communicating through tiny taps and touches, each aware of their critical role in the colony's survival. Through the forest, the creatures' lives intertwined, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of nature. From the soaring hawks to the burrowing moles, all felt the magic of the equinox, an invisible thread binding them to the cycles of the earth. High above, the stars began to twinkle in the deepening indigo sky, casting their ancient glow upon the land. The sky was a vast canvas, and the creatures felt small yet significant within its embrace. As the tale reached its zenith, the squirrel patriarch paused, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "And so, my young ones, we must embrace the changing of the leaves, for it is a time of transformation and renewal. The forest sheds its vibrant cloak, but in doing so it prepares for the dormancy of winter and the eventual rebirth of spring." His voice carried a solemn joy, a testament to the beauty of life's perpetual cycle. A hush fell over the den, broken only by the gentle crackle of the fire and the occasional sigh of the wind. Pippin, feeling the weight of his grandfather's words, whispered to himself, "I wonder how I will change." This thought lingered, a seed of introspection that would grow as the seasons turned. The young squirrel, driven by an insatiable curiosity, ventured outside to explore the forest, now a mosaic of vibrant hues. The ground was a carpet of leaves, crunching softly underfoot, each step echoing the rhythm of change. Pippin paused by a small stream, its gentle gurgle a lullaby that soothed his restless mind. He watched as the water carried fallen leaves downstream, a visible reminder of life's constant flow. His journey took him to a clearing where the moonlight bathed everything in a silvery glow. Pippin marveled at the sight, feeling a connection to the countless creatures around him. It was here, under the vast sky, that he realized the forest was not just a place but a living entity, a community bound by shared experiences and destinies. As the night deepened, the creatures of the forest settled into their cozy homes, lulled by the whispers of the wind and the gentle patter of falling leaves. The rabbits snuggled closer, their ears twitching with dreams. The ants, having completed their day's work, retreated into their labyrinthine home, the scent of the earth a comforting balm. And in that moment, they were united by the eternal rhythm of nature, a harmony that transcended species and boundaries, woven together by the magic of the equinox. It was a reminder that they were all part of something greater, a vast and interconnected world where each life, no matter how small, played a vital role in the ongoing dance of existence. And as Pippin returned to his family, he carried with him a newfound understanding and a heart full of questions, eager to learn and grow with each passing season. 2. The village of Elderglen, nestled as it was between the verdant embrace of forests and the gentle roll of meadows, was a place where time seemed to slow down, each moment steeped in the rich tapestry of nature's symphony. Every dawn unfurled like a painter's canvas, with the sun spilling gold across the horizon, and every dusk swathed the village in a deep, soothing violet hue, as if tucking it gently into the night. The air was perpetually perfumed with the mingling scents of wildflowers and fresh dew, creating an intoxicating aroma that wrapped around the village like a beloved old shawl. Mira's cottage stood at the edge of this timeless village, a quaint structure where the boundaries of human habitation and the wild forest blurred into one harmonious entity. Her garden, a kaleidoscope of color and fragrance, was a testament to her nurturing spirit, with roses blushing crimson, daisies nodding cheerfully, and lavender exuding a calming scent that drifted on the breeze. The earth beneath her feet was warm and alive, a testament to the care Mira poured into her little patch of the world. Each morning, the sun's rays would pierce through the branches of the towering oak trees, casting dappled light onto her garden, making the dew-kissed petals glisten like jewels. As the seasons turned, Mira often found herself lost in thought beside the old stone well at the back of her garden. The well was a relic from the past, its stones worn smooth by time and covered in a soft blanket of emerald moss. It was said to be enchanted, a place where wishes whispered on the wind might find their way to fruition. Mira would sit on its edge, her fingers tracing the lichen-covered stones, contemplating the mysteries of her lineage and the tales that had been passed down through generations. Each day, children from Elderglen would gather at her doorstep, their laughter mingling with the bird song, as Mira spun tales of wonder and magic that danced in their imaginations. Her voice, melodious and soothing, was like a gentle stream weaving through a dense forest, carrying with it the whispers of ancient stories. Yet, beneath Mira's contentment lay a quiet yearning, an unspoken curiosity about the mysteries of her lineage. It was a feeling akin to standing at the edge of a vast, unexplored ocean, with the waves whispering secrets only the soul could hear. This longing was not just a fleeting emotion, it was a persistent whisper, a call from the very earth that seemed to promise revelations just beyond the horizon. One evening, as twilight cast a gentle veil over the village, and stars began to glitter like scattered jewels in the sky, Mira's grandmother called her to the hearth. The room was cozy, the air thick with the comforting scent of burning wood and the soft glow of the fire casting shadows that flickered like ancient storytellers on the walls. The crackling of the logs was a familiar lullaby that had soothed Mira since childhood, and now, It seemed to underscore the significance of what was to come. "My dear Mira," began her grandmother, her voice a melody of time itself, "our family has been the keepers of a legacy that stretches back through the ages. It is a tale woven with magic and wisdom, centered around an artifact that holds the stories of our ancestors." Her eyes, pools of wisdom and kindness, met Mira's with a gaze that seemed to bridge generations. Mira leaned in, her heart a fluttering bird of anticipation. Her grandmother's stories were always rich with history and heart, but this felt different, more profound. Long ago, our ancestor, a woman named Serafina, was entrusted with a locket, a delicate piece imbued with the essence of forest spirits. It is said to reveal truths, guide seekers, and connect us with the past. As Mira listened, her fingers traced the quilt on her lap absent-mindedly, its intricate patterns a comforting reminder of home. "Where is this locket now?" she asked, her voice tinged with wonder and a touch of destiny. Her grandmother smiled, an expression that held the weight of countless stories and secrets. She reached into a small, intricately carved wooden box that seemed to hum with its own history. "It is here, waiting for the one ready to embrace its gifts," she said, placing the locket gently into Mira's hands. The locket was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, its silver surface glistening like captured moonlight, adorned with engravings of leaves and stars. At its heart lay a small, great shimmering stone that pulsed with a gentle, ethereal light, casting a soft glow that seemed to breathe with every heartbeat. As Mira held the locket, warmth spread through her, akin to the embrace of a long-lost friend. It was a sensation of being both grounded and uplifted, as if the very essence of her ancestors reached out to envelop her. She understood in that moment that her journey was only just beginning, a journey to uncover the legacy that had been woven through her bloodline. With the first light of dawn, Mira set out into the forest, the locket resting over her heart, a compass guiding her steps. The forest was alive, a vibrant tapestry of sound and scent, the crisp aroma of pine mingling with the rich perfume of earth, while the symphony of birdsong filled the air. The path she followed was narrow and winding, leading her deeper into the heart of the woods, where ancient trees stood like wise sentinels, their branches reaching out as if to touch the heavens. Each step felt like a step into history, as if she were treading the same path as her ancestors before her. As she ventured further, Mira encountered a brook that babbled softly at her feet, its clear waters reflecting the sky like a mirror. She paused, kneeling to cup her hands, feeling the cool liquid slip through her fingers, a refreshing balm against the rising heat of the day. It was as if the forest itself was offering her sustenance for the journey ahead. Finally, she arrived at a clearing bathed in dappled light, where an enormous gnarled oak tree stood, its roots sprawling beneath the earth like the veins of the world. Here, she sensed, was where her journey would truly unfold. Seating herself at the base of the oak, Mira closed her eyes, embracing the tranquility that enveloped her. The locket stirred softly against her skin, as if awakening to share its ancient wisdom. In the stillness, visions began to bloom in her mind's eye, unfolding like the pages of a cherished, weathered tome. She saw Serafina, her ancestor, standing in the same clearing, her face serene and wise. Serafina was a healer, a woman who spoke the language of the forest and understood its secrets. Her connection with the land revealed truths that transcended time, the harmony between all living things and the significance of nurturing those relationships. In the visions, Mira saw Serafina gathering herbs and flowers, creating remedies that healed and soothed. She witnessed the love and care Serafina poured into her work, listening to the stories of her people, helping them find peace and healing through her gentle touch and unwavering kindness. As the visions faded, Mira opened her eyes, a profound clarity settling within her. The lessons of her ancestors were not just about the past, they were about the present and the future. Serafina's wisdom was a reminder of the importance of community, of caring for the earth, and of the quiet strength that comes from understanding and compassion. Returning to Elderglen, Mira felt lighter, her steps imbued with newfound confidence and purpose. She carried with her not only the locket, but the legacy of her ancestors, a legacy of healing and kindness that she was determined to weave into her own life and the lives of those around her. The village welcomed her with open arms, their warmth wrapping around her like a comforting quilt. Mira shared the stories of her journey with the villagers, passing on the wisdom she had learned, and in doing so, found a deeper sense of belonging and purpose. Her tales were not just tales. They became a bridge, connecting the villagers to the land they lived upon and to each other, strengthening a community that thrived on understanding and shared history. From that day on, Mira became a bridge between the past and the present, a beacon of light and understanding in the heart of Elderglen. Whenever the gentle whisper of longing stirred within her, she would hold the locket close, knowing she was never alone, guided by the enduring spirit of her heritage. Under the starlit sky, with the gentle breeze carrying the sweet scent of blooming flowers, Mira found peace and fulfillment, surrounded by the love of her village and the timeless magic of understanding her roots. The forest, with all its secrets and wisdom, continued to watch over her, a silent guardian in the endless dance of time. As Mira continued to share Seraphina's tales, she discovered an unexpected kinship with the village elder, Thalia, a woman whose own roots ran deep within the soil of Elderglen. Thalia's stories were woven with the same threads of wisdom and compassion, and together they embarked on a new chapter of unity and learning, teaching the villagers how to listen to the land and each other. And as night settled over Elderglen, the village slumbered peacefully, cradled in the arms of a story that would never end, a story of connection, belonging, and the magic of understanding one's roots. Mira, with a heart full of love and gratitude, drifted into a gentle, dream-filled sleep, knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be, her journey having enriched not only her own life but the lives of everyone around her. Story 3. In this land where the breath of nature exhaled mysticism, an ancient forest sprawled beneath a canopy of emerald leaves, their edges kissed by the golden light of the setting sun. This was a place where time itself seemed to flow gently, like the whispering streams that danced through its heart, and where the air was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, a testament to the forest's unyielding age. The forest was not merely a backdrop, but a living, breathing entity, a guardian of secrets and stories untold. Its roots reached deep into the earth, intertwining with the memories of ages past, while its branches stretched toward the heavens, whispering to the stars. In this enchanted realm, a myriad of creatures lived, each with a role as vital and intricate as the veins of a leaf. Among them was Brindle, a wise old badger with fur like the stripes of twilight, who had watched the forest breathe across countless seasons. His burrow lay beneath the twisting roots of an ancient oak, its entrance cushioned by a carpet of moss so soft it seemed woven from the forest's own dreams. Brindle's mornings began with the gentle stir of dawn as the first light threaded through the forest, painting the world in hues of pink and gold. He would emerge from his burrow, savoring the crispness of the air, carrying the promise of a new day. It was during these tranquil moments that Brindle would wander to the clearing, a secret meadow hidden deep within the forest's embrace, where the creatures gathered to learn and share. The clearing was a place of wonder, where the sky opened wide above, and the grass grew lush and inviting. Here, Brindle would meet with his dear friend Willow, a sprightly squirrel with eyes as bright as dew-kissed acorns. Willow was nimble and light-hearted, forever bounding through the treetops, her laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes in a summer breeze. "Good morning, Brindle," Willow chirped as she scampered down from her perch, her bushy tail flicking playfully. "What wisdom will you share with us today?" Brindle smiled, his voice deep and soothing, like the rumble of distant thunder. "Today, we shall speak of the seasons and the magic they weave through our world." As the creatures gathered, rabbits and hedgehogs, birds and foxes, each settling into the grass, the forest seemed to hold its breath, listening intently to Brindle's words. "You see, each season carries its own enchantment," Brindle began, his eyes sweeping across the clearing where the sunlight danced in dapples. "Spring, with its gentle rains, brings rebirth and renewal. It is a time when the earth awakens, and the forest is painted with blossoms and the sweet scent of new life." The creatures nodded, for they remembered the springtime blooms, the vibrant colors that unfurled like nature's own tapestry. "Summer," Brindle continued, "is a season of abundance, when the days stretch long and warm. It is a time of growth and sustenance, when the sun's embrace nourishes the land and the forest teems with life. Willow nodded enthusiastically, recalling the summer days spent gathering nuts and berries, the forest alive with the hum of bees and the songs of cicadas. Then comes autumn. Brindle's voice softened like leaves falling gently to the ground. A time of harvest and preparation when the trees don their cloaks of crimson and gold, and the air is filled with the rich scent of earth and wood smoke. The creatures sighed, remembering the beauty of autumn's palette, the way the forest seemed to glow with a warmth all its own. And finally, winter. Brindle's tone grew mellow and reflective, a time of rest and reflection when the world is hushed beneath a blanket of snow and the forest dreams of the seasons to come. The creatures listened, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that though the forest changed, its essence remained constant, a cycle of life and magic that bound them all. "But there is more," Brindle said, his eyes twinkling with a light deeper than the forest shadows. "For within each season's magic lies a lesson, a reminder that we are all connected, that harmony and balance are the lifeblood of our world." At these words, the creatures felt a deep sense of peace, understanding that their lives were woven into the fabric of the forest, each thread vital to the whole. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the clearing in a soft twilight glow, Brindle concluded, "Remember, dear friends, the wisdom of the seasons is a gift passed down through generations. It is our duty to cherish and protect it, to live in harmony with the world around us." With these words, the gathering dispersed, each creature returning to their home, carrying the warmth of Brindle's wisdom in their hearts. The forest, too, seemed to sigh contentedly, its ancient trees whispering secrets to the night. But before Brindle retreated to his burrow, Willow lingered, her eyes reflecting the last glimmers of daylight. "Brindle," she asked softly, "do you ever wonder if the forest will change? Not just with the seasons, but with time itself?" Brindle's gaze turned thoughtful, the question reverberating in the depths of his wisdom. "Indeed, Willow, the forest, like us, is ever changing. Yet it is in change that we find growth, and in growth we find strength. The stories of the forest are written in its whispers, and in listening we learn to adapt." Willow, her heart lighter with understanding, nodded. "Then let us be the guardians of its stories, Brindle, so that even when the world changes, the heart of the forest beats on." As they turned to leave, a gentle rustling caught their attention. Emerging from the shadows was a young fox, his coat a fiery blaze against the deepening dusk. His eyes, sharp and curious, held a question unspoken. It was Rowan, a newcomer to the forest, seeking a place within its ancient tapestry. Brindle gestured for Rowan to join them, sensing the young fox's yearning for belonging. "Rowan," Brindle began, "we were speaking of the forest's stories, and how every creature plays a part in its unfolding tale. Would you care to hear more?" Rowan hesitated, then nodded, drawn by the promise of wisdom that Brindle offered. As they walked beneath the starlit canopy, Brindle spoke of the forest's history, of the ancient harmony that had guided its denizens through countless cycles of change. "The forest has faced many trials," Brindle explained, his voice a soothing balm against the chill of night. "There were storms that threatened its peace, and times of scarcity that tested its resilience. But always it endured, because the creatures within it learned to trust and support one another." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. He realized that his journey was not merely to find a home, but to become a part of something greater, a guardian of the forest's legacy. As they approached the heart of the forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, Brindle paused, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "Remember, Rowan, that your place here is not just to live, but to contribute to the balance that sustains us all. In doing so, you honor the stories of those who came before and weave your own thread into the fabric of the forest." Rowan nodded, his spirit alight with determination. "I will do my part, Brindle. I will listen to the forest's whispers and walk its paths with care." Brindle smiled, a warmth radiating from his gentle eyes. "Then you are truly one of us, Rowan, for in understanding the magic of the seasons and the stories they carry, we find not just survival, but a shared destiny." The trio paused near a babbling brook, where the water's melody underscored the symphony of nocturnal life. Fireflies flickered, painting the night with their luminescent dance. "This brook," Brindle gestured, "is older than you and I, Rowan. Its waters have seen countless creatures come and go. It is a testament to endurance, a whispering guide for those who listen." Willow, her voice soft but filled with conviction, added, "There are tales of the brook guiding lost travelers, its waters holding the reflections of those who seek answers." Brindle nodded, acknowledging the depth of the forest's mysteries. "Indeed, every ripple holds a memory, a piece of the forest's soul. Let it guide you, Rowan, as you find your place here." The young fox gazed into the waters, seeing not just his reflection, but the intertwined destinies of all who called the forest home. "I understand," he whispered, feeling a sense of belonging he had never known. As night deepened, a new sound reached their ears, a distant, mournful howl that rose and fell like a haunting melody. Brindle and Willow exchanged a glance, understanding its significance. "That," Brindle explained to Rowan, "is the cry of the lone wolf, a symbol of change and transformation. It reminds us that we are never truly alone, that our paths are intertwined with those we have yet to meet." Rowan listened, captivated by the wolf's song, and felt a kinship with the unseen creature. It was a call to embrace the unknown, to venture into uncharted territories of the heart and mind. In the days that followed, Rowan found himself drawn to the wolf's call, feeling its pull like the tides to the moon. He ventured further into the forest than he ever had, discovering hidden glades and ancient groves, each a testament to the forest's timeless beauty. One evening, as the moon bathed the forest in silver light, Rowan encountered the wolf. Its fur was a tapestry of shadows and light, its eyes wise and ancient. They regarded each other with mutual respect, and in that moment, Rowan understood that the wolf was a guardian of the forest's deeper mysteries. From that night on, Rowan and the wolf shared a silent understanding, a bond forged in the quiet spaces between words. Together, they explored the forest's secrets, learning from one another and growing in wisdom. As the seasons turned, Rowan's role as a guardian and storyteller deepened. He shared the tales of his journeys with Brindle and Willow, and with each story the forest's legacy grew richer. In time, Rowan realized that his place in the forest was not just as a participant, but as a bridge between the past and the future. He understood that the stories he wove were not just for those who lived among the trees, but for those yet to come, who would walk the paths he had tread, guided by the whispers of the forest. And so, as stars bloomed in the velvet sky, Brindle, Willow, and Rowan returned to their homes, their bond strengthened by a shared promise to protect the forest's legacy. The forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle magic of the seasons, each moment a part of an endless, harmonious dance, an unbroken narrative whispered between the leaves, carried forth by those who loved it most. In the nights to come, Rowan would often find himself by the brook, listening to its stories, each whisper drawing him deeper into the heart of the forest. He learned not just to hear, but to feel the pulse of the land, the rhythm of life that bound them all. And in this understanding, he found his role, not just as a guardian, but as a storyteller, preserving the wisdom of the forest for generations yet to come. However, change was afoot in the ancient forest. One afternoon, as the sun filtered through the canopy in shafts of light, a curious newcomer arrived, a young doe named Lyra. Her presence was like a gentle breeze, curious yet cautious, her eyes wide with wonder at the tales she had heard of the forest's wisdom. She sought not just refuge, but a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it. Brindle welcomed her warmly, sensing a kindred spirit in her quest for knowledge. "What brings you to our forest, dear Lyra?" he inquired, his voice a comforting balm to her newness. Lyra hesitated, her gaze sweeping over the gathering of creatures. "I have heard of the wisdom shared here, of the stories that bind this forest. I wish to learn, to understand the magic that dwells within these trees." Rowan, who had grown into his role as a storyteller, smiled encouragingly. "You have come to the right place, Lyra. For here we learn not just from stories, but from one another, from the whispers of the forest itself." Over time, Lyra became an integral part of the community, her gentle presence and keen insights adding to the richness of their gatherings. She shared stories from distant lands, tales of different forests, and the unique challenges they faced. In turn, she absorbed the lessons of the ancient forest, her heart expanding with the wisdom she gathered. Brindle, watching Lyra's growth, felt a renewed sense of purpose. He realized that the forest's legacy was not just in preserving the past, but in embracing the new, in weaving each new thread into the tapestry of their shared existence. Together, Brindle, Willow, Rowan, and Lyra formed a council of sorts, each bringing their own strengths and insights to the fore. They met under the canopy of stars, their conversations a blend of wisdom and wonder, laughter and learning. The forest listened to their voices, its spirit enriched by their unity and shared vision. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, they continued to nurture the forest, ensuring that its stories would be told for generations. They understood that the true magic of the forest lay not just in its seasons or its stories, but in the connections they forged, the lives they touched, and the legacy they would leave behind. As the seasons turned and the forest breathed through cycles of change, the council became the heart of the forest, a living testament to the power of harmony and the enduring strength of community. In their care, the stories of the forest were not just preserved, but celebrated, a vibrant, ever-evolving tapestry of life and magic. Story 4. In a quaint little village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there lived a band of quirky, endearing characters who filled their days with laughter and light-hearted magic. The village, known as Whimsy Wood, was a place where the ordinary mingled with the extraordinary, and the air was always thick with the scent of blooming honeysuckle and a hint of mischief. The cobblestone paths were lined with quaint cottages, each painted in hues that mirrored the vibrant sunsets of the region, while the soft rustling of leaves created a natural symphony that lulled the villagers into a sense of peace. The mornings in Whimsy Wood were a spectacle of nature's artistry. As dawn broke, the sun's gentle rays would dance across the lake, casting 1,000 glimmers on its surface like scattered jewels. Mist would rise from the water, curling upwards in languid tendrils that kissed the hills before dissolving into the crisp morning air. The birds, ever the heralds of the new day, would burst into a chorus, their melodies weaving through the village like an invisible tapestry of sound. Among the villagers was Pipkin, a sprightly little fellow with hair as red as the autumn leaves, whose eyes sparkled with the kind of curiosity that could light up any room. He had an insatiable penchant for collecting unusual hats, each one with a story of its own. Pipkin was known for his infectious giggle, which could lift even the gloomiest of spirits and often echoed through the village like a melody of happiness. His collection of hats was vast, from a whimsical hat shaped like a teapot to one adorned with feathers that fluttered in the breeze. Each hat held a memory, a piece of the world beyond Whimsy Wood that Pipkin cherished in his heart. For Pipkin, each hat was more than just an accessory. It was a portal to the tales of those who had worn it before. He would often sit by the lake, the wind teasing his hair, and weave stories around his hats, letting his imagination soar. The teapot hat, for instance, was said to have belonged to a traveling circus performer who could balance a teacup on his nose while juggling 3 flaming torches. As Pipkin wore it, he could almost hear the distant echoes of applause and the smell of sawdust and caramel wafting through the air. Then there was Miss Tilly Tinker, the village tinkerer, whose tiny spectacles perched on the end of her nose as she crafted the most marvelous contraptions from bits of this and that. Her cottage was a kaleidoscope of gears and springs, all whirring and ticking in harmonious chaos. The soft clinking of metal and the gentle hum of her creations were a constant soundtrack to her life. Miss Tilly was known for her boundless imagination, always seeing the potential in the most mundane objects. Her motivation lay in her desire to bring joy to others, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary with a twist of her tools and a spark of creativity. Miss Tilly had an innate ability to see beyond the surface, a skill she attributed to her childhood spent exploring the hidden nooks and crannies of Whimsy Wood. She often spoke of a time when a peculiar rainstorm had left behind a trail of shimmering stones, which she had collected and used to create her first invention, a wind chime that sang a melody only heard when the moon was full. Her creations were not just mechanical wonders. They were infused with her memories, each one a testament to her adventurous spirit and her love for the village. Ollie the owl, with feathers as white as snow, was the village sage who spoke in riddles and rhymes. He had a knack for seeing the world from a different perspective, quite literally, as he often perched upside down on branches to ponder the mysteries of life. His eyes, deep and wise, held a universe of stories and secrets, and his words, though cryptic, often held the key to understanding the unseen. Ollie had a way of guiding others to their own truths, his motivation rooted in the belief that wisdom was not in the answers, but in the questions one dared to ask. Ollie treasured the quiet moments under the starlit sky, where he would muse about the nature of dreams and reality. It was during these times that he felt most connected to the whispers of the universe, as if each twinkling star was a dot in the grand tapestry of life, and he was merely trying to trace the patterns. His love for riddles stemmed from this belief, a playful yet profound way to coax others into seeing the world through a different lens. And let's not forget Sprig, a mischievous sprite who flitted about like a sunbeam, leaving a trail of twinkling dust that shimmered in the air. Her laughter was the wind's whisper, her presence a fleeting brush of warmth and light. Sprig was driven by the joy of spontaneity, finding delight in the smallest wonders of the world. Her spirit was untamed, her heart as free as the birds that danced on the breeze. Sprig's mischievous nature was both a delight and a challenge for the villagers. She often played pranks that, while harmless, added a touch of unpredictability to village life. Once, she had swapped the colors of the flowers in the village square, leaving the villagers puzzled as they awoke to see roses in shades of blue and daisies in pink. Yet, amidst her playfulness, lay a deep appreciation for the beauty of change, a reminder that life was meant to be lived with open eyes and a childlike wonder. One fine morning, as the first rays of sunshine peeked over the hills, the village awoke to find that something quite peculiar had happened overnight. The beloved wishing well, which stood in the heart of the village square, had stopped granting wishes. The well was renowned for its magical waters that, when accompanied by a heartfelt wish, would ripple with a soft, golden glow and make dreams come true. But now it simply sat there, its waters still and silent like a pond under a spell. Concerned whispers and puzzled frowns filled the air as the villagers gathered around the well. Pipkin, with his latest acquisition, a hat shaped like a teapot, scratched his head in bewilderment. Miss Tilly Tinker adjusted her spectacles and peered into the well with a thoughtful hum. The village square, usually bustling with cheerful chatter, was now filled with the quiet hum of uncertainty. "Perhaps the magic has wandered off for a holiday," suggested Ollie, flapping down from his perch with a whimsical twinkle in his eye. "Or maybe it's simply having a nap." His words, though light, carried the weight of a mystery yet to be solved. Sprig giggled, her wings fluttering with excitement. "Or maybe it's waiting for a game! Oh, how I love games!" Her eyes danced with possibilities, each one more fantastical than the last. The villagers nodded in agreement, for they knew that the well's magic was playful at heart. And so they set about devising a plan to coax the magic back to life. Each brought their unique talents to the task, filled with hope and camaraderie. Pipkin, with a bounce in his step, proposed a parade of hats, believing that the sight of such a spectacle might tickle the well's fancy. Miss Tilly Tinker, with her nimble fingers, crafted a whimsical water wheel adorned with bells and whistles, hoping to delight the well with music and motion. Ollie, ever the philosopher, suggested they recite the most delightful rhymes and riddles, while Sprig decided to sprinkle her sparkling dust all around, just in case the well needed a bit of extra sparkle to awaken. As the preparations unfolded, the village square transformed into a carnival of colors and sounds. Pipkin led the parade, his teapot hat bobbing merrily as he marched around the well, followed by a procession of villagers donning hats of all shapes and sizes. Top hats, feathered caps, and even a hat shaped like a giant daisy. Each hat seemed to carry a piece of Pipkin's heart, a testament to his belief in the magic of imagination. Miss Tilly's water wheel spun to life, its bells chiming a cheerful melody that echoed through the square. The villagers clapped and swayed to the rhythm, their laughter mingling with the music as Ollie perched atop the well, reciting verses that made everyone chuckle and smile. His rhymes were like gentle nudges, guiding the villagers to see the beauty in the moment. And in the midst of it all, Sprig danced and twirled, her shimmering dust swirling like a galaxy of stars around the well. The air was alive with joy and anticipation, and the villagers watched with bated breath, hoping for a sign. Just when it seemed the magic might never return, the waters of the well began to stir. A gentle ripple spread across the surface, followed by a soft, golden glow that grew brighter and brighter until it filled the square with a warm, radiant light. A collective gasp of delight erupted from the crowd as the well bubbled and gurgled, its magic awakened by the village's heartfelt efforts. Wishes once again danced upon the waters, twinkling like fireflies on a summer's night. The villagers cheered and embraced, their hearts full of joy and gratitude. They had learned that sometimes all it takes to bring magic back to life is a little creativity, a lot of laughter, and a sense of togetherness. In that moment, they understood the true essence of Whimsy Wood. The magic was not just in the well, but in the bonds they shared and the dreams they dared to dream together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over Whimsy Wood, the villagers gathered around the well to share stories and dreams. Pipkin, Miss Tilly, Ollie, and Sprig sat together, basking in the warmth of friendship and the magic they had rekindled. The night air was cool, carrying the scent of honeysuckle and the promise of new adventures. Before the night faded into quiet slumber, Ollie, with a voice as soft as the night breeze, suggested a new tradition. Let us make this day a yearly celebration, a reminder that magic needs tending, just as a garden needs care. We shall call it the Festival of Wishes, he proposed. His eyes twinkled with a vision, seeing beyond the moment to a future where the village would gather once a year, under the stars, to celebrate their unity and dreams. And so, under the twinkling stars, with the gentle murmur of the wishing well in the background, the village drifted into happy dreams, knowing that in Whimsy Wood, the magic was never far away. It was in their hearts all along. As they closed their eyes, a soft breeze rustled through the leaves, a whispered reminder that in Whimsy Wood, the extraordinary was always within reach, waiting to be embraced with open hearts and curious minds. As the night deepened, the gentle lapping of the lake against its banks seemed to lull the entire village into a serene slumber, a promise of dreams yet to be realized and adventures waiting to be discovered. Story 5. In the quaint village surrounded by whispering pines and meandering streams, nestled a small cottage with windows that twinkled like eyes full of secrets. The crisp air carried the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the faint, sweet aroma of wildflowers that dotted the landscape. Inside this cozy abode lived a gentle young girl named Clara, known throughout the village for her curious nature and kind spirit. Her home was filled with an assortment of peculiar treasures collected from the woods and fields, each with its own quiet story to tell. The walls of her cottage seemed to hum with the secrets of these objects, creating a tapestry of whispered tales that only Clara could hear. Clara's days were spent exploring the vibrant tapestry of nature that surrounded her home. Her mornings began early, just as the sun's golden rays kissed the dewdrops on the grass, painting them with fleeting rainbows. She often wandered through the woods, her fingers brushing against the rough bark of ancient trees, her feet guided by the soft carpet of fallen leaves that whispered beneath her steps. Each discovery was a new thread in the fabric of her world, a world where every stone and flower held a story waiting to unfurl. One blustery autumn evening, as golden leaves danced outside her window like flickering fireflies, Clara was tidying her shelves when she discovered an old, dust-covered teapot. It was a curious object, with intricate patterns etched into its surface, depicting scenes of tiny creatures frolicking in a meadow under a crescent moon. Each line of the etching seemed to pulse with life, telling stories of forgotten times. Clara, intrigued by its beauty, carefully polished the teapot until it gleamed like a hidden star, its surface reflecting the warm glow of the crackling fireplace. As she held it in her hands, a soft melodic hum began to emanate from within. Startled yet enchanted, Clara leaned closer, and to her amazement, the spout released a gentle stream of shimmering mist. The mist swirled around her, painting the air with the scent of lavender and honey, and from it emerged a small, whimsical creature with wings akin to those of a dragonfly. The creature shimmered in the dim light, its wings catching the glow and scattering it like tiny rainbows across the walls. The creature introduced itself as Mirth, a guardian of forgotten wonders, trapped within the teapot for many years. Mirth's voice was like the gentle rustle of leaves, comforting and wise. Mirth explained that the teapot was a portal to a world where ordinary things held extraordinary secrets, a world that could only be accessed by those with hearts as open and gentle as Clara's. With a sense of anticipation and a heart full of wonder, Clara decided to embark on a journey to this enchanted realm. Mirth, delighted to have found such a kind companion, fluttered beside her, guiding her steps with a trail of twinkling dust. The dust danced in the air, a guiding constellation leading them into the unknown. Their path led them through the village, over the gentle curves of hills, and into the heart of the forest, where sunlight danced through the leaves like playful spirits. The forest was alive with sound, the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the soft murmur of a nearby stream created a symphony of nature that filled Clara's heart with peace. Along the way, they encountered a variety of helpers, each with their own unique charm. First, there was Bramble, a wise old tortoise with a shell as tough as a knight's shield, but eyes as soft as a summer sky. Bramble spoke slowly, savoring each word, and offered Clara a map made of woven grass and dewdrops that glistened like diamonds. "Follow the path of kindness," Bramble advised, "and it will lead you to where you need to be." The map was a living thing, its lines shifting gently like a stream of water, guiding Clara with its own quiet wisdom. Next, they met Lark, a sprightly squirrel with fur the color of cinnamon and a tail that swirled like a whirlpool. Lark was full of laughter and mischief, her eyes twinkling with secrets. She gifted Clara a small acorn, whispering that it held the power of courage, to be used when her heart felt uncertain. Lark's laughter was infectious, a melody that lifted Clara's spirits and filled her with newfound strength. As they journeyed further, Clara and Mirth faced a challenge that required more than strength. It required wisdom. They arrived at a shimmering lake, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky like a precious mirror. In the center of the lake stood an island, home to an ancient tree whose branches stretched towards the heavens. The lake was a place of eerie beauty, its depths whispering secrets of ages past. To reach the island, they needed to solve a riddle whispered by the wind. "I am not alive, yet I can grow. I do not breathe, yet I can flow. What am I?" Clara pondered the words, sitting quietly by the water's edge, feeling the cool breeze brush her skin. She closed her eyes and listened to the gentle ripple of the lake, the whispering leaves, and the soft murmur of Mirth's wings. Each sound was a thread in a tapestry of wisdom, guiding her to the answer. Suddenly, clarity washed over her like the first light of dawn. "It's a river," she said softly. Mirth nodded in delight, and as the words left Clara's lips, a path of stepping stones emerged from the water, leading them to the island. The stones glowed softly, each step carrying Clara closer to the heart of the mystery. On the island, beneath the sprawling branches of the ancient tree, they found a hidden treasure, a book of tales, each story more wondrous than the last. The book was not just a collection of stories, but a living memory of the world's forgotten wonders, waiting to be shared with those willing to listen. The pages seemed to pulse with life, whispering secrets of distant lands and forgotten dreams. Before leaving the island, Clara noticed the ancient tree's bark, which was etched with countless symbols and stories. Intrigued, she placed her hand against the rough surface, feeling a warm pulse beneath her fingertips. Mirth explained that the tree was a guardian of memories, holding the echoes of countless journeys and dreams. Clara whispered a silent promise to return someday, to learn more from the tree and its endless tales. As they prepared to return, Mirth paused and looked at Clara with a mixture of gratitude and hope. "Before we go, there's one more thing you should know," Mirth said, its eyes reflecting the soft light of the setting sun. "This journey is just the beginning. The world you see, the world you hold in your heart, is ever-changing. With each step you take, you have the power to shape it, to bring light to the shadows and uncover wonders yet unseen." Clara absorbed Mirth's words, feeling them resonate deep within her. Her heart swelled with a sense of purpose, a realization that her journey was not just about discovering hidden realms, but about understanding her place in the world. She knew she was not alone, that her kindness and curiosity could ignite change, even in the most ordinary of places. Returning to the village, Clara found its people gathered in the warm glow of the evening, eager to hear of her adventures. She spoke of the enchanted realm and the friends she'd made, of kindness and courage, and of the wisdom hidden in the simplest of things. Her tales wove a tapestry of dreams, each thread vibrant with the color of adventure and discovery. One day, as Clara shared her tales by the village bonfire, a young boy named Leo approached her, his eyes wide with wonder. He had always been shy, often lingering on the edges of gatherings, but Clara's stories stirred something within him. He confided in Clara that he had always felt a pull towards the forest, but was too frightened to explore it alone. Encouraged by Clara's adventures, Leo found the courage to ask if he could join her on her next journey. Clara, seeing the spark of curiosity in Leo's eyes, readily agreed. Together, they ventured into the woods, where Clara taught him to listen to the whispers of the trees and to follow the gentle guidance of nature's signs. With Mirth by their side, they uncovered new wonders, and Leo, inspired by Clara's guidance, discovered his own hidden courage. The forest, once a place of uncertainty, became a playground of discovery and wonder for Leo, and he thanked Clara for opening his eyes to the magic around him. As the stars twinkled overhead like 1,000 watchful eyes, Clara knew that her heart had been forever changed. She had discovered a world where ordinary things held extraordinary secrets, and she carried within her the promise to cherish and share the wonders she'd found, ensuring that magic would never be forgotten. And so, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of enchanted realms and the gentle adventures of one kind-hearted girl who believed in the magic of the world around her. The night was alive with the promise of new stories, each star a beacon of dreams yet to be told. Clara, now a guardian of tales herself, knew that her journey had just begun, a journey that would weave her own story into the fabric of the world, leaving a legacy of wonder and hope for generations to come. As Clara lay in her cozy bed, beneath a patchwork quilt woven with love, her thoughts drifted back to the teapot and the secrets it held. She realized that the teapot was not just a portal to another world, but a reminder of the magic that existed in her own. Every object in her cottage, every stone and leaf she had collected, was a testament to the wonders that lay hidden in the everyday. With this newfound understanding, Clara closed her eyes, her heart full of dreams, ready to embrace whatever adventures tomorrow might bring. 6. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminosity. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the gentle rolls of emerald hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Mara. The village was a place where tales of enchantment were woven into the fabric of everyday life, where the wind carried stories as ancient as the stones and as fleeting as the morning mist. Mara had always been drawn to the woods that fringed her home, their towering trees standing like ancient sentinels, guarding secrets untold. Her grandmother, wise with the years and rich with stories, often spoke of the Whispering Woods, a place of mystery and gentle magic. She would recount tales of travelers who ventured within, emerging days later with tales of hidden creatures and unseen worlds. One evening, under the soft glow of a crescent moon, Mara sat by the fireplace, its warmth a gentle embrace against the cool autumn air. Her grandmother leaned in close, her eyes twinkling with the light of remembered adventures. "Listen well, my dear," her grandmother began, her voice a soft murmur. "In the heart of those woods lies a treasure unlike any other, a lantern of luminosity. It is said to hold the power to reveal the truth in darkness, to illuminate paths hidden to the eye. But it is also a test, for only those pure of heart and clear of purpose can wield its light." Mara's heart quickened with curiosity and wonder. The idea of such a lantern, mysterious and glowing with untold light, stirred a longing within her to uncover its secrets. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, the sky a canvas of blue brushed with wisps of cloud. Mara awoke with a sense of determination, a gentle resolve that grew stronger as she recalled her grandmother's words. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a warm cloak, and slipped quietly out of her cottage, her heart a steady drum of anticipation. The forest welcomed her with its ancient song, leaves rustling softly, branches whispering secrets only they knew. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of light and shadow. As Mara walked deeper into the woods, she felt an otherworldly presence, as if unseen eyes were watching, guiding her steps. Hours passed, and the forest seemed to shift and change around her, the paths twisting into new shapes, the trees leaning closer, as if to listen to her quiet thoughts. Just as she began to wonder if she would ever find what she sought, a gentle glow appeared ahead, like the first hint of dawn breaking through the night. Drawn to the light, Mara followed its beckoning glow until she entered a small clearing. There, in the center, stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches stretching up to embrace the sky. Hanging from one of its lowest limbs was the lantern of luminosity, its glass shimmering with an internal light that flickered softly, like a heartbeat. With a reverence born of awe, Mara approached the lantern. As she reached out, her fingers brushed the cool, smooth surface of the glass. Instantly, a warmth spread through her, and the lantern flared to life, casting a radiant light that touched every corner of the clearing. In that moment of illumination, Mara saw the world anew. The trees, once mere shadows, now stood vibrant and alive, their bark etched with stories of centuries past. Birds, unseen before, fluttered in the branches, their plumage a tapestry of colors. The air buzzed with the hum of life, a symphony of existence that danced on the edges of perception. But the lantern's light did more than reveal the beauty of the forest. It also uncovered a narrow path hidden beneath years of fallen leaves and moss, a path that led deeper still into the heart of the woods. With the lantern in hand, Mara stepped onto the path, her steps guided by the gentle glow. As she walked, the forest seemed to welcome her, the trees parting to reveal hidden meadows and secret glades. She passed by streams that sang of distant lands and rocks worn smooth by time and water. As night fell, the lantern's light grew warmer, casting a comforting glow around Mara. It was then she realized that the lantern did not simply chase away the darkness. It transformed it, turning shadows into shades of possibility, mysteries into invitations. Her journey brought her to a hidden valley, a place untouched by time. The air here was different, rich with the scent of blooming flowers and the earthy aroma of the forest floor. In the center of the valley stood a circle of ancient stones, each one carved with runes that glimmered in the lantern's light. Drawn to the stones, Mara approached, feeling the weight of their history, the lives and stories they had witnessed. As she stepped within the circle, the lantern's light pulsed and a gentle hum filled the air, a song of greeting and welcome. It was here that Mara met the keeper of the woods, a being of gentle grace and wisdom. She appeared as a figure woven from the very essence of the forest, her hair a cascade of leaves, her eyes deep as the forest pools, reflecting the wisdom of ages. "You have found your way here, child of the village," the keeper said, her voice a melody that echoed with the sound of rustling leaves. "The lantern of luminosity has chosen you, for your heart is open and your spirit is true." Mara listened, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging, of being part of something greater than herself. She knew then that her journey was not simply a quest for a magical object, but a path of understanding and connection. "The lantern reveals the truth that lies hidden in the world and within yourself," the keeper continued. "Your journey is one of discovery, not just of the forest, but of your own heart. Let its light guide you, and you will find the answers you seek." With these words, the keeper faded into the forest, her presence lingering like the last notes of a song. Mara stood alone in the circle of stones, the lantern's light a steady glow in the gathering dusk. Her journey home was a quiet one, the path familiar yet new, the forest a friend rather than a mystery. As she walked, Mara understood the gentle lesson of the lantern, that the world is full of wonders and secrets, waiting for those with the courage to seek them out. When she returned to her village, the sun was rising, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her eyes filled with warmth and pride. Mara placed the lantern on the mantel, its light a beacon of hope and understanding. From that day on, Mara carried the lessons of the lantern of luminosity with her, sharing its light with those around her. She found joy in the simple beauty of the world, in the connections that bound her to others, and in the quiet strength of her own heart. And so, the story of Mara and the Lantern of Luminosity became a tale told by the fireside, a reminder of the magic that lies within and around us, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to look beyond the shadows. And as the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, the lantern's light flickered softly, a promise of warmth and wonder for all who sought it. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled within a verdant forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her home was a cozy cottage surrounded by winding streams and towering trees that seemed to whisper ancient tales. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the woods to gather wild berries and mushrooms for her mother's famous pies. As she hummed a cheerful tune, a glimmer of light caught her eye, drawing her deeper into the forest's embrace. There, nestled among the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, Willow discovered a peculiar object, a smooth, oval-shaped stone that shimmered with an iridescent glow. Captivated by its ethereal beauty, she gently picked it up, and a warm tingle spread through her fingertips. Little did Willow know, she had stumbled upon a rare magical artifact, a catalyst that would unlock a hidden world and set her on an extraordinary journey. As she cradled the stone in her palms, a soft voice seemed to emanate from within, whispering an enchanting melody that only she could hear. Willow's eyes widened in wonder as the forest around her began to transform. The trees rustled with newfound life, their branches swaying in a gentle breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers. Tiny woodland creatures emerged from their burrows, peering at Willow with curiosity. A path of glimmering light appeared, beckoning her deeper into the heart of the woods. With her heart pounding with excitement, Willow followed the luminous trail, clutching the magical stone tightly. The deeper she ventured, the more wondrous sights unfolded before her eyes. Crystalline streams flowed with shimmering waters that danced with vibrant hues. Towering mushrooms stood like sentinels, their caps adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and swirl. Gossamer curtains of moss draped the ancient trees, glowing with a gentle radiance. Willow marveled at the hidden realm she had stumbled upon, a world of enchantment that existed alongside her own, yet remained unseen by most. As she explored further, she encountered a variety of mystical creatures, friendly sprites who flitted among the flowers, wise old gnomes tending to the forest's needs, and majestic woodland guardians who watched over the delicate balance of nature. One such guardian, a regal stag with antlers that glimmered like polished silver, approached Willow with a gentle nod. In a deep, resonant voice, he welcomed her to the Emerald Glade, a sacred realm where the magic of nature thrived. Willow learned that the stone she carried was a powerful talisman, a key that allowed chosen individuals to perceive and interact with the hidden world. The stag explained that she had been chosen for a special purpose, to help restore the balance that had been disrupted by a dark force lurking within the shadows of the glade. At first, Willow felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of her task, but the stag and the other woodland creatures assured her that she possessed the courage and wisdom to succeed. They offered her guidance and support, fostering a bond of true friendship that would defy all expectations. Together, they embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery that threatened the Emerald Glade. Willow's journey took her through breathtaking landscapes, from glittering crystal caverns to ethereal meadows where the air shimmered with fairy dust. Along the way, she encountered challenges that tested her resolve and ingenuity. With the help of her newfound friends, she learned to harness the power of the talisman, channeling its energy to overcome obstacles and confront the forces of darkness. Willow's greatest trial came when she faced the dark entity itself, a malevolent spirit that sought to corrupt the delicate balance of nature for its own twisted gains. In a climactic battle, Willow drew upon the lessons she had learned, the friendships she had forged, and the magic that flowed through her veins. With unwavering determination and the support of her woodland companions, she triumphed over the darkness, banishing the evil force from the Emerald Glade forever. In the aftermath of her victory, Willow stood tall, transformed by her extraordinary experiences. She had discovered an inner strength and resilience she never knew existed, and her connection to the natural world had deepened profoundly. The stag bestowed upon her a special honor, the mantle of a guardian, tasked with preserving the harmony between the hidden realm and the world beyond. With her newfound knowledge and the guidance of her mystical friends, Willow embraced her role, vowing to protect the delicate balance of the Emerald Glade for generations to come. As she emerged from the forest, the setting sun cast a warm glow upon her face, and Willow felt a deep sense of fulfillment and purpose. Her journey had transformed her in ways she could have never imagined, and the magic of the hidden world would forever remain a part of her soul. From that day forward, Willow carried the wisdom and wonder of the Emerald Glade within her heart, sharing its lessons with those around her. She became a bridge between the seen and unseen realms, inspiring others to appreciate the beauty and magic that flourished all around them, if only they opened their eyes to perceive it. And so, the tale of Willow's extraordinary adventure became woven into the tapestry of the forest, a timeless story of friendship, courage, and the enduring power of nature's magic. Story 8. In a quaint village nestled within the rolling hills of the verdant countryside, where the whispers of the wind wove tales through the leaves of ancient oak trees, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her days were spent tending to her small garden and painting the vibrant landscapes that surrounded her home. Though her life was simple and serene, Leora often felt a gentle tug at her heart, a whisper of something forgotten, something buried deep within the folds of her family's history. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden hues of the sunset draped the village in a warm embrace, Leora received a letter from a distant relative she had never met. The letter spoke of an old family heirloom, a pendant that had been passed down through generations, and a legacy that awaited her discovery. Intrigued and guided by an inexplicable pull, Leora decided to journey to her ancestral home, a place she had only heard of in stories told by her grandmother. The path to her heritage led Leora through dense forests carpeted with fallen leaves, their crunch underfoot a rhythmic accompaniment to her thoughts. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant murmur of a babbling brook, each sound and scent carrying a promise of secrets soon to be unveiled. Upon reaching the old stone cottage that had stood for centuries at the heart of her family's land, Leora felt a sense of familiarity, as if the very stones of the dwelling recognized her. The cottage was quaint, with ivy clinging to its walls and a garden overgrown with wildflowers, their petals dancing in the gentle breeze. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of lavender and aged wood. Leora's fingers brushed against the dust-laden shelves lined with books whose spines had long since faded. Her eyes fell upon a small wooden chest, intricately carved with symbols she could not yet comprehend. Within it lay the pendant mentioned in the letter, an exquisite piece of craftsmanship, its silver surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to tell a story of their own. As Leora held the pendant, a warmth spread through her fingertips, and a soft glow emanated from the artifact. She closed her eyes, and suddenly she was transported to a time long past. She saw her ancestors, gathered around a fire, weaving tales of wisdom and courage. She felt their joys and sorrows, their triumphs and challenges, all resonating through the ages to reach her. The vision faded, leaving Leora with a profound sense of connection to those who had come before her. She understood now that the pendant was not just a piece of jewelry, but a symbol of her lineage, a testament to the strength and resilience that flowed through her veins. With the pendant clasped around her neck, Leora returned to the village. The journey had awakened a newfound appreciation for her roots and the traditions that had shaped her family. She began to incorporate the stories and lessons of her ancestors into her art, each brushstroke a homage to the past, a celebration of the present, and a promise to the future. Through her journey, Leora learned that while the past might be distant, it is never truly gone. It lives within us, guiding our steps and coloring our world. She found a sense of belonging she had always yearned for, a deep understanding that she was part of a larger tapestry, a tapestry of love, wisdom, and enduring legacy. And so, with a heart full of peace and a spirit rich with newfound knowledge, Leora settled into her cozy home once more. Each night, as the moon cast its gentle glow over the village, she would sit by the fireplace, pendant glinting softly in the firelight, and paint the stories of her ancestors, ensuring that their legacy would continue to inspire generations to come. Story 9. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there existed a place untouched by the haste of modernity, where time seemed to linger, savoring every moment. The village, known as Willowbrook, was home to lush meadows dotted with wildflowers, winding cobblestone paths, and cozy cottages with thatched roofs. It was a place where the air was perpetually filled with the scent of lavender and the gentle hum of bees. In this village, there lived a young girl named Clara, whose heart was as warm as the sunlit fields she loved to wander. Clara was blessed with a gift, a peculiar ability that she had discovered one crisp autumn morning. As the leaves rustled underfoot and the sky blazed with the colors of the setting sun, Clara found that she could hear the whispers of the wind, the stories it carried from distant lands, and the secrets it murmured through the rustling leaves. Clara's gift was a closely guarded secret, shared only with her closest friend, a clever and kind-hearted cat named Whiskers. Whiskers had fur as soft as the clouds and eyes that twinkled with a wisdom far beyond his years. Together, they were inseparable, a pair of adventurers in a world brimming with wonder. One evening, as the village prepared to settle in for the night, Clara and Whiskers sat by the fireplace in Clara's cozy room, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, its rhythmic patter creating a soothing lullaby. Clara held a small, delicate object in her hands, a crystal pendant, shimmering with an ethereal glow. It was a gift from her grandmother, a keepsake that had been passed down through generations. As Clara turned the pendant over in her hands, she noticed something peculiar. The crystal seemed to pulse with a light of its own, as if responding to the soft murmurings of the wind outside. Intrigued, Clara leaned closer to the window, opening it slightly to let in the cool, fragrant breeze. The wind, playful and gentle, carried with it a story, a tale of a hidden world, a secret realm nestled within the heart of the forest that bordered the village. It spoke of a place where dreams took flight, where time danced to its own melody, and where those who entered emerged forever changed. Clara's heart quickened with excitement. She turned to Whiskers, who watched her with a knowing gaze. "What do you think, Whiskers? Shall we find this hidden world?" Whiskers, ever the adventurer, stretched lazily before leaping to his feet with a graceful flick of his tail. His answer was clear. The following morning, after sharing their plans with Clara's parents, who were supportive of her curious nature, Clara and Whiskers set out towards the forest, the pendant tucked safely around Clara's neck. The village, with its familiar sights and sounds, gradually faded behind them as they ventured deeper into the woods. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The trees whispered secrets to one another, their leaves rustling with anticipation. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, a sweet reminder of nature's embrace. Clara and Whiskers wandered for hours, guided by the wind's gentle nudges and the pendant's soft glow. Just as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, they stumbled upon a clearing. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens. The pendant began to glow more intensely, and Clara felt a gentle pull, as if the tree itself beckoned them closer. With Whiskers at her side, she approached the oak, her heart filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. As they neared the tree, Clara noticed an inscription carved into its bark, words that shimmered with a faint light. She traced her fingers over the letters, feeling their warmth. To those who seek with open hearts, the world within shall be revealed. With a deep breath, Clara placed her palm against the tree and closed her eyes. She felt the world shift around her, a sensation as if she were being gently cradled by the forest itself. When she opened her eyes, Clara found herself in a place unlike any she had ever imagined. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonder, a realm where the laws of nature seemed to dance to a different tune. Trees towered like ancient sentinels, their leaves shimmering with vibrant colors that defied description. Flowers bloomed in radiant arrays, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. Streams of crystal-clear water meandered through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. Clara and Whiskers explored this magical realm, their eyes wide with awe. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each more wondrous than the last. There were wise old owls who shared stories of the stars, mischievous sprites who played tricks on one another, and gentle deer whose eyes held the mysteries of the ages. As they journeyed, Clara learned that this world was not just a place of beauty, but of challenges as well. She encountered puzzles that tested her wit, riddles that stretched her imagination, and paths that required courage and trust. Through it all, Whiskers remained by her side, his presence a comforting constant. One evening, as the sky darkened to a deep indigo, Clara and Whiskers found themselves at the edge of a serene lake. Its surface mirrored the starlit sky, creating a breathtaking tapestry of light and reflection. Clara sat by the water's edge, her heart full of the wonders she had witnessed. In that moment of quiet reflection, Clara realized that the hidden world was not just a place to visit, but a place that had become a part of her. It had taught her to see the beauty in the everyday, to listen to the whispers of the wind, and to cherish the bonds of friendship that defied expectations. As the first light of dawn began to chase away the shadows, Clara and Whiskers knew it was time to return to their own world. With hearts full of gratitude and memories, they retraced their steps to the ancient oak tree. Standing before the tree once more, Clara placed her palm against its bark, feeling the warmth of its magic. She whispered a quiet farewell, promising to carry the lessons of the hidden world with her always. The world shifted once more, and Clara found herself back in the familiar embrace of the forest, with Whiskers by her side. The pendant around her neck shimmered softly, a reminder of the journey they had shared. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, Clara felt a sense of peace settle over her. The village, with its familiar sights and sounds, welcomed them home with open arms. The adventures of the hidden world had changed her, but it was here, in the warmth of her home, that she knew she truly belonged. That night, as Clara lay in bed with Whiskers curled at her feet, she listened to the gentle rain pattering against the window. The wind, ever her faithful companion, whispered a lullaby of dreams and wonder. And as Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, she knew that the hidden world was not just a place she had visited, but a part of her heart, a place where dreams soared and friendship flourished. For in the quiet moments, when the world seemed still, Clara could always hear the whispers of the wind, reminding her of the magic that lay within her, waiting to be discovered anew. Story 10. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust danced like fireflies in the velvet darkness, there existed a small, twinkling planet known as Xylora. Xylora was a world enveloped in gentle hues of lavender and cobalt, with its skies shimmering under the light of two serene moons. It was a peaceful place, home to the Xylorans, a serene, luminescent race who thrived on harmony and quiet contemplation. One tranquil evening, as the twin moons began their graceful ascent, casting a silver glow over the lush fields of whispering flora, a curious event unfolded. A spaceship, unlike any seen before, descended from the star-speckled heavens. It landed with a soft thud amidst the gentle swaying of the flora, its metallic surface glistening under the moonlight. From this vessel emerged an intriguing figure, a being of considerable height, covered in scales that shimmered like opals. This was a Trithian named Solon, from the distant, arid world of Threxia, where fiery red dunes stretched endlessly and the sun blazed fiercely. Solon was an explorer, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and understanding of the universe's myriad wonders. Yet, the Trithians were known for their stoic demeanor and a misunderstanding of the softer emotions that flowed easily among the Xylorans. As Solon stepped onto the unfamiliar soil of Xylora, he was immediately mesmerized by the gentle beauty surrounding him. Venturing cautiously, Solon soon encountered a Xyloran named Lyra. Her presence was a soft glow in the twilight, her eyes a reflection of the gentle moonlight, warm and welcoming. Lyra was curious about this newcomer, for Xylora seldom entertained visitors from the stars. Welcome to Xylora, Lyra greeted, her voice as soothing as the night breeze. I am Lyra. May I ask what brings you to our world? Solon, though initially taken aback by Lyra's luminescent form, responded with a formality typical of his kind. I am Solon of Threxia. I seek to understand the universe and its many inhabitants. Their conversation was stilted at first, as Solon's factual and concise manner clashed with Lyra's gentle inquisitiveness. Yet there was a spark of mutual curiosity that kept their dialogue alive. As days turned into the golden glow of Xyloran weeks, Solon and Lyra explored the planet together. They wandered through fields of whispering grass that sang with the wind, waded in crystalline lakes reflecting the sky's endless canvas, and sat beneath the ancient towering trees whose leaves shimmered like stars. Despite their differences, or perhaps because of them, a friendship began to blossom. Lyra taught Solon the joy of stillness, the beauty of simply being, while Solon shared tales of distant stars and the relentless pursuit of knowledge that fueled his journeys. However, their growing bond was not without its trials. One afternoon, while they were exploring the iridescent caves of Xylora's northern peaks, a misunderstanding threatened to unravel their friendship. Solon, driven by his analytical mind, suggested they harvest some of the glowing crystals to study their properties. To him, it was a harmless act of curiosity. But to Lyra, the crystals were sacred, an integral part of Xylora's heart. These crystals are not mere objects to be dissected, Solon, she said, her voice tinged with a rare hint of sadness. They are the soul of our land. Solon, puzzled by the depth of emotion in Lyra's eyes, paused. In his culture, the pursuit of knowledge often overshadowed sentiment. But here, standing in the cave's ethereal glow, he sensed the gravity of his oversight. Forgive me, Lyra, Solon said finally, his voice softer, more contemplative. I did not understand. Your world is a tapestry of life and light, and I see now that there is more to understanding than mere logic. This moment of vulnerability was a turning point. Solon learned to see beyond the tangible, to appreciate the unseen threads that wove the fabric of life. Lyra, in turn, grew to understand Solon's deep-seated need to explore and comprehend the universe, realizing that such a quest could be pursued with respect for all worlds. Their friendship deepened, forged in the crucible of mutual respect and understanding. They faced new challenges together, weathering fierce Xyloran storms that swept across the plains, and navigating the labyrinthine caverns where echoes of ancient melodies whispered secrets long forgotten. In these shared experiences, they found strength in each other. Lyra's calm presence was a balm to Solon's restless spirit, while Solon's courage and determination inspired Lyra to dream beyond the horizon. As the time came for Solon to continue his journey across the stars, there was a gentle sadness in their parting. Yet, it was underpinned by a profound bond that transcended the vastness of space. Thank you, Lyra, Solon said, his voice carrying the warmth of newfound understanding, for teaching me the language of the heart. And thank you, Solon, Lyra replied, her glow brighter than ever, for showing me the stars and reminding me that friendship is the greatest adventure of all. With a final embrace, Solon returned to his ship. As it ascended into the night sky, Lyra watched until it became a mere twinkle among the countless stars. Though separated by light years, their friendship endured, a testament to the power of connection and understanding across the universe. And as Solon journeyed from world to world, he carried with him the lessons of Xylora, a reminder that the most profound discoveries often lie not in the stars, but within the hearts of those we meet along the way. Back on Xylora, Lyra would often gaze at the sky, thinking of her friend among the stars, feeling a warmth in her heart that would light the night like the gentle moons above. And thus, their story continued, a timeless melody of friendship echoing softly through the cosmos. Story 11. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint little village, there lay a forest unlike any other. It was a forest filled with secrets and whispers of old, its trees towering like ancient guardians over a world hidden beneath their verdant boughs. The villagers called it the Whispering Woods, and though many passed by its borders, few dared to venture deep within. In a small cottage near the edge of these woods lived a gentle-hearted boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the sky just before dusk, and hair that tumbled like autumn leaves. He was known for his kind nature and an insatiable curiosity that often led him into the heart of gentle adventures. Finn loved the woods, for he felt they held stories waiting to be discovered. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink, Finn set out to gather wild berries. The air was cool on his skin, and the earth beneath his feet felt alive with the promise of a new day. As he wandered deeper into the forest, he came upon a path he had never seen before, lined with flowers that glimmered as if dusted with stardust. Driven by a sense of wonder, Finn followed the path until he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. Hanging from one of its sturdy branches was a small, mysterious object that caught the light, a pendant, delicate and shimmering, with an opalescent stone at its heart. As Finn reached out to touch the pendant, it felt warm and vibrant in his hand. The stone pulsed gently, like a heartbeat, and with a soft melodic chime, the world around him began to shift. The air shimmered, and the forest transformed into a realm of vibrant, living colors. The trees whispered secrets in a language he began to understand, and the creatures of the forest, once shy, emerged to greet him. Finn realized that the pendant was a magical object, a key to a hidden world within the natural environment he had known all his life. This world was lively and filled with enchantment, where every leaf and creature had a story to tell. The pendant allowed him to see and hear the forest's true essence, a gift he cherished deeply. As Finn explored this newfound world, he came upon a curious creature, a small, wise-eyed fox with fur like silver moonlight. The fox introduced itself as Leora, a guardian of the forest, tasked with watching over the land and its secrets. "Welcome, Finn," Leora said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "The pendant has chosen you as its keeper, and with it, you have the ability to protect the balance of our world." Finn felt a surge of responsibility, but also a thrill of excitement. He knew he had been given a task of great importance, one that would require all his wisdom and kindness. Over time, Finn and Leora became inseparable friends. Together they journeyed through the forest, uncovering its mysteries and ensuring that harmony was maintained. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the songs of the birds, and to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet. One day, as they explored the farthest reaches of the forest, they came upon a place where the balance had been disturbed. The trees were wilting, and the air was heavy with sorrow. Finn felt a pang in his heart, understanding that something precious was at risk. "What has happened here, Leora?" Finn asked, concern etched on his face. Leora's eyes were solemn. "A shadow has fallen over this part of the forest. An ancient spirit, once peaceful, has been troubled by memories long buried. It is trapped in its own sorrow, unable to find peace." Finn knew that they must help the spirit, for the harmony of the forest depended on it. Guided by the pendant's gentle glow, they ventured deeper into the shadowed part of the woods until they reached a small glade. In its center sat a figure made of mist and light, its form shifting like smoke in the wind. The spirit looked at Finn with eyes filled with age-old wisdom and sadness. "I have been here for so long," it sighed, a voice like distant thunder, "bound by regrets and memories that weigh heavy on my soul." Finn approached with gentle steps, feeling the weight of the spirit's sorrow. "What can we do to help you find peace?" he asked softly. The spirit paused, its form wavering. "I have forgotten the joy of my own existence, the laughter and light that once filled my days. If you can help me remember, I may finally rest." Finn thought for a moment, then realized that the pendant's magic might hold the key. He held it forward, letting its light bathe the spirit in a warm, comforting glow. As the light touched the spirit, it began to recall the beauty and harmony of the forest, the laughter of the streams, and the music of the wind through the trees. With each memory, the spirit grew brighter, its form becoming more defined. It was as if a weight had been lifted, and the shadow that had gripped the forest began to recede. The trees stood taller, their leaves shimmering with renewed life, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. "Thank you, dear child," the spirit said, its eyes now filled with gratitude. "You have reminded me of my purpose, and in doing so, restored balance to this land." With a final nod of thanks, the spirit dissolved into a gentle breeze, leaving behind a sense of peace and harmony. The pendant in Finn's hand glowed warmly, a testament to the bond he had formed with the forest and its inhabitants. As Finn and Leora made their way back through the revitalized woods, they both felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Finn had not only discovered a hidden world of magic and wonder, but he had also learned the importance of empathy and understanding in nurturing the world around him. From that day on, Finn continued to explore the Whispering Woods, guided by the pendant and accompanied by his dear friend Leora. Together, they ensured that the forest remained a place of peace and enchantment, where secrets were shared and stories were cherished. And so, as the sun set beyond the horizon, casting its golden glow upon the land, Finn returned home, his heart full and his spirit content. The village slept peacefully, unaware of the magical adventure that had unfolded in the forest nearby, yet benefiting from the harmony that Finn and Leora had worked so hard to protect. As Finn lay in his bed, gazing out at the starry sky, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the magical world he had discovered and the friendships he had formed. He knew that the forest was always there, waiting to share its wisdom and wonders with those who dared to listen. And so, as dreams of starlit paths and whispering trees filled his mind, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that he was a part of something truly magical, a guardian of stories and a keeper of secrets in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Thus ended another day in the life of Finn, a boy with a heart full of wonder and a world of magic at his fingertips. And though the tales of the Whispering Woods would remain a secret to most, they would always be a cherished part of Finn's soul, guiding him with warmth and wisdom through all the days of his life. Story 12. Once upon a time, nestled within the whispering arms of an ancient forest, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village was a place where time seemed to amble gently, where cobblestone streets wound lazily past thatched cottages adorned with climbing roses, their petals rosy with the blush of dawn. In Willowbrook, the air was perpetually scented with the sweet aroma of baked goods from the local bakery, and the chiming laughter of children playing hide-and-seek danced on the breeze. But beneath its serene surface, Willowbrook held a secret. It was a secret known only to a few, whispered through generations. The forest that cradled the village was alive with magic. Hidden within its depths was a hidden world, a realm untouched by the passage of time, where the ordinary became extraordinary and dreams took flight. Our story begins with a young girl named Anwen, who lived on the edge of the village in a cozy cottage with her grandmother. Anwen was a curious soul, with hair as wild and untamed as the forest she loved to explore, and eyes that sparkled with the excitement of discovery. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often shared the tales of old with her, spinning stories of enchantment around the fire on chill winter nights. One such tale spoke of the Lumina blossom, a mythical flower said to bloom once every century deep within the heart of the forest. The Lumina blossom, it was said, possessed the power to grant a single wish, a wish spoken from the heart's truest desire. And so it was with dreams of adventure and the whisper of possibilities that Anwen set her heart on finding this magical flower. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, Anwen embarked on her journey. The forest greeted her with the symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle call of birds awakening to the new day. As she walked, the sun rose higher, casting playful patterns of light and shadow upon the forest floor. The forest was a trove of wonders. Anwen marveled at the towering oaks, their branches stretching toward the heavens, and the delicate ferns that carpeted the ground like nature's tapestry. She paused to watch a stream meandering through rocks, its waters glistening like liquid silver under the sun's gaze. As she leaned closer, she noticed tiny fish darting about, their scales catching the light in a dance of shimmering hues. Anwen's journey was not a solitary one for long. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she encountered a fox. Not just any fox, but a talking fox with fur that glimmered like copper and eyes as wise as old oaks. His name was Finn, and he had the gift of foresight. Finn had been watching Anwen from afar, sensing her pure heart and the noble quest she had undertaken. "Good day, young seeker," Finn greeted her, his voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Anwen, though surprised, was delighted to find a companion. "Hello, Finn," she replied, her eyes bright with curiosity. "I am searching for the Lumina Blossom. Have you seen it?" Finn nodded, a knowing glint in his eyes. "The path to the Lumina Blossom is not an easy one, but I shall guide you. Together, we can navigate the mysteries of this forest." And so, the duo journeyed onward, deeper into the heart of the forest, where shadows grew longer and the air was thick with enchantment. They crossed babbling brooks on stones slick with moss, and ventured through meadows where wildflowers danced in the breeze, their colors a vivid tapestry against the emerald backdrop. As they traveled, Anwen and Finn shared stories and laughter, their bond growing stronger with each step. Finn spoke of his life in the forest, of the creatures that called it home, and the balance that held the natural world in harmony. Anwen, in turn, spoke of her dreams and the stories her grandmother told, each word weaving a tapestry of connection between them. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in hues of gold and amber, they reached a clearing. In its center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like a guardian of the forest. Beneath its boughs, the earth pulsed with a gentle glow, and there, nestled among the roots, was the Lumina Blossom. Anwen approached it with reverence, her heart a fluttering dance of hope and wonder. The blossom was unlike any flower she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with a luminescence that seemed to capture the essence of the stars. She reached out, her fingers brushing against its silken petals, and as she did, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and possibility. "What will you wish for, Anwen?" Finn asked softly, his eyes reflecting the glow of the blossom. Anwen paused, her heart swelling with the weight of her wish. She thought of her grandmother, of the village, and the forest that had been her refuge. She thought of the stories she loved, of the magic that threaded through her life, and the friendships that had blossomed on this journey. Finally she spoke, her voice a whisper of sincerity. "I wish for the wisdom to always see the beauty and magic in the world, and the courage to share it with others." The Lumina Blossom shimmered brighter, its light enveloping Anwen in a gentle embrace. And in that moment, Anwen felt a transformation within her, as if the very essence of the forest had become a part of her being. With a final radiance, the blossom faded, its magic fulfilled. Anwen turned to Finn, her heart alight with gratitude. "Thank you, Finn, for guiding me and teaching me the true magic of friendship and discovery." Finn bowed his head, a smile playing on his lips. "The journey was ours, Anwen. You have gifted the forest with your spirit, and it shall remember you always." Together, they made their way back through the forest, the path now familiar, and the world around them vibrant with the newfound magic in Anwen's heart. As they approached the edge of the forest, the village of Willowbrook lay before them, nestled in the embrace of twilight. Anwen bid farewell to Finn, her heart full of gratitude and promises of future adventures. She returned to her grandmother, sharing her tale by the warmth of the hearth, her words weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder, of friendship and the endless possibilities of the heart. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, where the forest and its secrets remained entwined with the lives of those who dwelled there, the story of Anwen and Finn became a cherished tale, a reminder of the magic that exists when one dares to dream and believes in the beauty of the world. As the fire crackled softly and the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Anwen drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams a dance of luminescent blossoms and the gentle whisper of the forest's eternal song. Story 13. Once upon a time, in the vibrant village of Whimsy, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and laughter, lived a group of peculiar folk who were as colorful as their surroundings. This village was nestled in the heart of the flittering forest, a place where trees sang gentle melodies and streams sparkled like liquid rainbows under the sun. Among the villagers was Tilly Tinker, a sprightly inventor with a wild mop of curly red hair and a penchant for wearing mismatched socks. Tilly's workshop was a kaleidoscope of gears, springs, and tiny whirring gadgets, each more curious than the last. Her most beloved invention was a pair of spectacles that allowed the wearer to see the world in hues of happiness, turning mundane sights into vibrant spectacles of joy. Then there was Gilbert Puddle, a portly fellow with an infectious giggle, known for his ability to communicate with the forest creatures. Gilbert often wore a waistcoat with far too many pockets, each filled with a different type of seed or nut, which he handed out to his furry and feathered friends. The village's baker, Petunia Sugarplum, was as sweet as her name suggested. She had a gentle, melodic voice and a knack for baking pies that could lift the darkest of moods. Her secret ingredient was a sprinkle of stardust she collected during her nightly walks under the moonlit sky. One fine morning, as the sun peeked over the treetops and painted the sky in shades of peach and gold, an unusual event began to unfold. The village's beloved river, the Giggle Brook, which usually burbled with a contagious chuckle, had mysteriously fallen silent. The water, once crystal clear, was now as still and dull as glass. This peculiar occurrence puzzled the villagers, for the Giggle Brook was not just a river, it was the heart of Whimsywood's merriment. Without its jovial flow, the village seemed to lose some of its sparkle, and the usual cheer was replaced with whispers of concern. Determined to solve the mystery, Tilly, Gilbert, and Petunia gathered by the riverbank. Tilly adjusted her rainbow spectacles and peered into the depths of the water, hoping to catch a glimpse of its usual shimmer. Gilbert crouched down, whispering to the pebbles and reeds, while Petunia sprinkled a bit of stardust, hoping to coax a giggle from the brook. Suddenly, a soft, melodic voice interrupted their efforts. "Oh dear, it seems I've misplaced my giggles." The voice belonged to a tiny, shimmering creature perched on a lily pad. It was a giggle sprite, a spirit of mirth who lived within the river's waters. "Oh my, how did you lose them?" Petunia asked, her eyes wide with concern. "I was playing a game of hide-and-seek with the moonbeams last night," explained the sprite, her wings fluttering apologetically. "I must have hidden them too well, and now I can't find them." The trio exchanged determined glances. This was a magical problem indeed, one that required a pinch of cleverness and a dollop of imagination. "Let's think," mused Tilly, tapping her chin. "What if we use your baking skills, Petunia, to create something that can lure the giggles back?" Petunia nodded, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. "Yes, a pie. A pie filled with laughter." Gilbert clapped his hands in agreement. "And I can ask the animals to help spread the scent throughout the forest. That should surely draw out the giggles." With the plan set, they hurried to Petunia's kitchen, where the air was thick with the comforting aroma of sugar and spice. Petunia mixed flour, honey, and the tiniest pinch of stardust, while Tilly added a dash of giggle essence from her collection of curious concoctions. Gilbert, meanwhile, gathered all the forest creatures to carry the scent far and wide. As the pie baked, a delightful aroma filled Whimsywood, curling through every nook and cranny, and even drifting up to the treetops where the breeze carried it further afield. In no time at all, the giggles began to return, drawn by the irresistible scent. They tumbled back into the river, each one more vibrant and infectious than the last, restoring the Giggle Brook to its cheerful, burbling self. The villagers gathered by the banks, laughing and clapping as the giggle sprite danced joyfully upon the water's surface. "Thank you, dear friends," she chimed, her voice as light as a bell. "You've brought my giggles back." With the river's laughter restored, Whimsywood regained its sparkle. The trees seemed to sway with a renewed zest, and the air was once again filled with the sound of merriment. That evening, as the stars twinkled above and the moon hung like a silver lantern in the sky, Tilly, Gilbert, and Petunia sat together by the river, sharing slices of the laughter pie. "Isn't it wonderful," mused Tilly as she savored her slice, "how a bit of creativity and friendship can solve the trickiest of problems?" Gilbert chuckled, his eyes twinkling. "And how laughter truly is the best magic there is." Petunia smiled, adding, "And how pie makes everything better." And so, with hearts as light as the giggles they had restored, the friends drifted into happy dreams, knowing that in Whimsywood, joy and wonder would always find a way to flourish. Story 14. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering forests and babbling brooks, there lived a young girl named Lila. Willowbrook was a place where the air always smelled of blooming lilacs, and the cobblestone paths wove through cottages like the gentle threads of a grandmother's quilt. Lila had a curious heart, and an imagination that danced like fireflies in the twilight. Her days were filled with adventures in the fields and stories shared under the old oak tree with her friends. But what she loved most was exploring the attic of her family's cottage, a treasure trove of forgotten keepsakes and dusty memories. One breezy afternoon, as the sun cast its golden glow over Willowbrook, Lila climbed the creaky stairs to the attic. Her fingers brushed against old trunks and faded tapestries until they landed on a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It seemed to hum with a life of its own, warm to the touch and adorned with symbols that shimmered faintly in the dim light. With a gentle click, Lila opened the box. Inside lay a delicate opalescent feather that gleamed with all the colors of the rainbow. As she picked it up, a soft, melodious chime echoed in the room, and she felt a tingling warmth spread from her fingertips to her heart. Unbeknownst to Lila, this feather was no ordinary trinket. It was the feather of Whimsy, a magical relic said to grant a single, wondrous ability to its holder. The legend spoke of its power to reveal the beauty in the mundane and the magic hidden in everyday life. Curiosity piqued, Lila decided to share her discovery with her dearest friends, Finn and Marigold. Finn was a gentle soul with a heart as vast as the ocean, and Marigold was as bright and cheerful as her namesake. Together, they formed an unbreakable trio, bound by laughter and shared dreams. As they gathered beneath the shade of the old oak tree, Lila showed them the feather. Marigold's eyes widened with delight, and Finn's smile crinkled the corners of his eyes. They all felt the feather's magic, a soft whisper that promised adventures yet to come. With the feather in hand, Lila found herself able to see the world through new eyes. Colors seemed more vivid, the wind sang sweeter melodies, and even the simplest of tasks held a touch of wonder. But the feather's true magic was its ability to connect hearts and reveal the unseen threads of friendship and love that wove their lives together. One evening, as the village prepared for its annual harvest festival, a challenge arose. The beloved festival lanterns, which had always been lit by the village's elder, now refused to glow. The elder, wise and kind-hearted, was puzzled, for he could not decipher the reason behind their stubborn darkness. Determined to help, Lila, Finn, and Marigold approached the elder, offering their assistance. With the feather of Whimsy in her hand, Lila sensed a gentle tug, urging her towards the lanterns. As the trio examined the lanterns, they noticed a pattern etched into their surface, similar to the symbols on the feather's box. Finn, with his keen eye for detail, suggested they might be connected. Marigold, ever resourceful, proposed they use the feather's magic to unlock the lantern's secret. Holding the feather close, Lila touched it to the lanterns. A soft glow began to emanate from the feather, casting a warm light that danced across the lantern's patterns. Slowly, the symbols began to shimmer, revealing a hidden message, a riddle that needed solving. The riddle spoke of harmony and balance, of finding light in the heart of darkness. Understanding dawned on Lila and her friends. The lanterns needed more than just a spark. They required a union of hearts, a shared belief in the magic of togetherness. Gathering the villagers, Lila, Finn, and Marigold explained the riddle's meaning. Together, they formed a circle around the lanterns, joining hands and hearts. As they stood united, each person whispered a wish, a hope, or a dream, filling the night with their shared warmth and spirit. With a gentle flicker, the lanterns began to glow, their light growing brighter with each whispered word. Soon, they illuminated the entire village, casting a gentle golden glow over the festival grounds. Laughter and music filled the air as the villagers celebrated, their hearts aglow with the magic of connection. The feather of Whimsy had shown Lila and her friends that true magic lay not in the object itself, but in the bonds they shared and the wisdom found in unity. The lanterns shone brightly that night, a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of seeing the world through eyes open to wonder. As the festival drew to a close, Lila tucked the feather back into its box, knowing its magic would always linger in their hearts. The villagers returned to their cottages, the echo of laughter and joy lingering like a soft lullaby. Lila, Finn, and Marigold lay beneath the stars, content in the knowledge that they had discovered a secret far greater than any they could have imagined. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, crickets chirping a gentle serenade, the village of Willowbrook settled into the comfort of the night, wrapped in the timeless magic of friendship. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a winding, whispering river, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes like the tranquil sky just before dawn, Leora possessed a heart as warm as the sun's first light. She was known throughout the village for her kindness and her gentle way with the creatures of the forest. Yet despite her serene exterior, Leora carried within her a quiet turmoil, an unease with the changes that life seemed to be weaving around her. The village of Windwood was a place where seasons painted the landscape with vibrant strokes, and each change in the air was a reminder of the world's constant transformation. Leora loved the village, with its cobblestone paths and cottages draped in ivy, but she found herself at odds with the shifting seasons of her own life. She lingered in the comfort of familiarity, hesitant to embrace the unknown steps that awaited her. One crisp morning, as the golden leaves of autumn danced to the ground, Leora decided to take a walk through the forest that bordered the village. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp soil. Birds sang a melodious harmony, their notes rising like tendrils of smoke into the clear sky. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Leora found herself at the edge of a shimmering lake, its surface like polished glass reflecting the world around it. There, by the water's edge, stood an ancient willow tree, its branches trailing into the lake like long, graceful fingers. Leora had always been drawn to this spot, for it was here that the forest seemed to breathe with a magic all its own. As she settled beneath the willow, she closed her eyes, allowing the gentle rustle of leaves to lull her into a peaceful reverie. When she opened her eyes, Leora noticed a small, peculiar object nestled among the roots of the tree. It was a delicate, iridescent cocoon, shimmering with hues of azure and gold. Intrigued, she reached out, her fingers brushing softly against its surface. In that moment, a whisper seemed to drift through the air, a voice as soft as the breeze that carried it. Change, like the seasons, is a journey to be embraced. Startled yet comforted by the mysterious voice, Leora felt a warmth spread through her. She was not alone in her journey. The forest, the willow, and even the cocoon were companions in her quest for understanding. As days turned into weeks, Leora returned to the willow tree, watching over the cocoon with a nurturing heart. She began to see the forest through new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations that occurred with each sunrise. The once daunting concept of change began to feel less like an adversary and more like a friend guiding her along a path of discovery. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Leora sat by the lake, her heart open and her mind quiet. The cocoon, now glistening in the fading light, began to quiver. With gentle determination, its delicate casing split open, revealing a creature of exquisite beauty. A butterfly with wings like stained glass, each pattern a masterpiece of nature's artistry. The butterfly unfurled its wings, allowing the cool evening breeze to lift it into the air. As it soared, Leora felt a sense of liberation, as if the transformation she had witnessed was mirrored within her own heart. She understood then that change was not something to fear, but a natural progression of life, a necessary step towards the discovery of one's true self. Her newfound understanding was met with the warm embrace of her friends in the village. Among them was Rowan, a wise herbalist with a heart as vast as the forest, and Mira, a kind-hearted baker whose laughter was as sweet as her pastries. They had sensed Leora's struggle and had been waiting patiently for her to find the courage within herself. With their support, Leora began to explore new paths, both within the village and beyond. She learned to weave stories with Rowan, crafting tales that spoke of courage and transformation. With Mira, she baked bread infused with the fragrant herbs of the forest, sharing her creations with the villagers who had always been her family. As the sun set over Windwood, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Leora stood at the edge of the lake once more. The willow tree swayed in a gentle rhythm, its branches whispering secrets of the past and promises of the future. With a heart lightened by acceptance and a spirit emboldened by growth, Leora knew that she was ready for whatever changes lay ahead. For in the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient willow, she had discovered the truth that would guide her always. Change, like the butterfly's flight, was a dance of beauty and grace, an endless journey of becoming. And so, with a final glance at the shimmering lake, Leora turned towards the village, her steps light and sure, her heart aglow with the magic of transformation. And in the soft embrace of twilight, the forest sang its eternal song, a melody of change and renewal, a gentle reminder that every ending was but a new beginning. In the quiet of the night, as stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora lay in her bed, the cool breeze carrying the scent of pine through her open window. She closed her eyes, her mind drifting to dreams of the forest and the butterfly's dance. With each breath, she felt the peace of her newfound understanding, and she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be. As sleep enveloped her like a warm, comforting blanket, Leora smiled, her heart at peace with the world and its endless possibilities. For she had learned that growth was not a destination, but a journey that she would embrace with open arms and a hopeful heart. And as the night deepened, the village of Windwood slept, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where magic wove its tapestry of dreams and change. Story 16. Once upon a time, in the vast stretch of the galaxy known as the Silver Belt, there existed a small, humble space station called Starhaven. It was a kaleidoscope of cultures and creatures, where the air was filled with the gentle hum of interstellar engines and the soft whispers of cosmic winds. There, beneath the twinkling canopy of distant stars, two unlikely companions embarked on a journey that would forever change their worlds. One of these companions was a creature named Zelo, hailing from the lush, verdant planet of Arboris. Zelo's kind were known for their deep connection to nature, their skins adorned with patterns of leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the sunlight. Zelo had eyes the color of the forest canopy, and his gentle nature was reflected in his every movement, as if he carried an eternal piece of Arboris within him. The other was a mechanical being named Trix, from the technologically advanced world of Mechon. Trix's body was a marvel of engineering, comprising intricate gears and shimmering alloys. Her eyes glowed with a soft azure light that mirrored the skies of Mechon. Trix had a curious mind, always seeking to understand and learn from the universe around her. Their paths crossed in the bustling marketplace of Starhaven, amidst the vibrant stalls and the scent of spices from 1,000 worlds. Zelo was browsing through a collection of rare seeds, hoping to bring back a piece of the cosmos to Arboris, when Trix, who was on a quest to study organic life forms, accidentally bumped into him. A cascade of seeds tumbled to the ground. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Trix exclaimed, her voice a melody of soft chimes. She knelt to help gather the scattered seeds, her mechanical fingers surprisingly gentle. Zelo smiled warmly, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "No harm done, friend? These seeds are resilient, much like the stars themselves." As they worked together to collect the seeds, a curious spark of understanding flickered between them, a recognition of the beauty in their differences. Yet, it was not without its challenges. Their initial conversations were peppered with misunderstandings, as Zelo spoke of the whispers of the trees while Trix talked about the hum of circuits and data streams. One evening, as the duo sat beneath the artificial twilight of Starhaven, Zelo shared tales of Arboris. "The trees there sing with the wind, and the ground is alive with stories as old as time," he said, his eyes distant with longing. Trix listened intently, her mechanical mind struggling to comprehend the organic symphony Zelo described. "On Mechon, we have music too, crafted from the symphony of gears and the rhythm of machinery. I suppose, in a way, our worlds sing to us both," she mused. Their mutual curiosity began to weave the first threads of friendship, a tapestry of understanding that grew stronger when they decided to explore the ancient starship wreckage on the edge of Starhaven. It was said to hold secrets from the universe's infancy, a mystery that called to both their hearts. As they ventured into the derelict halls of the starship, they encountered an unexpected challenge. A malfunction in the ship's ancient systems caused the doors to seal shut, trapping them inside. The air was thick with dust and the scent of rust, and the corridors echoed with the distant groans of shifting metal. Fear flickered in Zelo's heart, the confined space so unlike the open expanses of Arboris. But Trix, with her knowledge of machines, remained calm. "We can get through this, Zelo. I'll guide us," she reassured. her voice a steady beacon in the dim light. Together, they navigated the labyrinthine corridors, Trix deciphering the ship's ancient controls, while Zello used his inherent sensitivity to detect the subtle vibrations in the walls, leading them away from potential dangers. Their combined strengths created a harmony that neither could have achieved alone. In those moments, they learned the value of trust and the strength found in unity. Zello, who once struggled to understand the language of circuits, now marveled at Trix's ability to communicate with the ship, while Trix found solace in Zello's intuitive connection to the world around them. After hours that seemed like days, they finally reached the control room, bathed in the soft glow of starlight filtering through a cracked viewport. There, they managed to override the systems and open the doors, stepping out into the vastness of Starhaven once more. As they took in the cool, fresh air, a deep bond had formed between them, one forged in the crucible of challenge and tempered by mutual respect and understanding. They had discovered that, though their worlds were different, their hearts spoke the same language of friendship and courage. Their adventure became a cherished story in the annals of Starhaven, a tale of unity amidst diversity. Zello and Trix continued to explore the cosmos together, their friendship a beacon that shone brightly in the endless night. And so, beneath the eternal dance of the stars, they found not only the secrets of the universe, but also the profound truth that the greatest journeys are those taken together, hand in mechanical hand. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled like the morning dew, and her heart was as pure as the stream that trickled through the heart of the woods. One crisp autumn day, as Willow ventured into the forest to gather wildflowers, she stumbled upon an old hollow tree stump. Nestled within its gnarled roots, a peculiar object caught her eye. A gleaming golden key, its intricate etchings beckoning her closer. As Willow reached out to grasp the key, a warm tingle spread through her fingertips, and the world around her seemed to shift. In the blink of an eye, the forest transformed, revealing a hidden path that wound through a vibrant wonderland unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering mushrooms dotted the landscape, their caps adorned with delicate patterns that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. Crystalline streams bubbled with effervescent hues, and whimsical creatures frolicked among the wildflowers, their laughter tinkling like wind chimes. Willow's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She knew she should turn back, but the allure of this enchanted realm was too strong to resist. Clutching the golden key tightly, she ventured forth, embarking on a journey that would change her forever. As she wandered deeper into the hidden world, Willow encountered a peculiar creature, a tiny, iridescent dragonfly with eyes that twinkled like stars. "Welcome, dear Willow," the dragonfly greeted her in a melodic voice. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this realm." Zephyr explained that the golden key Willow held was a powerful artifact, capable of unlocking the secrets of the natural world. However, a dark force had long sought to possess the key, threatening to disrupt the delicate balance of nature. Willow's eyes widened as Zephyr revealed her destiny. She was the chosen one, tasked with protecting the key and restoring harmony to the hidden realm. Overwhelmed by the gravity of her quest, Willow almost turned back, but Zephyr's words ignited a flame of courage within her. "Fear not, little one," Zephyr assured her. "You possess a strength greater than you know, and you will not journey alone." With a flick of his gossamer wings, Zephyr summoned 3 companions to aid Willow on her quest. First appeared Thistle, a feisty hedgehog with a heart of gold. Despite her prickly exterior, Thistle was fiercely loyal and brimmed with unwavering determination. Next came Mossy, a gentle turtle whose wisdom belied his years. Though he moved at a steady pace, Mossy's insight and calm demeanor would prove invaluable on their journey. Finally, Flutter joined them, a whimsical butterfly with a contagious zest for life. Her boundless energy and optimism would lift their spirits, even in the darkest of times. Together, the 4 friends embarked on a perilous adventure, navigating treacherous terrain and overcoming obstacles that tested their courage and resolve. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, their friendship defying all expectations. In the heart of the hidden realm, they discovered an ancient temple guarded by a cunning sphinx. To gain entry, they had to solve a series of riddles that challenged their wit and forced them to rely on one another's strengths. As they delved deeper into the temple's mysteries, they uncovered a sinister plot orchestrated by Umbra, a malevolent force seeking to plunge the natural world into eternal darkness. Willow's heart quailed, but her newfound friends rallied around her, their unwavering support fueling her determination. In a climactic battle against Umbra's minions, Willow harnessed the power of the Golden Key, unleashing a radiant light that banished the darkness and restored balance to the hidden realm. Umbra's malicious influence was vanquished, and the natural world breathed a collective sigh of relief. But Willow's journey was not yet complete. As she and her companions prepared to part ways, Zephyr revealed one final truth. The true power of the Golden Key resided not in its physical form, but within Willow's own heart. The key had awakened her innate connection to nature, allowing her to see the beauty and wonder that surrounded her every day. It had opened her eyes to the delicate balance of the world and the importance of protecting it. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her cherished friends, vowing to carry the lessons she had learned into the world beyond the forest. As she emerged from the hidden realm, she found herself transformed, no longer a timid girl, but a brave young woman with a newfound appreciation for the magic that lived within and around her. From that day forward, Willow became a fierce protector of nature, sharing her wisdom and inspiring others to cherish the world's wonders. And whenever she felt lost or afraid, she need only touch the golden key that now resided within her heart, reminding her of the unbreakable bonds of friendship and the power of courage, love, and hope. Story 18. Title: The Whispering Leaves. In a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and a forest that seemed to stretch into forever, there lay a hidden world waiting to be discovered. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and birdsong filled the skies each morning. This was a place where time moved slowly, where everyone knew each other's names, and tales of enchantment were whispered with the rustling leaves. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. She had bright, curious eyes that sparkled with the wonders of the world around her, and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Lila was known for her adventurous spirit, often wandering through the meadows and woods, always on the lookout for something extraordinary. Her days were spent exploring, her nights filled with dreams of magic and mystery. It was on one of these explorations that Lila stumbled upon a peculiar object. She had been following a path less trodden, a narrow trail that led her deeper into the forest than she'd ever ventured before. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the ground. As she wandered, she hummed a tune to the rhythm of her steps, feeling the cool breeze caress her cheeks. Suddenly a glint caught her eye, a shimmer among the fallen leaves. Curiosity piqued, she crouched down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was no ordinary box. Its surface was etched with delicate patterns of vines and stars, and it emitted a faint, warm glow. The box seemed to invite her to open it, whispering secrets only she could hear. Gingerly, Lila lifted the lid. Inside lay a simple yet exquisite pendant in the shape of a leaf. It was made of a metal unknown to her, a silvery hue with veins of emerald green running through it. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle pulse, as if the pendant was alive, resonating with the rhythm of her heartbeat. In that moment, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors brightened, the sounds of the forest grew more vivid, and Lila felt a connection to the world around her that she had never felt before. It was as if she had become a part of the forest itself, able to hear the whispers of the trees and understand the chatter of the birds. With this newfound sense of wonder, Lila realized that the pendant was no ordinary trinket. It was a magical object, a key to a world hidden within the familiar forest. The thought both thrilled and frightened her, for she knew that such magic came with responsibilities and unknown challenges. Determined to uncover the mysteries of this hidden world, Lila set off on a journey that would change her in ways she could not yet imagine. She began by exploring the forest more deeply, guided by the whispers of the leaves and the gentle tug of the pendant. Each day brought new discoveries, a hidden grove here, a sparkling stream there, each place teeming with life and magic. As she delved deeper, she encountered creatures she had only read about in storybooks. There were tiny fairies with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water, and talking animals who shared tales of ancient times. Lila found herself drawn to a particularly wise old owl named Oswin, whose feathers were as soft as silk and eyes as deep as the night sky. Oswin became her guide and friend, sharing wisdom and stories of the forest's past. He told her of a time when magic was abundant and the forest was alive with joyous celebrations. But as the world changed, the magic had retreated, leaving only whispers for those who still believed. Lila listened intently, her heart aching with the desire to bring back the magic and unite the world she loved. She learned that the pendant she had found was part of a set, each piece holding a different power, and only by reuniting them could the true magic of the forest be restored. With Oswin by her side, Lila embarked on a quest to find the remaining pieces. Her journey took her to the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with enchantment, and the very trees seemed to watch her with knowing eyes. Along the way, she met other companions, an inquisitive fox named Finn, whose playful nature brought laughter to their journey, and a gentle deer named Mira, who guided them with grace and wisdom. Together, this unlikely band of friends faced challenges that tested their courage and resolve. They navigated treacherous paths, solved riddles posed by ancient spirits, and overcame fears that lurked in the shadows. Through it all, Lila learned the value of friendship and the strength found in unity. Their adventures led them to a secret glade, hidden from the world and protected by powerful magic. In the center of the glade stood a grand tree, its trunk wide and sturdy, its branches reaching towards the heavens. The tree pulsed with life, its leaves shimmering with every color imaginable, as if it held the very essence of the forest's magic. At the base of the tree lay the remaining pieces of the pendant set, each one glowing with its own unique light. As Lila and her friends approached, the pieces began to hum, resonating with the pendant she wore around her neck. With trembling hands, Lila placed each piece in its rightful place, completing the set. In that instant, the forest came alive with magic. The air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to vibrate with joy. The colors of the forest intensified, the scents became richer, and the sounds more harmonious. It was as if the forest itself was singing, welcoming back the magic it had long yearned for. The grand tree, now fully awakened, spoke to Lila in a voice that was both gentle and wise. It thanked her for her bravery and kindness, for believing in the magic of the world and bringing it back to life. The tree bestowed upon her and her friends a gift, the ability to carry the magic within them, to share it with others and keep it alive in their hearts. With the magic restored, the hidden world within the forest was no longer a secret. The village, too, began to change, as the magic spread beyond the woods, touching the lives of everyone who called it home. The villagers, once skeptical, now embraced the wonders of the world around them, finding joy in the simplest of moments. Lila returned home, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She had embarked on a journey that had changed her, teaching her the power of friendship, courage, and belief. As she lay in bed that night, the pendant resting on her chest, she felt the warmth of the forest's magic surrounding her, a gentle reminder of the world she had helped to awaken. And so, with the forest's whispers lulling her to sleep, Lila dreamed of new adventures and the magic that danced within her heart, knowing that as long as she believed, the wonders of the world would always be within reach. And in the quiet of the night, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars, the forest whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen, promising a world of enchantment for those with the courage to seek it. As dawn broke, and the first light of morning painted the sky in hues of gold and pink, Lila awoke to the gentle chirping of birds and the scent of fresh dew. She stretched, feeling the warmth of the pendant against her heart, a comforting reminder of the magic she had embraced. The village, now vibrant and alive with newfound wonders, thrummed with excitement as tales of the forest's magic spread from person to person. Children played with fairies in the meadows, their laughter echoing through the hills, while the villagers shared stories of their own encounters with the enchanted forest. Lila found herself at the center of this newfound world, her adventures inspiring others to explore and discover the magic within their own lives. She led groups of curious children into the woods, teaching them to listen to the whispers of the leaves and to see the beauty in the world around them. Her heart swelled with joy as she watched their eyes light up with wonder and imagination. The forest, too, seemed to welcome the change, its magic flourishing with each new visitor who ventured into its depths. The trees stood taller, their leaves shimmering with vibrant hues, and the creatures of the forest danced with joy, their laughter blending with the rustling of the wind. One day, as Lila and her friends gathered in the secret glade, Oswin the wise old owl perched beside her, his feathers glistening in the sunlight. He looked at Lila with a knowing gaze, his eyes filled with warmth and pride. "You have done well, young one," he said, his voice as soft as the breeze. "You have brought the magic back to our world and reminded us all of the power of belief and friendship." Lila smiled, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the friendships she had forged. She looked around at her companions, Finn, the playful fox, and Mira, the gentle deer, each of them a testament to the bonds they had formed along the way. Together, they had discovered that magic was not just a force that existed in the world, but a light that shone within each of them, a light that could guide them through even the darkest of times. They had learned that true magic lay in the connections they shared, the moments of kindness and courage that brought them closer together. With the magic of the forest now a part of their lives, Lila and her friends continued to explore and discover, their adventures taking them to new and wondrous places. They encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with their own stories to tell, and learned that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered. And so, in the warmth of the forest's embrace, they lived their lives with joy and wonder, their hearts forever touched by the magic they had found. They knew that as long as they believed, the world would always be a place of enchantment and possibility, a place where dreams could come true. As the seasons passed and the years went by, the village thrived, its people united by the magic that had touched their lives. Lila, now grown, watched as the children she had once led into the forest grew into their own adventures, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had guided her. She knew that the magic of the forest would never fade, for it lived on in the hearts of those who believed, a legacy passed down from one generation to the next. And as she sat beneath the grand tree in the secret glade, the pendant still warm against her chest, she whispered a silent promise to the world she loved, a promise to always seek the magic within, to cherish the moments of beauty and wonder, and to share the light of her heart with the world. With that promise, Lila closed her eyes, feeling the gentle whisper of the leaves and the warmth of the sun on her face. She breathed in the scent of the forest, a blend of pine and earth, and let herself drift into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the magic of the world around her. And so, in the quiet of the night, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars, the forest whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen, promising a world of enchantment for those with the courage to seek it. For in the heart of the forest, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila and her friends had found a world where dreams could truly come to life. Story 19. On the edge of a quaint little village, nestled among the rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood an old cobbler's shop. The shop was a humble place, its wood-paneled walls lined with rows of neatly organized shoes, each pair more unique than the last. The cobbler himself, a kind-hearted man with a twinkle in his eye and a gentle touch, spent his days mending soles and stitching seams under the soft glow of a lantern. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, a young woman named Mira entered the shop. Mira was known throughout the village for her insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as fresh-baked bread. She had come to collect a pair of boots her grandmother had left for repair. As the cobbler fetched the boots from the back room, Mira's eyes wandered to a peculiar pair of slippers nestled on the highest shelf. They were unlike any she'd ever seen, woven from threads that shimmered like moonbeams and adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to dance with a life of their own. What are those? Mira asked, her voice a whisper of wonder. The cobbler returned with the boots and followed her gaze to the slippers. A soft smile played on his lips. Ah, those are the Dreamweaver's slippers, he said, placing the boots on the counter. They are said to hold the power to guide the wearer through their dreams. Mira's eyes widened with intrigue. May I try them on? The cobbler nodded, lifting the slippers from their resting place and handing them to her with care. But remember, dreams can reveal what the heart truly seeks. Tread wisely. That night, with the slippers snug on her feet, Mira settled into bed. As she drifted into sleep, the world around her began to shimmer and fade, transforming into a landscape of ethereal beauty. She found herself standing in a meadow bathed in silver light, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of lavender and the gentle hum of a distant stream. In this dream world, Mira was not alone. Tiny fireflies flitted around her, their glow warm and inviting. One firefly, larger than the rest and with wings that glistened like tiny jewels, floated closer. Welcome, dreamer, it buzzed softly, its voice a melodious whisper. I am Flicker, your guide through this realm. Mira smiled at the little creature, an instant friendship sparking between them. Hello, Flicker. What is this place? This is the Meadow of Whispers, Flicker replied, circling around her in a dance of light. It is a place where dreams weave with reality, revealing truths and desires. Mira followed Flicker through the meadow, her steps light and eager. They passed fields of swaying flowers, their petals singing in the breeze, and crossed bridges spun from silken strands that glistened like dew in the moonlight. With each step, Mira felt a sense of peace and clarity blooming within her. As they ventured deeper into the dream, they arrived at a glistening lake, its waters as smooth as polished glass. In the center of the lake stood a small island, upon which grew a singular, magnificent tree, its branches adorned with glowing fruit that pulsed with a gentle inner light. This is the Tree of Echoes, Flicker explained, hovering beside Mira. It bears the fruit of wisdom, but to reach it, you must listen to the whispers of your heart. Mira gazed at the island, feeling a pull as though the tree was calling to her. But between her and the island lay the challenge, a path of stepping stones that shifted and shimmered under the moonlit water, each stone inscribed with a question of the heart. With Flicker by her side, Mira stepped onto the first stone. A soft voice, as gentle as a lullaby, rose from the water. What is it that you truly seek? Mira paused, closing her eyes to listen to the quiet murmur of her thoughts. I seek understanding and purpose, she replied, her voice steady and sure. The stone glowed warmly, and she moved to the next. What do you fear? The voice asked, its tone neither judging nor harsh. I fear losing the connections that bind me to those I love, Mira admitted, her heart open and honest. One by one, Mira crossed the stones, each question leading her closer to the island and to herself. As she reached the final stone, the voice asked, What is your greatest strength? Mira smiled softly, feeling the answer resonate within her. My greatest strength is my kindness and the friendships I cherish. With that, the path solidified, and Mira stepped onto the island. The Tree of Echoes rustled its leaves in welcome, and one of its glowing fruits gently detached, floating into her hands. As she held it close, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of profound peace and understanding. Thank you, Flicker, Mira said, turning to her luminous guide, for helping me see what was within all along. Flicker buzzed happily, a joyful spark in its light. It is you who found the answers, dreamer. May they guide you well. As the dream began to fade, Mira felt the weight of the Dreamweaver slippers slip away, leaving her with a heart full of newfound wisdom and a soul light with serenity. She awoke in her bed, the early morning light spilling through her window, casting gentle shadows that danced across the room. In the days that followed, Mira moved through her world with a renewed sense of purpose and connection. She cherished each moment, every laugh shared with a friend, and every quiet evening spent with her grandmother. And though the Dreamweaver slippers sat quietly by her bedside, a reminder of her journey, she knew that the true magic lay within her own heart. And so, in the little village by the Whispering Woods, Mira's tale became one of gentle wisdom and enduring friendship, a story woven into the fabric of dreams and shared in soft whispers by the fireside, ensuring that, like the slippers themselves, it would be treasured for generations to come. Story 20. In a far-off corner of the universe, under the gentle twinkle of 1,000 stars, lay the verdant belt, a lush, vibrant region of planets known for their vivid flora and harmonious ecosystems. Among these celestial bodies were two distinct worlds, the crystalline lakes and towering flora of Glimmershore, home to the Lumina, and the rocky, mist-cloaked valleys of Thrum, where the sturdy Thrumites dwelled. The Lumina were ethereal beings, their skin shimmering like moonlit waters. They glided gracefully through their world, drawing energy from the brilliantly glowing plants that grew in abundance. The Thrumites, on the other hand, were robust, with skin as resilient as the stones of their homeland. They thrived in their rugged environment, their voices resonating like the deep tones of their planet's shifting stones. One peaceful evening, as a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of Glimmershore's blossoms, a Lumina named Lyra gazed at the sky, her heart filled with curiosity about the broader universe. She dreamed of exploring beyond her world, of meeting other beings and learning from them. Her kin often spoke of the Thrumites with caution, describing them as brusque and unyielding. Yet Lyra felt an inexplicable pull to understand them, to see if perhaps there was more than met the eye. Meanwhile, on Thrum, a young Thrumite named Rorik sat atop a high cliff, the mist swirling around him. He was known among his people for his gentle heart, despite his formidable appearance. Rorik longed to see the beauty of other worlds, to venture beyond the rocky expanses he knew so well. Tales of the Lumina fascinated him, his elders warning of their delicate, elusive nature, so different from the solid, dependable Thrumites. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a rare celestial dance, a shimmering portal bridged the distance between Glimmershore and Thrum. Without hesitation, Lyra and Rorik stepped through from their respective worlds, their hearts echoing the same yearning for discovery and connection. They found themselves face to face in the Enchanted Meadow, a place of soft grasses and twinkling lights that existed in the space between their worlds. Initially, their meeting was fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's graceful movements and soft, melodic voice seemed alien to Rorik, who was used to the earthy, resonant tones of his people. Similarly, Rorik's solid presence and deep, rumbling words unsettled Lyra, accustomed as she was to the fluidity and gentleness of her own kind. Yet, as they began to converse, a quiet understanding grew between them. Rorik shared tales of his world, of the way the mists danced in the valleys and how the stones sang when touched by the wind. Lyra listened with wide eyes, her heart softening as she realized the beauty in his descriptions. In return, she spoke of the luminescent flowers of Glimmershore, their colors like captured rainbows, and the serene lakes that mirrored the stars. Their differences, once intimidating, became fascinating points of connection. They discovered shared challenges, such as their desire to bring peace to their worlds and the responsibility of bridging understanding between their peoples. As they navigated these challenges, their friendship deepened. One day, as they explored the Enchanted Meadow, they stumbled upon a mysterious, ancient tree at its heart. Its branches reached towards the heavens, leaves shimmering with a light that seemed to pulse with the gentle energy of both worlds. At its base, a small opening beckoned them. Curiosity piqued, they ventured inside, finding themselves in a chamber filled with glowing symbols and a soft, musical hum. Together, they deciphered the symbols, realizing they were the key to maintaining the portal's balance. The task was intricate, requiring both of their unique abilities. Lyra's nimble fingers and intuitive understanding of energy guided her, while Rorik's strength and steady presence provided the grounding force needed to complete the task. In those moments of shared effort, they learned the true meaning of friendship, trust, mutual respect, and the celebration of each other's strengths. As the final symbol was set in place, the chamber filled with a warm golden light, enveloping them in a comforting embrace. Emerging from the tree, they found the meadow transformed, the plants and trees infused with a new vitality. The portal between their worlds now pulsed with a harmonious glow, promising peace and unity. Their journey had come full circle, from strangers wary of their differences to companions who cherished the bond they had forged. As they prepared to return to their respective worlds, they knew their friendship would continue to bridge the gap between Glimmershore and Thrum. As Lyra and Rorik bid each other farewell under the watchful eyes of the stars, they carried with them a piece of the enchanted meadow, a reminder of the lessons learned and the friendship that had bloomed in the space between their worlds. They knew that whenever they looked up at the night sky, they would see not just distant stars, but the light of a bond that transcended the boundaries of their worlds, forever bright and steadfast. And so, with hearts light and spirits renewed, Lyra and Rorik returned to their worlds, forever changed by the journey they had shared. Their story became a tale of inspiration among their people, a reminder that even the most unlikely of companions can discover the true meaning of friendship. As the gentle night enveloped the verdant belt, it was whispered that the meadow's enchantment had spread to both worlds, fostering a new era of understanding and unity, illuminated by the light of their enduring friendship. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, surrounded by lush emerald forests and rolling hills, there stood a little cottage with ivy-covered walls and a garden bursting with flowers of every hue. It was here that young Sophie lived with her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman known throughout the village for her kindness and her tales of magic and wonder. The village was a peaceful place, with cobblestone paths winding through fields of golden wheat and lavender. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the soft murmur of the nearby brook, which sang its way through the heart of the forest. It was a place where dreams seemed to float like dandelion seeds, carried on the gentle breezes that whispered through the trees. Sophie loved nothing more than listening to her grandmother's stories by the warm glow of the fireplace, the crackling logs casting dancing shadows on the walls. Each tale was a portal to a world of enchantment, where animals spoke in human tongues and stars were more than just distant lights in the sky. But of all the stories, there was one that captured Sophie's heart more than any other, a legend of a hidden world, a secret realm that lay deep within the heart of the forest, where magic thrived and wonders abounded. The story spoke of an ancient tree, its trunk as wide as a house, with branches that reached up to tickle the clouds. This tree, known as the Everheart Oak, was said to guard the entrance to a hidden world filled with creatures of light and shadow, a place where wishes came true and hearts were healed. But the way to the Everheart Oak was known only to those who were pure of heart and brave of spirit. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold danced to the ground, Sophie decided that she would embark on a journey to find this hidden world. She felt a pull, as if the forest itself was calling to her, whispering promises of adventure and discovery. With a heart full of determination, she set off, her grandmother's words of love and encouragement echoing in her ears. Sophie wore a cloak of deep green, stitched with silvery threads that shimmered like moonlight on water. Around her neck hung a small pendant, a gift from her grandmother, shaped like a star with a gemstone that glowed with a gentle inner light. It was said to bring courage and guidance to those who embarked on journeys of the heart. As Sophie stepped into the forest, she was enveloped by the cool embrace of the trees. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was fresh and filled with the scent of pine and earth, a symphony of nature's music, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of hidden crickets, and the distant call of a nightingale. The path was winding and often obscured by fallen leaves, but Sophie felt guided by an unseen hand. She followed the brook, its voice a comforting companion, leading her deeper into the heart of the forest. Along the way, she encountered creatures both familiar and strange, a curious fox with eyes that sparkled like gemstones, a rabbit with ears as long as its body, and a wise old owl who watched from a high branch, its feathers ruffled like autumn leaves. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of orange and pink, Sophie found herself standing before a grand tree, its trunk so wide it would take 10 people holding hands to encircle it. The bark was rugged and ancient, etched with patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Sophie knew, with a certainty that resonated in her very bones, that this was the Everheart Oak. She stepped closer, reaching out to touch the aged bark. At her touch, the tree seemed to hum, a deep and gentle sound that vibrated through the air. The pendant around her neck glowed brighter, casting a soft light that illuminated the tree's base. There, hidden among the roots, was a small arched doorway, just large enough for a child to pass through. It was carved with intricate designs of leaves and stars, and as Sophie watched, it swung open silently, revealing a warm, golden light from within. Taking a deep breath, Sophie stepped through the doorway, feeling a tingle of magic wash over her. She found herself in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, with stars that danced and sang softly. The air was alive with the scent of flowers and honey, and the gentle hum of magic vibrated through everything. Sophie walked along a path lined with flowers that glowed like tiny lanterns, their petals soft as silk. Creatures flitted around her, tiny winged beings with laughter like tinkling bells, and animals that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. It was a world of wonder and joy, and Sophie's heart swelled with a sense of belonging and peace. As she wandered, Sophie came upon a glade where a circle of stones stood like sentinels. In the center of the circle sat a figure cloaked in robes of midnight blue, stars twinkling in the fabric. The figure turned, revealing a face both ancient and wise, eyes twinkling with kindness. "Welcome, Sophie," the figure said, their voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "I am the keeper of the Everheart, and I have awaited your arrival." Sophie felt both awe and a deep sense of calm in the keeper's presence. "I have come seeking the hidden world of magic," she said, her voice steady and clear. The keeper smiled, nodding. "Indeed you have, and it is here that you shall find what you seek. But know this, dear child, the true magic lies not in the wonders you see, but in the heart that perceives them." Sophie pondered these words, feeling their truth resonate within her. She realized that the journey she had undertaken was as much about discovering herself as it was about discovering the magic of the world around her. "The world you have entered is a reflection of your own heart, Sophie," the keeper continued. "Here, you will face challenges and learn the true strength of friendship and kindness. Remember, the greatest magic of all is the love that binds us." With these words, the keeper waved a hand, and the stones began to glow, casting beams of light that intertwined to form a portal of shimmering colors. "Step through the portal, and your journey shall continue." Sophie took a deep breath, her heart filled with anticipation and courage. She stepped through the portal, feeling a rush of warmth and light envelop her. On the other side, she found herself in a meadow bathed in soft moonlight, the grass a silvery carpet. In the center of the meadow stood a small cottage, its windows aglow with golden light. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air. Sophie approached the cottage, feeling a sense of familiarity and comfort. As she reached the door, it swung open to reveal a young woman with eyes like morning skies and a smile that radiated warmth. "Welcome, traveler," the woman said, her voice a melody of kindness. "I am Leora, and this is my home. Please, come inside and rest." Sophie entered the cottage, feeling the warmth of the hearth and the soft glow of candlelight. The room was filled with the comforting aromas of herbs and spices, and a table was set with a simple meal of bread, cheese, and fruit. As they shared the meal, Leora spoke of the land and its wonders, her words painting a picture of a world both familiar and new. She told tales of the creatures that roamed the forests, the rivers that sang, and the mountains that watched over the land like ancient guardians. As the evening wore on, Sophie and Leora spoke of many things, of dreams and hopes, of the magic that lay within every heart. They laughed and shared stories, their friendship growing like a tender vine. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside, Sophie felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. She realized that this journey had brought her not only to a world of magic, but to a place where she had found friendship and understanding. The next morning, Sophie awoke to the song of birds and the gentle touch of sunlight. She stepped outside, feeling the soft grass beneath her feet, and took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. Leora joined her, her eyes bright with joy. "Today we shall explore the wonders of this land," she said, her voice filled with excitement. Together, they set off, wandering through fields of wildflowers and forests where the trees whispered secrets to the wind. They discovered hidden glades where streams bubbled with laughter and climbed hills that offered views of the world below, a patchwork of forests and meadows that stretched to the horizon. As they journeyed, Sophie felt a deep connection to the land and to Leora, her heart expanding with love and wonder. She realized that the magic of this world was woven into the very fabric of life, in the laughter of a friend, the beauty of a sunset, and the quiet moments of reflection beneath a starlit sky. Days turned into weeks, and Sophie learned much from Leora and the land around her. She discovered the joy of simple pleasures, the strength of kindness, and the power of a heart open to love and friendship. One evening, as they sat by a campfire beneath the vast expanse of stars, Leora turned to Sophie, her eyes filled with warmth. "You have brought much light to this world, dear Sophie," she said softly. "And though your journey here may soon come to an end, remember that the magic you have discovered lives within you, wherever you go." Sophie's heart swelled with emotion, tears of gratitude and joy welling in her eyes. She realized that her journey had been one of transformation, a journey that had taught her the true meaning of magic and friendship. As the fire crackled and the night wrapped them in its gentle embrace, Sophie knew that she would carry the lessons of this world with her always, a beacon of light and love to guide her on her path. The following morning, Sophie and Leora walked together to the edge of the meadow, where a familiar portal shimmered like a rainbow. It was time for Sophie to return to her own world, to share the magic and love she had found. Leora embraced her, a silent promise of enduring friendship passing between them. "Farewell, dear friend," she whispered. "May your heart always be filled with wonder and joy." With a heart full of gratitude and love, Sophie stepped through the portal, feeling the warmth and light of the hidden world envelop her once more. She found herself back in the forest, standing before the Everheart oak, the gentle hum of magic still resonating in the air. The sun was setting, casting long shadows and bathing the world in a golden glow. Sophie made her way back through the forest, her heart light and her spirit renewed. When she reached her village, she found her grandmother waiting by the garden gate, her eyes filled with love and understanding. "Welcome home, my dear," her grandmother said, embracing Sophie with warmth and tenderness. As they walked together to the little cottage, Sophie shared the tale of her journey, her heart overflowing with the magic and friendship she had discovered. That night, as Sophie lay in her bed, the gentle murmur of the brook and the soft chirp of crickets lulling her to sleep, she knew that her journey had only just begun. The hidden world of magic and wonder was still within her, a shining beacon of love and light that would guide her always. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the world outside settled into the quiet embrace of night, Sophie drifted into dreams filled with laughter and love, her heart forever touched by the magic of the hidden world. The end. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village, nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle embrace of rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Mira. Mira possessed a curious heart, always eager to discover the wonders of the world around her. Her days were filled with exploring the meadows, where wildflowers danced in the breeze, and clambering over the moss-covered stones that bordered the babbling brook near her home. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees, Mira stumbled upon something peculiar. Half buried under a carpet of fallen leaves lay an ancient, weathered book. Its cover was etched with swirling patterns and tiny silvery runes that glinted in the sunlight. Intrigued, Mira brushed away the leaves and opened the book, revealing pages filled with beautiful, flowing script and strange illustrations. As she traced her fingers over the mysterious script, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. Suddenly the pages shimmered, and a soft voice, like the rustling of leaves, whispered in her mind. "Greetings, seeker of wonders," the voice murmured. "I am the Chronicle of Whispers, a keeper of tales and magic. Within my pages lie the secrets of the world, waiting for those with open hearts and curious minds." Mira's eyes widened with awe. She had never encountered anything like this before. The Chronicle spoke of a long-lost ability to see the hidden magic in everyday things, a gift that had been forgotten over time. But to unlock this ability, Mira would need to embark on a journey of understanding, guided by the wisdom of those she would meet along the way. Eager to begin her adventure, Mira set off with the chronicle tucked safely under her arm. Her first stop was the cozy cottage of Old Man Thistle, a kindly elder known for his vast knowledge of the natural world and his gentle spirit. As Mira approached, the sweet scent of honey and herbs wafted through the air from the cottage's open windows. Old Man Thistle welcomed Mira with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling like stars. Over steaming cups of herbal tea, Mira shared the tale of the chronicle and her newfound quest. The old man listened intently, nodding in understanding. "The world is full of magic, my dear," he said, his voice a soothing melody. "But sometimes we become too busy to see it. You must learn to look beyond the surface of things, to find the magic that lies within." With these words of wisdom, Old Man Thistle gifted Mira a small polished stone, smooth and cool to the touch. "This stone will guide you," he explained. "When you hold it, focus your thoughts and open your heart, and it will reveal the magic hidden in plain sight." Armed with the stone and the chronicle, Mira continued her journey, her heart brimming with anticipation. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she encountered a cheerful squirrel named Pippin, who chattered excitedly from the branches of an ancient oak tree. Pippin had a knack for finding hidden treasures and offered to accompany Mira on her quest. Together, they journeyed through the forest, where the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle songs of birds. The chronicle guided them, revealing the stories behind the stones, the trees, and the streams they passed. With Pippin's help, Mira learned to see the world anew, noticing the subtle glow of magic that pulsed beneath the surface. Their path eventually led them to a tranquil glade, where the sunlight dappled the ground in a mosaic of light and shadow. In the center stood a gnarled willow tree, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Underneath its canopy, Mira found a circle of smooth stones, arranged with care. As she held the polished stone Old Man Thistle had given her, Mira focused her thoughts, letting her heart open to the whispers of the world around her. Slowly, the stones began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, revealing an ancient message woven into the earth. The message spoke of harmony and balance, of the interconnectedness of all things. It was a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or powerful spells, but in the quiet moments of understanding and connection that we share with the world and each other. With newfound clarity, Mira understood that her journey was not just about discovering magic, but about learning to see and appreciate the wonder that existed in her everyday life. She realized that wisdom was not just about acquiring knowledge, but about listening to the gentle teachings of the world and those around her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Mira and Pippin made their way back to the village. Her heart was full of gratitude, her mind alight with the wonders she had discovered. And so, in the comfort of her cozy home, with the Chronicle of Whispers resting on her bedside table, Mira drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the world around her. From that day on, Mira shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, teaching them to see the magic in their own lives. Her journey had changed not only her, but her entire village, fostering a community bound by friendship, understanding, and the quiet magic of everyday wonders. And so, the Chronicle of Whispers continued to weave its tales, its pages turning with the breeze, a silent guardian of the magic that dwelled within the heart of the world. Story 23. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her home, a charming stone cottage with a thatched roof, stood on the edge of a forest where sunlight danced through the leaves, scattering golden patterns onto the forest floor. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and her affinity for the forest's flora and fauna. However, despite her kind heart, Leora struggled with change. She cherished the familiarity of her life, reluctant to step beyond the comforting boundaries of her village and the routines that wove her days together. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood by the edge of the forest, her heart heavy with the whisper of new possibilities. She had heard tales of a magical glen deep within the woods, where those who journeyed there might find the answers they sought. Yet, the thought of venturing so far from the village filled her with a mix of curiosity and unease. Her closest friend, a wise old owl named Whiston, watched her from a nearby oak. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like two polished amber stones, gleaming with understanding. Whiston had seen many things in his long life and knew that Leora's reluctance was not uncommon. "Leora," he hooted softly, "the forest holds many secrets, but it also reflects the truths within us. Perhaps a walk through the woods might help illuminate the path you seek." Leora listened, her fingers brushing the soft moss at her feet. She knew Whiston was right. The forest had always been a place of solace for her, a sanctuary where she could think and feel without the noise of the world. With a deep breath, she decided to trust in the wisdom of the forest and her dear friend. As she walked deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting intricate, lace-like shadows that danced along the path. The forest was alive with the sound of birdsong, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle babble of a nearby brook, all weaving together to create a symphony of serenity. Leora followed the path that wound between ancient trees, their trunks thick with age and stories untold. She felt a sense of peace settle over her, as if the forest itself were encouraging her forward. As she walked, she began to notice small changes within herself, a lightness in her step, a stirring of hope in her heart. It was not long before she reached the glen, a secluded meadow bathed in sunlight, surrounded by a ring of towering oaks. In the center of the glen stood a shimmering pool, its surface mirroring the sky above. Leora approached the pool, drawn by its serene beauty, and knelt beside it, gazing into the depths. To her astonishment, the water began to ripple, and an image appeared, a reflection not of herself as she was, but as she could be. The vision showed her standing confidently, her eyes bright with purpose and joy. This glimpse of her potential self filled Leora with a warmth she had never known, a quiet assurance that she could embrace change and grow from it. Moved by the vision, Leora stayed by the pool for a long time, contemplating the message it held. As she sat, a gentle breeze rustled through the glen, carrying with it the soft voice of the forest. "Trust in yourself, Leora," it seemed to say. "Change is the wind that carries us forward." Rejuvenated and inspired, Leora rose to her feet, her heart light with understanding. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced. It was a natural part of life, as inevitable and beautiful as the changing seasons. With this newfound wisdom, she began her journey back to the village, eager to share her experience with Whiston and the others. As she emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow over the village. Leora felt a deep sense of gratitude for the forest and its gentle guidance. She knew now that she could face whatever changes life might bring with courage and grace. When she returned to her cottage, Whiston was waiting for her, perched on the windowsill. His eyes twinkled with approval as Leora recounted her journey and the lessons she had learned. "You see, Leora," he said, "the forest mirrors the heart. It shows us what we already know deep within." From that day forward, Leora embraced the changes in her life with an open heart and a curious spirit. She found joy in new experiences and discovered strengths she never knew she had. The village noticed her transformation, and she inspired others to seek their own paths of growth and discovery. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest and the wisdom of her friends, Leora learned that true magic lies not in resisting change, but in the courage to grow. The village, the forest, and Leora herself thrived in harmony, each season bringing new wonders to explore. As the years passed, Leora continued to journey into the woods, always returning with stories of discovery and transformation. Her heart remained forever open to the beauty of change, and her life became a testament to the power of embracing the unknown with love and trust. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire in her cozy cottage, sharing her tales with friends and family. Together, they would listen, their hearts warmed by the lessons of the forest and the gentle wisdom of a young woman who had learned to embrace the magic within. Story 24. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst lush, rolling hills and murmuring brooks, there was a whisper of magic that lingered in the air like the soft, sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers went about their daily lives, tending to their gardens and sharing laughter over wooden fences, yet few knew of the hidden wonders that lay just beyond the well-trodden paths. This is where our story begins, with a young girl named Lila, who had a heart as open as the wide, azure sky and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila lived at the edge of Willowbrook, in a cozy cottage that seemed to have grown from the earth itself, with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof that blended seamlessly with the surrounding woods. Her days were filled with exploration, her bare feet often pattering along the mossy trails that wound through the forest, beneath the dappled sunlight that danced through the leaves. One sun-drenched afternoon, as the golden rays filtered through the canopy, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. It was a key, quite unlike any she had seen before, half buried in the soft, loamy soil. It glinted with an otherworldly sheen, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. Lila picked it up, her fingers tingling with a sensation she could only describe as the hum of possibility. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if urging her forward, and Lila felt a pull in her heart that she couldn't ignore. She tucked the key into her pocket and set off in search of what it might unlock. The forest seemed to change as she ventured deeper, the familiar paths giving way to unfamiliar vistas. The trees grew taller, their trunks thick with age, and a soft, ethereal glow suffused the air. It was as if the woods themselves were alive with anticipation, their whispers growing louder the further she went. Eventually, Lila came upon a clearing where the sunlight poured like liquid gold, and at its center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled roots twisting into the earth like the tendrils of a great wise being. Nestled in the heart of this old tree was a wooden door, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila's heart quickened with excitement as she approached, the key in her pocket warm to the touch. With a deep breath, she inserted the key into the lock and turned it. The door swung open with a soft sigh, revealing a hidden world that shimmered with enchantment. Beyond the threshold lay a realm unlike anything Lila had ever imagined. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and lavender, and the sky above was a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting with the gentle ebb and flow of an unseen tide. Strange and wonderful creatures frolicked in the meadows, their laughter echoing like wind chimes in a summer breeze. As Lila stepped through the door, she felt a gentle warmth envelop her, as if the very essence of the place was welcoming her into its embrace. She wandered along paths lined with flowers that sang softly as she passed, their petals brushing against her skin like the whisper of a promise. In this hidden world, Lila met beings both curious and kind. There was Finn, a sprightly creature with wings like dew-kissed leaves, who delighted in playing tricks and sharing stories of the olden days. He was quick to befriend Lila, sensing in her a kindred spirit who longed to uncover the mysteries of the world. Together with Finn, Lila embarked on a journey through this magical realm. They explored valleys where rainbows arched like bridges over crystal-clear streams, and climbed hills that offered breathtaking views of a landscape that seemed to stretch into infinity. With each step, Lila felt herself changing, her heart expanding with wonder, and her spirit growing ever more attuned to the magic that flowed through the land. But as the days passed, Lila discovered that not all was as idyllic as it seemed. A shadow lurked at the edges of this world, a creeping darkness that threatened to unravel the delicate tapestry of magic. Finn revealed that it was the work of an ancient curse, one that had been cast long ago by a being of great power and malice, who had sought to bend the realm to its will. The curse had lain dormant for centuries, but now it was awakening, its tendrils reaching out to weave a web of despair. The creatures of the land were beginning to lose their laughter, their voices growing quiet and their eyes dimming with fear. Determined to help her newfound friends, Lila set out to find a way to break the curse. With Finn by her side, they journeyed to the heart of the realm, where it was said a source of great power lay hidden. It was a place shrouded in myth, known only as the Crystal Grove. Their path was fraught with challenges, as the darkness sought to ensnare them at every turn. They faced trials that tested their courage and resolve, but through it all, they remained steadfast, buoyed by the strength of their friendship and the hope that they might find a way to restore the light. As they neared the crystal grove, Lila felt a change within herself. She had grown stronger, her heart a beacon of light that shone brightly against the encroaching shadows. She realized that her journey had not only brought her to this hidden world, but had also unlocked something within her, a wellspring of magic that had been waiting to awaken. In the grove, the crystals glowed with a soft, ethereal light, their surfaces reflecting the myriad colors of the sky. At the center stood a single, towering crystal, its surface as smooth as glass and its depths shimmering with an inner fire. Lila approached it, feeling the gentle pulse of its energy resonating with her own. With a deep breath, she placed her hands upon the crystal, allowing her magic to flow through her fingers and into its core. The light within the crystal flared, a brilliant cascade of colors that washed over the grove, banishing the shadows and breaking the curse that had held the realm in thrall. A cheer rose from the creatures of the land, their laughter ringing out like the sweetest of melodies. The darkness that had threatened their world was gone, leaving behind only the promise of bright days and joyous nights. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her friends, her heart full with the knowledge that she would always carry a piece of their magic with her. Stepping back through the door of the ancient oak, Lila found herself once more in the familiar forest, the key still warm in her pocket. The hidden world had changed her, its wonders awakening a part of her soul that would forever seek out the extraordinary. As she made her way back to her cottage, the stars began to twinkle overhead, each one a reminder of the adventure that had unfolded beneath their watchful gaze. Lila knew that she would always cherish the memories of her time in the hidden realm, and that the friendships she had forged would remain a guiding light in her life. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit alight with possibility, Lila returned to Willowbrook, forever changed by the magic she had discovered and the journey she had taken. The key lay safe in her hands, a token of the world she had come to love, and a promise of the adventures yet to come. As she drifted off to sleep, the gentle murmur of the forest outside her window, Lila dreamed of rainbows and crystal groves, of laughter and friendship, and of the magic that could be found in the most unexpected places. In the quiet of the night, beneath the blanket of stars, she knew that her heart would always be open to the wonders of the world, and that her journey was only just beginning. The end. Story 25. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a thick canopy of emerald leaves, there existed a place where the whisper of the wind sang songs of times long past. The forest was a living tapestry, woven with the stories of every creature that had ever called it home. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine needles, mingling with the earth's rich, loamy fragrance, and the gentle rustle of leaves was a constant lullaby to all who wandered beneath the towering trees. Within this enchanted realm, nestled beside a burbling brook that wound its way like a silver thread through the forest, lay the small village of Greenwood Hollow. It was a place where harmony reigned, and the rhythms of nature set the pace for life. The villagers, both human and creature alike, lived in gentle companionship, each respecting the delicate balance of their shared world. One of the most revered inhabitants of Greenwood Hollow was an ancient tortoise named Bartholomew. His shell, an intricate mosaic of earthy browns and greens, was said to hold the wisdom of the ages. Bartholomew had witnessed the cycle of seasons turn countless times, and his eyes, wise and knowing, twinkled with the light of every sunrise and sunset he had seen. Every morning, the villagers would gather in the clearing near the brook, where the soft gurgle of water and the sweet call of songbirds created a symphony of serenity. Here, they shared stories and learned from one another, and it was Bartholomew who often led these gatherings. With a voice as soft as the rustling leaves, he would tell tales of the forest's wonders and the importance of living in harmony with all things. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, A gentle fog rolled into the forest, its tendrils weaving through the trees like the ghostly fingers of a forgotten dream. The villagers gathered in the clearing, pulling their cloaks tightly against the cool air. As they settled, Bartholomew began his story, his voice resonating with the warmth of a crackling fire. In a time long ago, he started, when the forest was still young, the seasons were governed by the magic of the earth. Each season brought its own gifts, and it was the responsibility of all creatures to ensure the balance was kept. The villagers listened intently, their breaths mingling with the mist that danced around them. Winter, with its blanket of snow, provided rest and reflection. Spring awakened the world with its blossoms and new life. Summer's warmth allowed growth and abundance, and autumn, with its harvest, prepared us for the coming chill. It was this cycle, this balance, that ensured our world thrived. As Bartholomew spoke, a gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves, sending them swirling into the air like 1,000 tiny dancers. But, he continued, there was a time when this balance was threatened. A great storm, fierce and unrelenting, swept through the forest, disrupting the harmony that had been so carefully tended. The villagers leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. It was then, Bartholomew said, that the creatures of the forest came together, united in their resolve to restore what had been lost. The wise owl, with her knowledge of the stars, guided the way. The industrious beaver, with his skill in building, repaired the damage, and the gentle deer, with her keen sense of the land, helped find the path to renewal. As the story unfolded, the villagers could almost see the scene before them, each creature playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Through their cooperation and respect for one another, Bartholomew concluded, the forest was healed and the balance restored. It was a lesson that has been passed down through the ages, that by working together and honoring the natural world, we can overcome even the greatest challenges. As the story came to an end, the fog lifted, revealing the sun's golden rays filtering through the trees. The villagers, inspired by Bartholomew's tale, felt a renewed sense of purpose and connection to the world around them. From that day forward, the people of Greenwood Hollow made it their mission to protect the forest and all its inhabitants. They planted trees, tended to the land, and celebrated the changing seasons with festivals that honored the beauty and magic of their world. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the village of Greenwood Hollow thrived. Its people and creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of Bartholomew and the lessons of the past. The forest, in turn, shared its secrets and wonders, a living testament to the power of unity and respect for all living things. As the years passed, new stories were woven into the fabric of the forest, each one a reminder of the importance of balance and the enduring strength of friendship and cooperation. And though the seasons continued to change, the spirit of Greenwood Hollow remained constant, a beacon of peace and harmony in a world of ever-shifting wonders. Story 26. Title: Whispering Winds and the Enchanted Feather. In the heart of the lush, verdant valley of Windward Glen, where the whispers of the trees could almost be heard in the gentle rustle of their leaves, a quaint village nestled comfortably. The village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where time seemed to meander as slowly as the bubbling brook that wound its way through the village green. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the evenings were serenaded by the harmonious chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of owls. In this serene village lived a young girl named Anya. She was as curious as the brook was winding, with eyes that sparkled like two bright stars on a clear night. Her days were filled with the simple joys of gathering wildflowers, chasing butterflies, and listening to the stories her grandmother spun by the fireside. Yet Anya yearned for something more, something that would take her beyond the familiar confines of Willowbrook. Anya's grandmother, Miriam, was known throughout the village for her wisdom and her gentle heart. Her stories often spoke of a hidden world within the forest, a place whispered about in hushed tones, where magic thrived and mysteries unfolded. Anya's favorite tale was about the enchanted feather, a mystical object said to possess the power to grant the heart's truest wish. It was said to be hidden deep within the forest, protected by the ancient spirits of the wood. One crisp autumn morning, As the leaves danced their way to the ground in a riot of amber and gold, Anya decided that she would find the enchanted feather. With a small satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a flask of warm tea, she set off towards the forest, determination etched in her every step. The forest was a symphony of life. The towering trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches a latticework that filtered the sunlight into delicate patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the earthy scent of moss and the faint sweetness of wild berries. Anya walked with a reverent hush, her heart fluttering with anticipation and a touch of trepidation. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to embrace her, the path narrowing into a tunnel of leaves that whispered secrets only the trees could know. It was here, amidst the dappled shadows and soft murmurs of the woodland creatures, that Anya encountered her first companion on this unexpected journey, a fox with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves. The fox, with eyes like liquid amber, watched Anya with a curious tilt of its head. Anya, feeling bold, approached slowly, extending her hand. To her surprise, the fox did not shy away. Instead, it nuzzled her palm with a soft, warm nose. "Hello, little one," Anya whispered, her voice a gentle caress against the quiet of the forest. "Will you help me find the enchanted feather?" The fox gave a small yip, as if in agreement, and trotted ahead, glancing back occasionally to ensure Anya was following. And so, with her new companion leading the way, Anya continued deeper into the heart of the forest. As they journeyed, the landscape began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker, and the air hummed with an energy that felt both ancient and alive. The path led them to a clearing where a small pond lay, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky's azure expanse. At the edge of the pond stood a figure, cloaked in robes of soft green that seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. "Welcome, traveler," the figure spoke, their voice as soft as the breeze that stirred the leaves. "I am Silas, guardian of the forest." Anya dipped her head respectfully. "I seek the enchanted feather," she said, her voice steady with purpose. Silas studied her with eyes that held the depth of centuries. "The feather you seek is a gift of the forest, but it is not easily found. It requires a heart pure of intention, and the journey itself is as important as the destination." Anya nodded, understanding that her quest was not just about finding the feather, but about the discoveries she would make along the way. With Silas's blessing, Anya and the fox continued their journey. The forest unfolded before them like a tapestry of wonder, each step revealing new marvels. They encountered a family of deer grazing in a sun-dappled glade, their gentle grace a reminder of the beauty and stillness. A babbling brook, its waters clear and cool, invited them to pause and refresh themselves. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Anya felt a twinge of doubt. What if the enchanted feather was just a story, a figment of imagination? Just as her resolve began to waver, the fox nudged her ankle gently, as if to reassure her. And then she heard it, a soft, melodious hum drifting through the trees. It was a sound that seemed to resonate with her very soul, drawing her forward with an invisible thread. Anya followed the sound, her heart beating in time with its rhythm. The source of the melody was a majestic bird perched on a branch overlooking a small, secluded glen. Its plumage shimmered with iridescent hues, and from its tail hung a single feather that glowed with an ethereal light. Anya approached slowly, her breath caught in awe. The bird regarded her with eyes that seemed to see into her very being. It let out a low, harmonious note, and in that moment, Anya understood that this was the guardian of the enchanted feather. With a gentle nod, the bird released the feather, which floated down like a whisper on the breeze, landing softly in Anya's outstretched hands. As she held it, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and fulfillment. The enchanted feather was hers, not as a mere object of magic, but as a symbol of her journey, of the friendships forged and the lessons learned. She realized that her heart's truest wish was not for herself, but for the happiness and well-being of those she loved. As Anya made her way back to Willowbrook, the forest seemed to sing with her, the trees leaning in to offer their quiet congratulations. The fox trotted beside her, a steadfast companion to the end. When Anya returned home, her grandmother was waiting by the fireside, her eyes twinkling with warmth and pride. Anya sat beside her, the enchanted feather resting gently in her lap. And as the fire crackled and the shadows danced on the walls, Anya shared her tale. She spoke of the forest's wonders, of Silas's wisdom, and of the majestic bird with its captivating song. Her grandmother listened, her heart swelling with love for the brave, kind-hearted girl who had ventured into the unknown and returned with a gift far greater than magic. That night, as Anya drifted into a peaceful slumber, the enchanted feather glowed softly by her bedside, a reminder of the journey that had changed her in ways she was only beginning to understand. And so, in the heart of Windward Glen, where the whispers of the trees could almost be heard, Anya's story became another cherished tale in the village of Willowbrook, a story of friendship, courage, and the magic that resides in every heart. The end. Story 27. In a forest where the towering trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves and sunlight danced softly across the forest floor, there existed a hidden world where natural creatures lived in delicate harmony. This ancient woodland, cradled between misty mountains, held an air of enchantment, its boundaries a mere suggestion that nature and magic had crafted together. At the heart of this forest stood the great oak, a tree so vast and majestic that its branches seemed to embrace the sky. Its bark was gnarled with age, telling stories of countless seasons past. Beneath its canopy lay a small clearing, where moss formed a lush carpet and wildflowers painted the earth with hues of lavender and gold. Here, the creatures of the forest gathered, drawn by the gentle hum of life that pulsed through the roots of the great oak. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who carried the weight of many years in his eyes. His shell was etched with the lines of time, and his movements were slow but purposeful. Thistle was revered among the forest dwellers for his knowledge of the world and his deep understanding of the balance that sustained them all. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves with strokes of amber and crimson, Thistle made his way to the clearing. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Birds sang softly from the treetops, their melodies a gentle serenade to the day. As Thistle settled near the base of the great oak, the forest creatures gathered around, their eyes bright with curiosity and respect. There was Luna, the graceful hare with fur as soft as a whispering breeze, always eager to learn from Thistle's tales. Beside her sat Bramble, the clever fox whose keen eyes missed nothing, and Pip, the playful squirrel who bounded from branch to branch, his bushy tail a blur of excitement. Today they were joined by a newcomer, a young deer named Fawn, whose eyes sparkled with the innocence and wonder of youth. Fawn had recently ventured into the heart of the forest, drawn by the stories of the great oak and the wisdom it sheltered. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled shadows on the ground, Thistle began his tale. Long ago, he said, his voice a gentle rumble, when this forest was but a sapling, the balance of life was forged by the dance of the seasons. Each season brought its gifts and challenges, teaching us the rhythm of the earth. Thistle spoke of spring, when the forest awoke from its slumber. The streams, swollen with melting snow, sang with joy, and the air was alive with the scent of blossoms. It was a time of renewal and growth, when the creatures worked together to ensure the forest flourished. He then described summer, when the sun's warm embrace nurtured the earth. The days were long and filled with the hum of bees and the laughter of young animals learning the ways of the world. It was a time of abundance and play, where friendships deepened under the canopy of leaves. As Thistle talked of autumn, the creatures listened intently. The season was one of transformation, as the forest donned a cloak of fiery colors. The days grew shorter, and the air carried a crispness that signaled the coming change. It was a time for preparation, for gathering and storing, as the creatures worked together to face the challenges ahead. Finally, Thistle spoke of winter, the season of rest and reflection. The forest lay quiet under a blanket of snow, its beauty serene and still. It was a time of sharing warmth and stories, of seeking comfort and companionship, as the creatures waited for the cycle to begin anew. But, Thistle continued, his eyes meeting those of his attentive audience, the balance of the forest is delicate, and it is our duty to protect it. Each of us has a role to play, no matter how small, in maintaining the harmony that sustains us all. At his words, the creatures nodded, understanding the wisdom passed down through generations. They knew the importance of their actions, of living in harmony with nature and each other, for the forest was their home, their sanctuary. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow over the clearing, Luna, with her gentle heart, spoke up. "How can we ensure that balance, Thistle? What can we do to protect our home?" Thistle smiled, a warmth radiating from his wise old eyes. "We must listen to the forest," he replied. "It speaks to us through the rustle of leaves, the babble of brooks, and the whispers of the wind. By understanding its needs and respecting its cycles, we can live in harmony with it." Bramble nodded, his clever mind already pondering the ways he could use his skills to help. Pip, ever the optimist, chattered excitedly about spreading the seeds of wildflowers, ensuring that beauty and life continued to flourish. And Fawn, her eyes wide with determination, vowed to learn all she could, to become a guardian of the forest like Thistle and the others. She understood now that her journey into the heart of the forest was just beginning, and she was eager to play her part. As the shadows lengthened and the forest began to settle into the quiet of evening, Thistle's heart swelled with pride. He knew the future of the forest was in good hands, with creatures who cherished its beauty and understood the importance of balance. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes, their hearts filled with the wisdom of the ages. They knew that together they could face any challenge, for they were united by the bonds of friendship and the shared love of their magical home. In the gentle embrace of the great oak, the forest sighed contentedly, a living testament to the harmony and balance that had been nurtured through time. And as the night enveloped the woodland in a soft, silvery glow, the creatures snuggled into their nests and burrows, dreaming of the wonders that awaited them with the dawn of a new day. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a cozy corner of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young raccoon named Remy. He was a curious little fellow with an insatiable appetite for adventure. Every night, Remy would curl up in his cozy tree hollow and listen to the enchanting tales of the wise old oak tree, Grandfather Willow. One evening, as Remy nestled beneath his warm quilt, Grandfather Willow began to weave a particularly intriguing story. "My little friend," the tree's voice creaked, "have you noticed the strange occurrences in the forest lately? The mushrooms seem to have grown eyes, and the fireflies dance in peculiar patterns." Remy's eyes widened with excitement. He had indeed noticed these oddities, but he had always been too timid to investigate further. Grandfather Willow's words filled him with a sense of courage and determination. The next morning, Remy set off into the heart of the Whispering Woods, his keen senses alert for any clues. As he scampered along the mossy path, he noticed a trail of glittering dust leading deeper into the forest. Curiosity got the better of him, and he followed the sparkling trail. Soon, Remy found himself in a clearing unlike any he had seen before. The trees seemed to whisper secrets, and the air was thick with the scent of magic. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent toadstool, its cap adorned with tiny twinkling eyes. Suddenly, a voice as gentle as a summer breeze drifted through the air. "Welcome, young one. We have been expecting you." Remy whirled around, his heart racing, and came face to face with a tiny fairy perched on a nearby branch. Her gossamer wings shimmered in the dappled sunlight, and her smile was warm and inviting. "My name is Willow," she said, fluttering closer, "and this is the Enchanted Glade, a place where magic blooms and secrets are revealed." Remy listened intently as Willow explained the strange occurrences he had witnessed. It seemed that a mischievous group of forest sprites had been playing harmless pranks, infusing the mushrooms with sight and guiding the fireflies in intricate dances. "But their antics have upset the delicate balance of the forest," Willow said, her voice tinged with concern. "If we do not restore harmony soon, the magic may become unstable." Remy knew what he had to do. With Willow's guidance, he embarked on a quest to gently persuade the sprites to rein in their trickery. It was no easy task, for the sprites were as mischievous as they were elusive. However, with patience and clever observation, Remy managed to track down their secret hideaway, a hollowed-out log where they gathered to plan their pranks. Using his charm and wit, he convinced the sprites to channel their playful energy into more positive endeavors, like creating beautiful patterns with the fireflies, or coaxing the mushrooms to sprout in vibrant colors. As the sprites agreed to Remy's proposal, a warmth seemed to spread through the whispering woods. The trees stood a little taller, the flowers bloomed a little brighter, and the magic hummed with a peaceful harmony. That night, as Remy curled up in his cozy tree hollow, Grandfather Willow's voice drifted through the branches. "Well done, my little friend," the wise oak said. "You have proven yourself a true guardian of the forest, and the magic is safe, thanks to your bravery and compassion." Remy smiled contentedly, knowing that the Whispering Woods would continue to enchant and delight for generations to come, its secrets carefully guarded by those who understood the true value of harmony and wonder. Story 29. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, where the soft tendrils of mist wove through the towering trees like a silken veil, there was a small clearing known as the Glade of Seasons. Here the air was perfumed with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers. The forest floor was a tapestry of vibrant greens and delicate whites, a perfect resting place for the creatures who called this enchanted realm home. In this glade lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was as weathered and wise as the stones that lined the bubbling brook nearby. Thistle had lived through countless cycles of the moon and had seen the forest change its attire with each passing season. His eyes, deep and gentle, held the secrets of the forest and the stories of those who had walked its paths before him. One crisp morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight danced upon the dew-kissed leaves, Thistle awoke to a gentle rustling in the underbrush. Out from the shadows emerged a young fox named Flicker, her coat a fiery red that glowed with the warmth of autumn leaves. Flicker had recently arrived from the distant hills, drawn by tales of the Glade of Seasons. "Good day, Thistle," Flicker greeted, her voice as light as a breeze. "I seek your wisdom. I have heard whispers of the magical phenomena that bless this forest, and I wish to understand the harmony that binds the creatures here." Thistle nodded slowly, his head moving with the grace of a swaying branch. "Ah, young Flicker, the magic of this forest is woven into the fabric of every leaf, every stream. It is a symphony of life, a delicate balance that must be respected and cherished." As they spoke, the forest around them seemed to hum with life. The gentle chirping of crickets filled the air, and the rustling of leaves created a soft, rhythmic melody. Overhead, a family of birds flitted from branch to branch, their wings painting the sky with strokes of blue and gold. "Come," Thistle beckoned, beginning a slow and steady walk through the glade. Flicker followed, her paws gliding silently over the soft earth. They passed beneath the canopy of ancient oaks, where the sunlight filtered through in dappled patterns, casting a warm glow upon their path. "Long ago," Thistle began, his voice a deep rumble that resonated with the wisdom of ages, "the forest was in turmoil. The seasons clashed, each fighting for dominion over the land. The trees could not decide whether to sleep or wake, and the creatures were confused, unable to prepare for the changes. But it was in this very glade that a council of the forest's oldest beings gathered." As they walked, Flicker imagined the scene. The great stag with his antlers like branches reaching for the sky, the wise owl perched upon a high limb, and the old bear whose strength was rivaled only by his gentleness. Together, they had listened to the whispers of the wind and the murmur of the streams, seeking a way to restore balance. They learned, Thistle continued, that each season had its place, its own beauty and purpose. Spring brought renewal, summer, abundance. Autumn was a time of reflection and harvest, while winter offered rest and renewal. As if to illustrate his words, they came upon a meadow where the last blooms of summer mingled with the first fiery leaves of autumn. Flicker paused, her eyes wide with wonder at the sight. The air was rich with the scent of ripe berries and the crisp, invigorating hint of incoming frost. "The magic of the seasons is not just in their passing," Thistle explained, "but in their connection to one another. Each prepares the way for the next, creating a cycle that sustains us all." Flicker nodded, understanding dawning in her bright eyes. She could feel the rhythm of the forest in her very bones, a pulse that matched her own heartbeat. "And the creatures of the forest?" she asked. "How do they fit into this tapestry?" We each have our role, Thistle replied, a gentle smile playing upon his lips. The bees spread the pollen, the birds carry seeds to new places. Even the smallest ant contributes to the health of the soil. We are each a thread in this grand tapestry, and together we ensure the forest thrives. As they walked on, Flicker noticed a change in the air. A gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of snow and the promise of winter. The leaves whispered secrets to one another, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Winter will soon be upon us," Thistle said, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. "It is a time for rest, a time to gather strength for the spring's renewal." Flicker nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The forest, with its ever-changing seasons and timeless wisdom, was a living reminder of the harmony that could be found in the cycles of life. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Flicker and Thistle returned to the glade. The stars began to twinkle overhead, each one a tiny beacon in the vast, velvety sky. "Thank you, Thistle," Flicker said, her voice soft and sincere. "I feel as though I am a part of something much greater now." Thistle chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "You always have been, dear Flicker. Remember, the magic of the forest is within you, just as much as it is around you." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with newfound understanding, Flicker nestled down beside Thistle. The gentle crackle of a nearby fire added its soft warmth to the cool night air, and the two friends watched as the forest settled into the peaceful embrace of night. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the protective canopy of the ancient trees, the glade of seasons continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring wisdom and harmony of nature. As Flicker drifted into a gentle slumber, she knew that she would carry the lessons of the forest with her always, a guiding light through all the seasons of her life. Story 30. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a quaint village by the name of Willowbrook. The village was known far and wide for its lush greenery and the serene river that wound its way through the landscape like a gentle ribbon. Its people were simple and kind, living in harmony with the natural world around them. But there was something extraordinary about this village, a secret that lay hidden beneath the roots of the towering yet whispering willow trees. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like morning dew. She was known for her gentle nature and her boundless curiosity. Often she would wander through the woods, her heart filled with wonder and her mind ripe with questions. It was on one such wander that Lila discovered the hidden world that would change her life forever. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves fell like tiny suns around her, Lila ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. She followed the sound of a babbling brook, its song weaving a path through the trees. The air was cool and carried the scent of pine and earth, a comforting embrace that urged her onward. It was then that she spotted something unusual, a faint shimmer beneath the roots of a grand old willow. Curiosity piqued. Lila knelt down, brushing aside the fallen leaves to reveal a small, ornate box. The box was crafted from a wood she had never seen, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. As she lifted the box, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, a gentle pulse like the heartbeat of the forest itself. Carefully, Lila opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a small, iridescent stone. It gleamed with colors that seemed to shift and change, like sunlight playing on a river's surface. As Lila held it in her hand, a sense of calm washed over her, as if the stone was whispering secrets only she could hear. From that day forward, Lila carried the stone with her wherever she went. It became her companion and her confidant, a silent friend who shared in her adventures. But the stone was more than it seemed. With each passing day, Lila began to notice subtle changes around her. The colors of the forest grew more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the world had come alive in a way she had never known, all because of the little stone she had found. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila sat by the river with her stone in hand. She watched as the water danced with the last light of day, lost in thought. It was then that she heard a gentle voice, soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "Do you know what you hold, child?" the voice asked. Startled, Lila looked around but saw no one. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "I don't know," Leela replied, her voice barely above a whisper. The voice chuckled, a sound like a stream bubbling over stones. "You hold a piece of magic, a fragment of the world's heart. It is a gift, but also a responsibility. You must use it wisely." Lila listened intently, her heart beating in time with the mysterious stone. "How can something so small be so powerful?" she asked. "Magic is not measured by size, but by its ability to change the world around it," the voice explained. "And in your hands it can do great things." With those words, the voice faded, leaving Leela alone once more. Yet she was not afraid. Instead, she felt a newfound sense of purpose and determination. She knew that the stone had chosen her for a reason, and she vowed to honor the trust it had placed in her. As the days turned to weeks, Lila began to explore the true nature of the stone's magic. She discovered that it could heal, mending broken branches and soothing injured animals. It could also reveal hidden paths and secret places, guiding her to those in need. But most importantly, it taught her to listen, to the whispers of the forest, to the stories of the river, and to the quiet strength within her own heart. The village of Willowbrook soon noticed the changes in their young friend. They saw how the forest seemed to thrive under her care, how the animals grew bold and unafraid in her presence. They marveled at the joy she brought, the laughter that followed in her wake like a trail of leaves. And though they did not understand the magic she wielded, they trusted in the goodness of her heart. Yet, as with all stories, there came a time of challenge. One dark and stormy night, a great wind swept through the forest, tearing at the trees and lashing rain against the village. The river, usually so gentle, rose in a roaring flood, threatening to sweep away all in its path. The villagers were afraid, huddled together in their homes as the storm raged outside. But Lila, with her stone clutched tightly in her hand, knew she had to act. She felt the magic within her, a warm glow that urged her to be brave, to stand strong against the tempest. With the storm as her only companion, Lila made her way to the river's edge. The water churned and foamed, a beast unleashed from its bounds. But Lila was not afraid. She stood firm, the stone in her hand shining with a light that cut through the darkness. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the storm. "Help me calm the waters. Help me save my home." As if in response, the stone pulsed with warmth, sending a ripple of light across the water. The river, once wild and untamed, began to slow, its fury abating under the gentle glow. The wind eased, the rain softened, and the storm that had seemed so fierce began to fade into memory. When the dawn broke, the village awoke to find their homes safe and the forest unharmed. They marveled at the calm that had settled over the land, a peace that seemed to come from the very heart of the world. Lila returned to the village, weary but triumphant. She had faced the storm and emerged stronger. Her bond with the magical stone deepened by the challenge they had overcome together. The villagers welcomed her with open arms, their gratitude shining brighter than the morning sun. In the days that followed, Lila's reputation as the guardian of the forest grew. She became a symbol of hope and kindness, a reminder of the magic that lived within the heart of Willowbrook. And though the stone remained her secret, a treasure she kept close, its magic touched the lives of all who lived in the village. As the seasons changed, Lila continued to wander the forest, her heart in tune with the world around her. She found joy in the smallest of things, the rustle of leaves, the song of a bird, the laughter of a friend. And through it all, she never forgot the lesson she had learned on that fateful night. That true magic lies not in power, but in the strength to care for those we hold dear. And so the story of Lila and her magical stone became a cherished tale in the village of Willowbrook. It was passed down through generations, a reminder of the girl who listened to the whispers of the forest and changed the world with her kindness. And though the village changed with time, the spirit of Lila's story endured, a beacon of light in the heart of the forest. In the end, it was not the magic of the stone that mattered most, but the magic within Lila herself, the magic of a gentle heart and a courageous spirit, a magic that touched the lives of all who knew her. and in the quiet moments, when the wind whispered through the trees and the river sang its eternal song, the villagers would smile, knowing that the heart of Willowbrook was still very much alive. And so, with a heart full of warmth and a spirit full of dreams, Lila's tale came to a gentle close, leaving behind a legacy of love and wonder that would forever be a part of the world she cherished. The end. Story 31. In a quiet village nestled between gently rolling hills and the edge of a mysterious forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had always been curious about the world beyond the familiar paths and fields she explored daily. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, she would sit by her window and gaze longingly at the forest, its secrets whispered in the rustling leaves. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, Lila decided it was time to venture into the forest. She packed a small satchel with her favorite book, a warm scarf, and a little lantern to light her way should she return after dusk. As she stepped into the forest, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her with their ancient, creaking voices. The path was lined with fallen leaves, a tapestry of amber and crimson that crunched softly under her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground with patches of light that danced with the breeze. Lila felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a tingle of nervousness. The unknown lay ahead, full of possibilities. As Lila journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller, their bark shimmering with a silvery sheen, and the air was filled with a sweet, lilting melody that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Following the sound, Lila discovered a small clearing where a brook babbled merrily, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal. Perched on a moss-covered stone was a creature unlike anything Lila had ever seen, a delicate creature with wings like stained glass, its colors shifting with the light. "Hello," Lila said softly, not wanting to startle it. The creature turned to her, its eyes twinkling with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young traveler." It replied in a voice as melodious as the brook. "I am known as Whimsy, guardian of this forest." Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the creature's presence was a comforting embrace. "I'm exploring the forest," she explained, "and I couldn't help but follow your beautiful song." Whimsy laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "The forest holds many wonders for those brave enough to seek them. Would you like to see more?" Eagerly, Lila nodded, and together they wandered further into the heart of the forest. Whimsy showed her a grove where the trees glowed softly with a gentle luminescence, their leaves humming with a quiet energy. Lila marveled at a pond whose surface mirrored the sky, though it was filled with stars even in daylight. As they traveled, Whimsy shared stories of the forest's history, tales of courage and unity that had kept the forest alive through the ages. Lila listened, her heart swelling with admiration for the land and its inhabitants. Eventually, they reached a place where the trees parted to reveal a meadow, vibrant with flowers of every imaginable shade. In the center stood a great tree, its trunk broad and strong, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. "This is the heartwood," Whimsy said reverently. "It is the center of our world, the source of all the forest's magic and life." Lila approached the tree, feeling a deep sense of peace and belonging. She touched its bark, and a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, as if the tree itself was acknowledging her presence. "It feels like home," Lila whispered, and Whimsy nodded knowingly. "You have a heart full of wonder and courage, Lila," Whimsy said. "The forest welcomes you always. Remember, true exploration is not just about discovering new places, but also about finding strength within yourself." As dusk began to fall, painting the sky with soft shades of twilight, Lila knew it was time to return home. With a heart full of newfound courage and the warmth of friendship, she bid farewell to Whimsy, promising to return. The journey back through the forest felt different. Each step was lighter, each shadow less daunting, for Lila had discovered not just the magic of the forest, but also the magic within herself. As she emerged from the trees, the village lights twinkling in the distance like welcoming stars, she carried with her the stories and songs of the forest, a treasure that would stay with her always. And so, as Lila tucked herself into bed that night, her dreams were filled with the wonders of the forest. The heartwarming melodies of Whimsy and the gentle glow of the heartwood danced through her slumber, a comforting lullaby that promised more adventures to come, for those brave enough to seek them with an open heart. Story 32. In the gentle glow of the twin moons of Eloria, a small spacecraft hummed quietly as it touched down on the soft, luminescent sands of the planet. The world was known for its serene beauty, with skies that shimmered in shades of lavender and oceans that sang with the voices of ancient tides. It was on this tranquil planet that an unlikely encounter would unfold, weaving the threads of destiny into a tapestry of friendship. From the spacecraft emerged Zin, a traveler from the bustling, crystalline planet of Krython. Zin's skin glimmered like polished quartz, and his eyes, deep pools of azure, reflected the curiosity and wonder of 1,000 stars. He had come to Eloria in search of rare flora for his home planet, known for its rich and diverse ecosystem. As he stepped onto the sand, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant breeze laced with the scents of alien flowers. Not far from where Zin landed, nestled in a grove of silver-leaf trees, lived a gentle creature named Miri. Miri was native to Eloria, her form reminiscent of a soft, furry cloud, with delicate, translucent wings that caught the moonlight and scattered it like fairy dust. Her people, the Aetherns, were known for their harmony with nature and their ability to commune with the planet itself. Zin's arrival had not gone unnoticed by Miri, who watched from the shadows with a mix of apprehension and intrigue. The Aetherns seldom encountered outsiders, and she was curious about this shimmering visitor. Driven by a sense of guardianship over her tranquil home, Miri decided to approach Zin, her wings whispering softly as she glided over the sands. As Miri appeared before him, Zin was taken aback by her ethereal presence. Her eyes, wide and shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. Yet his initial attempt at communication was met with confusion. The language of Krython was a series of melodic tones, while Miri's voice was a gentle hum that resonated with the natural rhythms of Eloria. Despite the barrier, both were determined to understand one another. Through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the gap. Zin showed Miri the purpose of his visit, revealing a holographic display of the flora he sought. In response, Miri guided him through the lush groves, introducing him to the plants that thrived under the moon's gentle light. Their journey was not without its challenges. On one occasion, they encountered a sudden sandstorm, a rare but formidable force on Eloria. As the winds howled and the sands swirled, Zin's crystalline form began to lose its luster, while Miri's wings struggled against the tempest. In that moment of crisis, they turned to each other for support. Zin, realizing the threat to Miri's delicate wings, shielded her with his body, his crystalline structure providing a barrier against the storm. In turn, Miri used her innate connection with the planet to calm the winds, her hum resonating in harmony with the elements until the storm subsided. Through this shared ordeal, Zin and Miri found a deeper connection. They learned to communicate not just with words or gestures, but with the language of the heart. Zin discovered that true strength lay not in his crystalline armor, but in the kindness and empathy he offered. Miri learned that sometimes opening her world to others could bring unexpected joy and understanding. As the days passed, their bond grew stronger. Zin marveled at the simple beauty of Eloria and the wisdom of its inhabitants, while Miri found delight in the stories and adventures Zin shared from beyond the stars. Together they wandered the planet, exploring hidden groves and shimmering lakes, each moment a testament to the power of friendship. In time, Zin's mission was complete. He had gathered the specimens he needed, but more importantly, he had discovered a friendship that transcended the stars. On the eve of his departure, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Zin and Miri exchanged tokens of their bond. Zin gifted Miri a small, crystalline pendant, a piece of his home that would always remind her of him. In return, Miri gave Zin a delicate feather from her wings, imbued with the essence of Eloria. As Zin's spacecraft rose into the lavender sky, Miri watched with a heart full of warmth and gratitude. Though they came from worlds apart, their friendship had woven a new path, one that promised future reunions and shared adventures. And as the stars began to twinkle, the gentle hum of Eloria's night song echoed their story. a tale of unlikely companions who found the true meaning of friendship amidst the gentle sands and celestial skies. Story 33. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and murmuring streams, there lived a curious soul named Lila. Lila had a heart as wide as the sky and eyes that gleamed with dreams of adventure. Her small cottage, draped in ivy and surrounded by fragrant wildflowers, was where she spent evenings by candlelight, devouring tales of lands unknown and wonders unseen. One particularly luminous morning, when the sun painted the sky with the colors of ripe peaches, Lila decided that today was the day to explore beyond the familiar meadows and woods. With a satchel packed with a flask of sweet tea, a loaf of bread, and a small worn map of the mysterious Whispering Woods, she set off with a heart full of excitement and a spirit ready for discovery. The Whispering Woods, as legend described, was a place where the very air seemed to hum with secrets. As Lila stepped beneath the canopy of emerald leaves, she was greeted by a soft breeze that carried the scent of fresh pine and blooming honeysuckle. The forest floor was a carpet of moss, cool and spongy underfoot, and the dappled sunlight danced through the branches in playful patterns. As she ventured deeper, Lila's attention was drawn to the melodious song of a brook that wound its way through the trees like a silver ribbon. She knelt beside it, watching as tiny fish darted through the crystal-clear water. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a peculiar creature, a small, fluffy being with iridescent wings and eyes as bright as polished amber. "Hello there," Lila whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. The creature tilted its head, studying her with a curious gaze before fluttering closer, its wings creating a gentle breeze that tickled Lila's cheek. In a voice that sounded like tinkling bells, it introduced itself as Zephyr, the guardian sprite of the woods. Zephyr, with a twinkle in its eyes, offered to guide Lila to the heart of the forest, where the ancient willow of whispers stood. According to lore, the willow held the wisdom of the ages, sharing its stories with those who dared to listen. Lila, entranced by the prospect, agreed with a nod, and together they set off, the sprite flitting ahead like a living star. Along the way they encountered a family of hedgehogs, nestled together in a bed of fallen leaves, and a choir of frogs practicing their evening symphony by a lily-strewn pond. Each encounter filled Lila with warmth and wonder, as if the forest was welcoming her into its fold. As they approached the willow, Lila felt a gentle thrum beneath her feet, as if the earth itself was whispering secrets. The tree stood tall and majestic, its branches swaying gracefully like dancers in the wind. Lila approached reverently, placing her hand against the rough bark. The whispers grew louder, a soothing murmur that spoke of courage and the beauty of exploration. In that moment, Lila understood the subtle message of the forest. The courage to explore the unknown was a gift unto itself, for it opened the heart to endless possibilities and friendships yet to be discovered. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked Zephyr, who gifted her a single, shimmering leaf from the willow, a token of her journey and the courage she had found. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow through the trees, Lila began her journey home, the path now familiar and welcoming. As she crossed the threshold of her cottage, a gentle peace enveloped her. She placed the willow leaf in a special box atop her bookshelf, a reminder of her adventure and the whispering woods that had shared their secrets with her. That night, as Lila drifted into a gentle slumber, she dreamed of the forest and its enchanting inhabitants. Her heart was full, knowing that she had discovered more than just a place. She had found a part of herself she never knew she was searching for. And so, Lila's journey into the Whispering Woods became a cherished memory, a story she would tell by the warmth of the fireplace, where dreams of adventure and whispers of courage mingled with the crackling flames. Story 34. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies to the moonlit sky, there lay a quaint little village named Moonbrook. The village was nestled in a valley of lush emerald hills and surrounded by a gentle river that shimmered like a ribbon of silver under the stars. The houses were cozy, with thatched roofs and windows glowing with the warm light of fireplaces, where the scent of cinnamon and pine always lingered in the air. The villagers in Moonbrook were kind-hearted folk, always ready to lend a hand or share a story. Among them was a young girl named Lila, known for her curious nature and twinkling eyes that seemed to see more than most. Lila lived with her grandmother, who was the village storyteller, her tales as rich and comforting as the softest quilt. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves rustled like whispers of old secrets, something peculiar began to happen in Moonbrook. The village's beloved moonflowers, which bloomed only at night, began to close their petals earlier than usual. Without their luminous glow, the village square felt dim and less inviting. The villagers were puzzled and a little worried, for the moonflowers had always been a symbol of hope and light. Lila, with her boundless curiosity, decided she must find out why the moonflowers were behaving so strangely. She donned her woolen cloak, pulled on her boots, and set out into the night, the cool breeze tussling her hair like a playful friend. Her first stop was the home of Mr. Thistle, the village's gentle apothecary. His cottage was surrounded by a garden of herbs and wildflowers, their scents mingling to create an enchanting aroma. Mr. Thistle was a wise old man with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. When Lila knocked on his door, he welcomed her inside and listened intently to her concerns. Mr. Thistle mused, stroking his long, silvery beard. The moonflowers are indeed special. They draw their strength from the moon's light and the earth's gentle hum. Perhaps something is disturbing that harmony. He handed Lila a small pouch filled with fragrant lavender and a tiny bell made of silver. "Take this with you, dear girl," he said kindly. "The lavender will keep your mind clear, and the bell will call upon friends if you need help." Thanking Mr. Thistle, Lila continued her journey, her heart warmed by his kindness. She walked towards the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves rustling softly overhead. She paused to listen to the forest's quiet symphony, hoping it would whisper secrets to her. It was then that she noticed a flicker of movement out of the corner of her eye. With gentle curiosity, she followed the movement to a small glade bathed in moonlight. There she found the Spriggan, a tiny and wise creature of the forest with eyes like dew-kissed leaves and a voice as soft as the wind through the branches. "Greetings, young Lila," the Spriggan chirped in a voice that seemed to dance on the air. "I have seen your concern for the moonflowers. The forest, too, is uneasy." Lila knelt beside the Spriggan, her eyes wide with wonder. "Do you know why the moonflowers are closing so early?" she asked softly. The Spriggan nodded, a thoughtful look in its eyes. "There is a ripple in the forest's harmony, caused by a small creature who has lost its way. A luna moth, whose wings shimmer like the night sky, has become stuck in the threads of a spider's web. The moth's distress is causing the moonflowers to close, as they feel the sadness in the moonlight." Lila's heart went out to the little moth. "How can I help?" she asked, determined to restore peace to her beloved village and the forest. The Spriggan pointed to a path lined with glowing mushrooms, their light gentle and inviting. "Follow this path to the old oak tree. There you will find the luna moth. Be gentle and brave, for your heart is kind, and that is the strongest magic of all." With gratitude and determination, Lila set off down the path, the silver bell jingling softly in her pocket. The mushrooms lit her way, casting a soft glow around her as she walked deeper into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the scent of moss and earth, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. Soon she reached the ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. There, nestled among the leaves, she found the luna moth, its delicate wings caught in a web that shimmered like threads of moonlight. "Don't be afraid, little one," Lila whispered soothingly as she approached. Her voice was as gentle as the breeze that played through her hair. With careful fingers, she untangled the moth from its silken prison, freeing its wings to glimmer once more. The luna moth fluttered its wings gratefully, and for a moment it hovered in front of Lila, its iridescent beauty a sight to behold. Then, with a graceful swoop, it danced into the night sky, free and joyous. As the moth disappeared among the stars, Lila felt a sense of calm wash over the forest. The air seemed to hum with a gentle melody, and she knew the moonflowers would soon bloom with renewed light. Her heart full of warmth, Lila returned to the village, the moonlight guiding her steps. She found the villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit with hope as the moonflowers slowly began to unfurl, their petals glowing softly in the night. The villagers cheered and clapped, and Lila's grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. "You've reminded us all, dear Lila, that even the smallest creatures can cast the longest shadows, and that kindness and courage can light the darkest paths." That night, as Lila lay in her warm bed, listening to the soft murmur of the river, she knew the mystery of the moonflowers had taught her something precious. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle laughter of the forest and the shimmering dance of the Luna moth under the light of the ever-glowing moon. Story 35. Once upon a time, in the vibrant and whimsical village of Whimsy Hollow, nestled between the rolling hills of the land of enchantment, there lived a kaleidoscope of quirky characters, each with their own charming peculiarities. The sun always seemed to dance a little brighter over this village, casting a golden glow that made the cobblestone streets sparkle like the stars. Among the residents was a clever little hedgehog named Pippin, known for his penchant for crafting the most exquisite hats from the fallen leaves and flowers of the enchanted forest. His vibrant hat shop was a centerpiece in the village square, drawing in all manner of creatures who wished to adorn themselves with a bit of Pippin's unique flair. Pippin had a keen eye for fashion, and his designs were so enchanting that even the birds would gather the most colorful feathers to offer him in exchange for a dashing headpiece. Next door to Pippin's hat shop was the cozy abode of Sprinkle, a sprightly squirrel with a knack for baking the sweetest acorn pies and walnut tarts. Sprinkle's kitchen was a wondrous place, filled with the comforting aroma of cinnamon and sugar, and her treats were known to bring smiles to even the gloomiest of faces. She had a magical wooden spoon that could stir batter all by itself, a gift from the forest fairies for her kind heart and generous spirit. One fine morning, as the village was stirring to life beneath the cotton candy clouds, an unusual event occurred. The sky above Whimsy Hollow began to shimmer with a peculiar iridescent hue, and a soft, melodic chime echoed throughout the valley. It was as if the air itself had been sprinkled with stardust. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. At the center of the commotion stood a peculiar sight, a shimmering, translucent bubble, larger than a house, floating majestically a few feet above the ground. Inside this bubble was a beautiful but terribly confused songbird named Melody. Her feathers glimmered with every color of the rainbow, and her eyes sparkled like the clearest diamonds. Melody chirped a series of melodious notes, a tune both enchanting and slightly worried. "Goodness gracious!" exclaimed Pippin, adjusting his top hat made of cherry blossom petals. "However did you get yourself into such a predicament, dear Melody?" Melody warbled a sequence of notes that only Pippin and Sprinkle, who had a talent for understanding the language of birds, could comprehend. "It seems," Sprinkle interpreted, "that Melody was practicing a new song when she accidentally hit a magical note that summoned this bubble around her. Now she can't seem to find the right note to pop it." The villagers murmured amongst themselves, each trying to think of a solution. Meanwhile, the bubble began to drift slowly upwards, threatening to carry Melody away with it. "We must act quickly," Pippin declared, his mind whirring like a windmill. "But how do we pop a bubble made of magic and song?" Just then, a bright idea sparked in Sprinkle's mind. "Why, with more music, of course," she exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with excitement. "If Melody's song created the bubble, perhaps a chorus of voices can help find the right note to release her." The villagers nodded in agreement, each eager to lend their voice to the effort. Pippin gathered the animals, from the croaking frogs by the river to the chirping crickets in the meadow, while Sprinkle organized the villagers, handing out homemade lollipops to sweeten their voices. As the sun began to set, casting a warm amber glow over Whimsy Hollow, the entire village assembled in the square. The air was filled with anticipation as the first notes began to rise. Under Sprinkle's direction, the villagers sang a harmonious melody, their voices blending with the natural sounds of the forest. Melody, still inside her bubble, listened intently, her eyes closed as she let the music wash over her. Suddenly her beak began to twitch, and she joined in, her song weaving through the air like a gentle breeze. It was then that a wondrous thing happened. With a jubilant pop, the bubble burst into a cascade of glittering lights, showering the village with a gentle rain of sparkling stars. Melody soared free, her joyful trills echoing through the night. The villagers cheered, their hearts light with the magical success of their harmonious endeavor. As the celebration continued into the night, Pippin and Sprinkle huddled together, watching the stars twinkle above. "Well, that was quite the unexpected concert," Pippin chuckled, adjusting his hat, now decorated with star-shaped confetti. "Indeed," Sprinkle replied, handing Pippin a slice of her special moonbeam pie. "But it just goes to show, there's no problem too big when we all come together." And so, under the twinkling canopy of stars, the village of Whimsy Hollow celebrated their triumph with laughter, music, and friendship, their spirits as bright and cheery as the magical night sky. As the villagers drifted off to their cozy beds, lulled by the gentle songs of the night, they knew that in their little corner of the world, magic was always just a note away. And thus, in the land of enchantment, where the skies shimmered with dreams and the hearts of its creatures were as warm as the hearths they gathered around, all was well and peaceful once more. And so, my dear little dreamer, may you too find magic in the melodies of your heart and the friendships that light your way. Good night. Story 36. Once upon a time, in the gentle folds of a faraway valley nestled between rolling emerald hills, there lay a village named Willowbrook. It was a quaint little place where cobblestone paths wound like ribbons around thatched-roof cottages, and where the chiming of the village clock harmonized with the rustling leaves of ancient oaks. The villagers lived simple, happy lives, but there was one among them whose heart yearned for something more than the cozy confines of Willowbrook. Her name was Lila, a spirited girl with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the deep blue of the sky. Lila was known for her curious mind and an adventurous spirit that often led her to the edges of the village, staring wistfully at the horizon where the sun dipped into the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like gentle whispers from the trees, Lila decided to venture beyond the familiar fields and forests of Willowbrook. She had often heard tales from the village elders of a place called the Whispering Woods, where trees sang songs of old and creatures of dreamlike wonder roamed free. With her heart brimming with a mix of excitement and trepidation, she packed a small satchel with her favorite treats and set off on her journey. The path leading to the Whispering Woods was covered in a blanket of soft moss, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila walked, she marveled at the sunlight streaming through the canopy, casting patterns of light and shadow that danced at her feet. The sound of a nearby brook added a musical melody to her steps, and with each stride, her courage swelled. Upon reaching the edge of the woods, Lila was greeted by the sight of trees taller than any she had ever seen, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches stretching out like welcoming arms. The leaves shimmered in an array of colors, from the deepest green to the faintest silver, as if the woods held a secret of their own. As she stepped inside, a gentle breeze swept past, carrying with it a soft, melodic hum. It was as if the forest itself was whispering, urging her deeper into its embrace. As she ventured further, Lila encountered whimsical creatures that seemed to have stepped out of her dreams. There were fluttering, luminescent butterflies that danced in the air, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. Small, furry creatures with bright eyes peeked at her from behind tree trunks, their laughter like tinkling bells in the wind. And perched high above, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow watched her progress with a knowing gaze. Lila's heart soared with each discovery, but soon she came upon a gentle challenge. A narrow stream crossed her path, its waters flowing swiftly over smooth stones. For a moment she hesitated, unsure of how to cross, but then she remembered the words her grandmother had once told her. Sometimes courage is simply the quiet voice that whispers, "Try again tomorrow." Gathering her courage, Lila took a deep breath and carefully stepped onto the stones. The first one wobbled slightly, but she steadied herself, focusing on the rhythm of the stream. With each step, her confidence grew until she reached the other side, her heart alight with a sense of accomplishment. Further into the woods, Lila found herself in a glade where the trees parted to reveal a sky painted with the soft hues of twilight. In the center of the glade was a pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the colors of the setting sun. It was here she met the most wondrous creature of all, a gentle shimmering stag with antlers that glowed with an ethereal light. The stag approached Lila with a grace that seemed to make the very air shimmer around it. Though its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, they held a warmth that put her at ease. As they stood together by the pond, the stag dipped its head, and Lila understood without words that it was time to return to Willowbrook. With newfound courage and a heart full of wonder, Lila retraced her steps, the path back seeming shorter and even more beautiful than before. When she finally returned to the village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky, and the villagers were gathered in the square, eager to hear her tale. As Lila recounted her journey, the villagers listened with rapt attention, their imaginations kindled by her words. The Whispering Woods, once a place of mystery and legend, now felt like a part of their world, connected by Lila's courage and the magic of her adventure. That night, as Lila lay in her bed, she felt the warmth of her journey still glowing in her heart. The gentle song of the Whispering Woods lingered in her ears, a lullaby of courage and exploration that promised dreams as wondrous as her day had been. And with a contented sigh, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the world was filled with endless possibilities, and waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 37. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived two very different beings. Zara was a young Venusian, her skin shimmering with bioluminescent hues, and Roxer, a burly yet gentle Martian whose rocky exterior concealed a heart of pure compassion. Their worlds could not have been more dissimilar. Zara's home was a lush, water-covered paradise, while Roxer hailed from the red, dusty dunes of Mars. Yet fate, it seems, had other plans for this unlikely duo. It all began when Zara's exploration vessel crash-landed on Mars during a freak ion storm. Battered but unbroken, she emerged from the wreckage, only to find herself marooned in an alien world of rust-colored sands and eerie silence. That's when Roxer found her, huddled and afraid, her bioluminescent glow a beacon in the Martian night. At first there was mistrust and misunderstanding. Zara recoiled from Roxer's rocky form, while he was bewildered by her fluid, aquatic nature. Yet, as the twin moons rose high above, something shifted between them. Perhaps it was the way Zara's eyes shone with wonder as Roxer introduced her to the stark beauty of his world. Or maybe it was how Roxer marveled at the gentle rhythms of Zara's bioluminescent pulses, reminiscent of the ocean tides she so dearly missed. Slowly but surely they began to open up to one another, sharing stories of their respective homes and cultures. Misunderstandings gave way to curiosity, and eventually a deep respect took root. When a raging dust storm threatened to bury them alive, it was their newfound bond that saw them through. Roxer's unwavering strength and Zara's quick thinking created a shelter where they weathered the storm together, huddled close, sharing warmth and comfort. In those harrowing moments, they realized how much they had come to mean to each other. Zara, who had always felt like a stranger on her own world, found in Roxer a kindred spirit who saw past her outward differences. And Roxer, so used to solitude, discovered in Zara a wellspring of joy and wonder that enriched his life in ways he never imagined. As the days turned to weeks, their friendship blossomed into something truly special. They learned from each other, embraced their disparities, and found strength in their unity. When Zara's ship was finally repaired, and the time came to part ways, there were no goodbyes, only a promise to keep their bond alive, no matter how vast the distance between them. For you see, these two unlikely companions had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcends physical form, a bond that bridges even the vastest of gulfs, and a love that sees beyond the surface and into the very essence of one another's souls. And as Zara's ship streaked across the Martian sky, carried by the cosmic currents, she knew that no matter where her journey took her, a piece of Roxer, and the profound lessons he had taught her, would forever remain a part of her. Story 38. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering, whispering forest, there was a peculiar house with a thatched roof that seemed to laugh when the wind danced over it. This was the cottage of Miss Mabel, a kindly old woman known for her warm smile and even warmer scones. Her home was a gathering place for villagers and travelers alike, where the fire always crackled with stories waiting to be told. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden spirals outside, Miss Mabel sat in her rocking chair, knitting a scarf that seemed to shimmer with the colors of the dawn. The room was filled with the comforting scent of cinnamon and apples, and the gentle hum of the grandfather clock in the corner kept time with her thoughts. Suddenly, there was a soft rap at the door. It was a curious tap-tap-tap, not unlike the sound of rain against the window, but far more deliberate. Miss Mabel set down her knitting and opened the door to find a small, peculiar creature standing on her doorstep. It was a will-o'-wisp, a creature of the forest, known for its glowing presence and gentle demeanor. Yet this little wisp seemed rather anxious, its light flickering with worry. "Ah, dear Willow, what brings you here on such a brisk evening?" asked Miss Mabel, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. The will-o'-wisp floated inside, leaving a trail of luminescent whispers that twinkled like stars. It gestured with its tiny glowing hands, attempting to convey a message. Miss Mabel, who was quite fluent in the language of magical creatures, understood immediately. "The moonflowers in the whispering forest are fading?" she repeated softly, her brow furrowing with concern. The moonflowers were vital to the balance of their enchanted village, for they held the light of the moon and shared it with the forest creatures, ensuring peace and harmony. "Don't worry, little one," she assured the wisp. "We shall find the cause of this mystery and set things right." With a gentle nod, Miss Mabel donned her shawl, which seemed to sparkle with tiny stars, and together with the will-o'-wisp, made her way into the heart of the whispering forest. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the sweet, earthy scent of fallen pine needles. The path was bathed in the soft glow of the wisp, creating a tapestry of shadows that danced like friendly phantoms. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they met with other magical creatures. An owl with feathers as soft as clouds, a fox whose coat shimmered like autumn leaves, and a gentle deer whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. Each had noticed the strange dimming of the moonflowers and joined Miss Mabel and the will-o'-wisp in their quest for answers. "Perhaps the moon itself is weary," suggested the owl, hooting softly as it swooped from branch to branch. "Or maybe there's a veil of clouds hiding its light," the fox mused, twitching its bushy tail thoughtfully. Miss Mabel listened to their theories, nodding slowly. She knew that both suggestions could hold truth, but felt there might be another explanation, something hidden beneath the surface of their understanding. As they reached the grove where the moonflowers bloomed, they were met with a sight that tugged at their hearts. The once vibrant flowers, which used to glow with the silvery light of the moon, now lay dull and drooping in the shadows. Miss Mabel knelt beside them, her fingers tracing the delicate petals. "Look closely," she whispered, and her companions gathered around. They noticed tiny, almost imperceptible webs spun between the flowers, shimmering faintly in the wisp's light. "Arachnolites," the deer whispered, recognizing the handiwork of the tiny spider-like creatures that wove webs to capture moonbeams. "They must have spun too many, taking more light than needed." Miss Mabel nodded, understanding now that the arachnolites, in their eagerness to gather moonlight, had unintentionally dimmed the moonflowers. They meant no harm, for they too thrived on the moon's glow, but balance had to be restored. "We must speak with them," Miss Mabel decided. "Perhaps they do not realize the impact of their actions." With the help of the will-o'-wisp, they gently unspun the webs, freeing the moonflowers to drink in the night's light once more. As they worked, Miss Mabel spoke softly, her words carrying on the night breeze. "Little arachnolites," she called, "come forth and let us speak." From the shadows, the arachnolites appeared, their tiny bodies twinkling like dew in the morning sun. They listened with wide, curious eyes as Miss Mabel explained the situation. Understanding their mistake, they nodded their tiny heads in agreement, promising to weave fewer webs and share the moonlight more generously. With the balance restored, the moonflowers began to glow once more, their light cascading through the forest like a gentle waterfall. The creatures of the forest sighed with relief, their world returning to its harmonious state. Miss Mabel thanked the arachnolites, the will-o'-wisp, and her other companions for their help and wisdom. Together they returned to her warm cottage, where the fire still danced cheerfully in the hearth. As the night deepened, Miss Mabel sat back in her rocking chair, her heart full of gratitude and peace. The will-o-wisp floated beside her, its glow now calm and steady, a testament to the harmony they had restored. Outside, the moon shone down upon the village and the forest beyond, its light a gentle promise of balance and understanding. In the quiet of her cottage, with the soft crackle of the fire and the soothing rhythm of the clock, Miss Mabel closed her eyes, knowing that the world was as it should be, and all was well. Story 39. In a quaint little village, nestled between the whispering woods and a lazy winding river, there was a magical place known as Bramblewood Hollow. The hollow was famed for its lush, emerald trees that seemed to hold stories within their ancient bark, and the gentle creatures that roamed freely, living in harmony with the villagers. In this idyllic setting, where the sun often painted the sky in hues of gold and lavender at twilight, there lived a kindly, inquisitive girl named Lila. She had a penchant for discovering the little wonders of the world that others might overlook. Her dearest companion was a fluffy, silver-furred squirrel named Thistle, known for his cleverness and a knack for finding hidden things. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in a cascade of amber and crimson, Lila noticed something peculiar. As she wandered through the village, she observed that the usually bustling market square was unusually quiet. The brightly colored stalls, adorned with fresh produce and handcrafted goods, were open but unattended. A gentle hush had fallen over Bramblewood Hollow, and the air hummed with a strange, expectant energy. Feeling a curious flutter in her heart, Lila turned to Thistle, who was perched on her shoulder, twitching his little nose in thought. "What do you think, Thistle?" she asked softly, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. Thistle chittered in response, his bright eyes scanning the surroundings with keen interest. Together, they decided to seek the wisdom of the village's most revered elder, a gentle soul named Elder Moss. He lived in a quaint cottage at the edge of the woods, its roof covered in a patchwork of moss and tiny wildflowers. As they approached Elder Moss's home, the door swung open with a welcoming creak. The elder, with his long, flowing beard and eyes that twinkled like stars, was waiting for them. "Ah, Lila and Thistle, my young friends," he greeted warmly. "What brings you to my humble abode on such a fine morning?" Lila explained the strange quiet that had settled over the village. Elder Moss listened intently, nodding slowly. "It seems there is a mystery afoot," he said thoughtfully. "But fear not, for every mystery holds the seeds of discovery. Let us unravel this together." Elder Moss led them to a cozy room lined with shelves filled with books and curious artifacts. A small fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow. He retrieved a dusty tome from a shelf and flipped through its pages. "Ah, here we are," he murmured, tapping a page with his finger. "It speaks of an ancient enchantment known as the Whispering Silence. It is said to occur when the forest feels a disturbance in its harmony." Lila's eyes widened with intrigue. "But what could have caused such a disturbance?" she wondered aloud. Elder Moss smiled gently. "That, my dear, is for us to discover. We must listen to the whispers of the forest and see what they reveal." With Elder Moss's guidance, Lila and Thistle embarked on their quest. The elder gave them a small, enchanted stone that glowed softly, attuned to the forest's magic. "This will help you hear the whispers," he explained. "Follow where it leads." As they ventured deeper into the woods, the stone pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding them along a path bordered by ferns and dappled sunlight. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, and the gentle song of birds accompanied their journey. Eventually, they arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood solemnly, cloaked in ivy. In the center, a small, shimmering pool reflected the sky. Lila knelt beside it, gazing into its depths. "What are you trying to tell us?" she whispered, as Thistle peered over her shoulder. In that moment, the water rippled, and a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "Greetings, young seeker. The forest has called to you because it senses your kindness and wisdom." Lila looked around, astonished, while Thistle's ears perked up, listening intently. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice tinged with awe. The voice chuckled softly, like the tinkling of wind chimes. "I am the spirit of the forest, an ancient guardian who watches over this land. The harmony has been disturbed by a missing piece, a lost creature who wanders, confused and afraid. Lila's heart swelled with compassion. "How can we help?" she asked earnestly. The spirit replied, "Seek out the lost creature and guide it back to where it belongs. The stones will show you the way." With renewed determination, Lila and Thistle set off, guided by the enchanted stone's gentle glow. They followed a winding path through the forest, where the trees seemed to lean in, whispering encouragement. The path led them to a grove filled with the soft rustling of leaves and the faint sound of distant music. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, they found a young, bewildered fawn with tiny spiraled horns and soft, dappled fur. His eyes were wide with uncertainty, and he trembled slightly. "Hello," Lila said softly, kneeling down to meet his gaze. "We've been looking for you." The fawn blinked, his fear slowly giving way to curiosity. I wandered too far," he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "I lost my way and couldn't hear the forest's song." Thistle, with gentle chittering, hopped down to the ground and offered a small acorn, a gesture of friendship. The fawn accepted it, a shy smile playing on his lips. "Let's take you home," Leela suggested kindly, and the fawn nodded, relief washing over him. Together, they made their way back through the forest, guided by the stone's steady glow. As they walked, Leela shared stories of the village and the creatures they might meet, filling the air with warmth and camaraderie. When they reached the circle of stones once more, the fawn paused, looking up at Leela with gratitude. "Thank you," he murmured. "I can hear the forest song again. It was your kindness that guided me." The spirit of the forest spoke once more, its voice a gentle breeze. "Thank you, Leela and Thistle. You have restored the harmony, and the village will awaken to its usual joy." As they returned to the village, the market square was once again alive with cheerful chatter and the vibrant colors of daily life. The villagers, unaware of the cause of the strange quiet, carried on with their routines, their spirits lifted by an unseen magic. Elder Moss greeted them with a knowing smile. "You have done well, my young friends," he said, "and in doing so, you've learned that sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can restore balance to the world." Lila and Thistle shared a look of understanding, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the gentle satisfaction of a mystery well unraveled. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with the colors of a promise kept, Lila and Thistle returned home, the soft glow of the enchanted stone now a cherished memory. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, they knew that Bramblewood Hollow would forever hold a special place in their hearts, a place where magic, mystery, and the kindness of friends intertwined. And so, in the quiet comfort of their cozy home, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, with Thistle nestled beside her, dreaming of new adventures and the gentle whispers of the forest that would guide them always. Story 40. The Whispering Grove and the Lantern of Dreams. In a cozy village nestled between rolling hills and a meandering stream, there existed a tale as ancient as the winds themselves. The village was surrounded by dense woods, known to the villagers as the Whispering Grove, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was always sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves seemed to carry secrets of times long past. Living in this quaint village was a young girl named Marin. She was known for her bright, curious eyes and her ever-present smile. Marin had a way of seeing the world that was both enchanting and unique. She marveled at the smallest details, from the way a raindrop clung to a leaf to the way the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the night sky. Her heart was filled with a boundless curiosity, and she was always eager to explore and discover new wonders. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Marin sat by her window with a book in her lap. The warmth of the day lingered, and a gentle breeze whispered through the open window, carrying with it the soft murmur of the grove. It was at that moment, as twilight wrapped its gentle arms around the village, that Marin noticed something peculiar, a faint, shimmering light flickering between the trees of the Whispering Grove. Intrigued and unable to resist the lure of the unknown, Marin slipped on her shoes and quietly left her home. The village slept peacefully, with only the occasional flicker of candlelight visible through curtained windows. Marin's path was lit by the silvery glow of the moon, and she followed the luminescent trail into the heart of the forest. As she ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew cooler, and the scent of earth and moss became more pronounced. The trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches whispering secrets to one another. Marin felt a tingle of anticipation, a feeling that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Following the beckoning light, Marin soon came upon a small clearing bathed in an ethereal glow. At the center of the clearing stood an old lantern, unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from a metal that shimmered like stardust, and its glass panels were etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance when touched by the light. The lantern's glow was soft yet captivating, casting a warm, inviting light across the clearing. As Marin approached, she felt a gentle warmth radiating from the lantern, filling her with a sense of peace and wonder. She reached out tentatively and touched the lantern's handle. At her touch, the light within the lantern brightened, and a gentle voice, as soft as a summer breeze, echoed in her mind. "Welcome, seeker of dreams," the voice intoned, calming and musical. "I am the Lantern of Dreams, a guide for those who yearn to see beyond the veil of the ordinary." Marin's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. "What do you mean?" she asked aloud, her voice barely more than a whisper. The lantern's glow flickered, as if laughing softly. "I can show you the hidden wonders of this world and beyond, places where dreams and reality intertwine. But first, you must open your heart and let the light guide you." Marin hesitated for a moment, then, with a deep breath, nodded. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady with resolve. The Lantern of Dreams seemed to shimmer in response, and the clearing around Marin transformed. The trees began to sway rhythmically, their leaves whispering a song of ages past. The ground beneath her feet felt as if it were humming with life, and the air was filled with a fragrance so sweet, it was as if 1,000 flowers had bloomed simultaneously. Then, the lantern's light expanded, enveloping Marin in a cocoon of warmth and brilliance. She felt herself being lifted gently, as though she were floating, and the world around her blurred and shifted. When the light finally receded, Marin found herself standing in a place that defied all expectations. She was in a vast meadow, where the grass shimmered like emeralds under a radiant sun. The sky above was a perfect azure, dotted with fluffy clouds that seemed to drift lazily, as if they had all the time in the world. In the distance, majestic mountains loomed, their peaks kissed by snow and wrapped in wisps of mist. Marin took a deep breath, her senses overwhelmed by the beauty surrounding her. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. She could hear the gentle babbling of a nearby brook, the sound soothing and melodic. As she began to explore this wondrous place, she noticed creatures she had never seen before. A family of silver deer grazed peacefully, their fur glistening like moonlight. Nearby, a pair of iridescent birds flitted from tree to tree, their songs filling the air with a hauntingly beautiful melody. Marin felt a sense of belonging, as if she had stepped into a world where everything was in perfect harmony. She wandered through the meadow, her heart light and her spirit soaring. With each step, she discovered new wonders, a grove of trees with leaves of gold, a pond where fish with scales of sapphire swam gracefully, and fields of flowers that changed colors with the breeze. Yet, as she marveled at these wonders, Marin knew that this place was more than just a dream. It was a hidden world, a realm of possibilities that lay just beyond the reach of the everyday. She realized that the Lantern of Dreams had opened her eyes to the magic that existed all around her, waiting to be discovered. As the day wore on, Marin felt a gentle tug at her heart, a reminder that her journey was not yet complete. She followed the pull, her steps guided by an unseen force that seemed to know the path better than she did. Her journey led her to the edge of the meadow, where a magnificent archway made of intertwining branches stood. The branches were adorned with blossoms that glowed softly, casting a welcoming light. Beyond the archway lay a forest, its depths shrouded in mystery and promise. Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped through the archway, feeling a thrill of excitement mixed with a hint of apprehension. The forest was unlike any she had seen before. The trees were tall and ancient, their trunks wrapped in vines that bore delicate flowers. Shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, creating a tapestry of light and shadow on the forest floor. As Marin ventured deeper, she began to notice subtle changes. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and chirping insects. She could hear the distant call of a nightingale, its song echoing through the trees. The air was cool and refreshing, scented with the earthy aroma of moss and damp wood. It was in this forest that Marin discovered the true magic of the Lantern of Dreams. As she walked, she encountered creatures that seemed to belong only in the realm of imagination. A tiny dragon, no bigger than her hand, perched on a branch and watched her with curious, sparkling eyes. A family of foxes, their fur a dazzling shade of blue, darted playfully between the trees, their laughter echoing like music. Marin felt a deep connection to these creatures, as if they were old friends she had yet to meet. She realized that the forest was a living tapestry, woven with threads of magic and wonder. It was a place where dreams took flight and possibilities were endless. As she continued her journey, Marin came upon a clearing where a small cottage stood. The cottage was charming, its walls made of smooth stone and its roof thatched with straw. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and the sound of laughter and music drifted from within. Intrigued, Marin approached the cottage and knocked gently on the door. It swung open to reveal a cozy interior, filled with warmth and light. The walls were lined with shelves of books and curious trinkets, and a fire crackled merrily in the hearth. Sitting by the fire was an elderly woman, her eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. She greeted Marin with a smile, beckoning her to sit and share in the warmth of the hearth. "Welcome, dear traveler," the woman said, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "I am the Keeper of Dreams, and this is my home." Marin felt a sense of peace wash over her as she sat by the fire. The Keeper of Dreams offered her a cup of steaming tea, the aroma rich and comforting. As they sipped their tea, the Keeper spoke of the magic that lay hidden in the world, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. She spoke of the Lantern of Dreams, and how it had guided many before Marin, revealing the beauty and wonder that existed beyond the ordinary. Marin listened intently, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She realized that the journey she had embarked upon was not just a quest for discovery, but a path to understanding the true essence of dreams and the power they held. The Keeper of Dreams smiled gently, as if reading Marin's thoughts. "You have seen the hidden wonders of this world," she said softly, "and now it is time for you to return and share what you have learned." Marin nodded, understanding the wisdom in the Keeper's words. She knew that her journey was far from over, and that there were still many adventures to be had. But she also knew that she had been given a gift, the gift of seeing the world through new eyes, with a heart open to the magic that lay within. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Marin bid farewell to the Keeper of Dreams. She left the cottage, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The Lantern of Dreams flickered gently in her hand, guiding her back through the forest and beyond the archway. As she walked, the world around her shimmered and changed, and soon she found herself standing once more in the clearing of the Whispering Grove. The lantern's light dimmed, leaving Marin with a sense of contentment and wonder. She knew that the Whispering Grove would always be a place of magic and mystery, a gateway to worlds waiting to be explored. With a heart full of gratitude, Marin made her way home. The path bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. As she walked, she thought of the wisdom she had gained and the beauty she had witnessed. That night, as she lay in her bed, Marin felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the Lantern of Dreams had shown her something precious, the magic of dreams and the power of believing in the impossible. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the Whispering Grove and the hidden worlds beyond. Story 41. In a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a curious young boy named Oliver. Oliver had a heart full of wonder and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His home was a snug cottage with ivy-clad walls and a little garden where sunflowers danced in the morning breeze. The village was a place of simple joys and gentle folk, where everyone knew everyone else, and stories of distant lands were told by the fireside in the evenings. One bright morning, as the first golden rays of the sun kissed the dewdrops on the grass, Oliver set out on a journey. He had heard tales of the Enchanted Grove, a mysterious place that lay beyond the Whispering Woods, a forest so named because the leaves seemed to murmur secrets when the wind passed through. It was said that those who ventured into the grove would find themselves in a world unlike any other, where magic and nature intertwined in wondrous harmony. With a satchel slung over his shoulder, filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of honeyed tea, Oliver waved goodbye to the villagers who wished him well. He walked with a light step, his spirit buoyed by the promise of discovery. The path to the Whispering Woods was lined with wildflowers, their vibrant colors painting the way with splashes of pink, blue, and yellow. Birds chirped merrily overhead, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering encouragement to the young adventurer. As Oliver entered the forest, the air grew cooler, and the light took on a soft, green tint as it filtered through the canopy above. The trees stood tall and proud, their trunks thick and ancient, their branches forming a protective archway. It was here that Oliver encountered his first whimsical companion, a tiny, iridescent butterfly that flitted along beside him, its wings shimmering like a rainbow in the dappled sunlight. The butterfly seemed to understand Oliver's quest, darting ahead to lead the way, then pausing to wait whenever he lingered to admire an unusual flower or listen to the melodic call of a distant bird. The deeper he went into the woods, the more Oliver felt a sense of wonder enveloping him. The forest was alive with gentle magic, and every step brought a new delight. At one point, he came across a sparkling stream that wound its way through the trees. It was here that he met a family of playful otters, their sleek bodies gliding effortlessly through the water. They chirped in greeting, inviting Oliver to join their frolic, but he laughed and waved them on, knowing he had a destination to reach. Finally, after what felt like hours, but also no time at all, Oliver found himself at the edge of the Enchanted Grove. The entrance was marked by two ancient oak trees, their gnarled branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As he stepped through, he was greeted by a sight that took his breath away. The grove was a place of ethereal beauty, bathed in a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. Delicate flowers bloomed in every hue imaginable, their petals whispering secrets of the forest. In the center of the grove stood a great, shimmering pond, its surface perfectly still and glass-like, reflecting the sky above. Here and there, gentle creatures roamed, graceful deer with silver coats, shy rabbits with fur as white as snow, and birds of every color, flitting from branch to branch, singing sweet melodies. Oliver wandered deeper into this magical place, feeling a deep sense of peace and belonging. It was then that he noticed an unusual sight, a circle of mushrooms, each one glowing softly with a warm amber light. Intrigued, he approached and saw a tiny figure sitting in the center of the circle. It was a small, elderly gnome, his beard long and white, his eyes twinkling with wisdom and mirth. With a voice as soft as a lullaby, the gnome spoke. "Welcome, young traveler. You have journeyed far and shown great courage to find this place." Oliver bowed respectfully, his heart swelling with pride at the gnome's words. "Thank you," he replied. "I have always dreamed of seeing the Enchanted Grove." The gnome chuckled kindly. "Dreams are but the seeds of adventure. It is the courage to follow them that brings them to life." Oliver nodded, understanding the truth of the gnome's words. He spent the day exploring the grove, guided by the gnome, who showed him many wonders. A tree that played melodies when the wind passed through its branches, a meadow where the flowers danced in patterns, and a hidden glade where the stars seemed to nestle in the grass. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the grove, Oliver knew it was time to return home. The gnome handed him a small, polished stone, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. "A token of your journey," the gnome said, "to remind you that the courage to explore will always lead you to new wonders." Oliver thanked the gnome and bid farewell to the friends he had made in the grove. As he retraced his steps through the Whispering Woods, he felt a profound sense of contentment. He had discovered not only the magic of the grove, but also the magic within himself, the courage to step into the unknown, and the joy of finding beauty in every moment. When Oliver returned to his village, he was met with warm embraces and eager questions. He shared his adventure with the villagers, who listened intently, their imaginations sparked by his tale. That night, as he lay in his cozy bed, the stone resting on his bedside table, Oliver knew that the world was full of possibilities waiting to be explored. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the courage to chase them, Oliver drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the enchantment of the grove would forever be a part of him. Story 42. In a cozy dell nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a community of diminutive woodland folk. They made their homes in the twisting roots of ancient oaks, the hollows of fallen logs, and even inside the caps of mushrooms that seemed to sprout overnight like cottages from the mossy earth. One crisp autumn morning, little Willow awoke to find her home in disarray. Her tiny acorn bed was overturned, and the delicate curtains she'd lovingly embroidered from spider silk were in tatters. Willow's first thought was that a mischievous pixie had played a trick, but as she ventured outside, she realized something much stranger was afoot. All throughout the dell, homes were topsy-turvy, and belongings were scattered about as if by an unseen whirlwind. Yet the trees stood tall and unruffled, and not a single leaf danced upon the breeze. Willow's friend Twig, who dwelled in a toadstool across the way, came scurrying over with his spectacles askew. "Did you feel any earthquake last night?" he asked, brow furrowed in bewilderment. "It's like a tiny tornado came bursting through, but only inside our dwellings." The two friends decided to investigate, certain that there must be a reasonable explanation. With Twig's sharp eyes and Willow's keen intuition, they made quite the detective duo. First, they searched their own homes for clues, but found nothing amiss, save the disarray. Next, they consulted their wise neighbor Oak, an ancient tree spirit whose branches sheltered the dell. His weazened face creased in a warm smile as he assured them he had sensed no disturbances in the night. "However," he rumbled, "I did detect a faint trace of magic in the air this morning, like the sweet tingle of dewdrops before they crystallize on my bark." Intrigued, Willow and Twig thanked Oak and continued their search, scouring the forest floor for any signs of magical activity. At last, just before giving up hope, Twig spotted a trail of shimmering footprints leading deeper into the wooded shadows. "I don't recognize those tracks," he whispered, beckoning Willow over. "They're too small for any animal I know." They followed the tiny, glittering prints until the trail ended abruptly in a sunny glade, where they found a chubby puffball sound asleep on a bed of ferns. The peculiar creature's tummy rose and fell with contented snores, wafting the sweet scent of warm sugar across the glade. "Why, it's a dreamweaver!" Willow exclaimed in a hushed voice, recalling tales of the magical sprites who drifted through the realm of sleep, gently guiding pleasant reveries. Twig gave the dreamweaver a gentle nudge, and it awoke with a start, bifocal glasses askew. "Oh dear, where am I?" it fretted, patting at the sleep sand in its eyes. "I must have meandered too far from the dream meadows again." With a few more soft nudges, the dreamweaver's memory began to return. It recalled drifting into the forest while crafting dreams of sugar plums and warm cider, only to become mesmerized by the blushing change of seasons. The vibrant reds and golds had lured the absent-minded sprite off its path and into the woodland dell, where it inadvertently laced the homes with sleepy magic. "I am so terribly sorry for the trouble I've caused," the dreamweaver fretted, its plump cheeks flushing pink with dismay. "Here, let me set things to rights." With a wave of one pudgy hand, the dreamweaver conjured a dusting of glittering sand that swirled through the dell, magically restoring every home to its cozy state. As the last mote of sand settled, a look of pure gratitude softened the sprite's features. "You were both so very kind to seek me out, instead of simply sending me away. As thanks, I'd be honored if you would join me for the loveliest dreams tonight." Willow and Twig readily agreed, their own eyes already growing heavy with slumber, now that the mystery had been solved. The dreamweaver gathered them close, and soon they were floating amid swirling visions of sugar plums dancing, warm cider being mulled over a crackling fire, and the forest awash in the brilliant hues of fall. From that night on, whenever Willow or Twig awoke from a particularly delightful dream, they knew their plump little friend had paid another visit to the enchanted dell. and if they happened to find a stray trail of shimmering footprints in the morning dew, they would smile and give thanks for the magic that filled their humble, cozy world. Story 43. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a vast, ancient forest, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was small, with cobblestone streets and houses with thatched roofs that seemed to lean towards each other as if they were sharing secrets. Leora had always been drawn to the forest, with its towering trees and hidden pathways that promised adventure and mystery. The villagers often spoke of the forest in hushed tones, sharing tales of enchantment and the hidden world that lay within its depths. Leora was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the morning sky and hair that shimmered like sunlight through leaves. She spent her days helping her mother in their cozy home, where the scent of fresh bread and herbs filled the air. But as soon as her chores were done, she would wander into the forest, her heart beating with anticipation of the wonders she might find. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and cast long shadows across the forest floor, Leora discovered something extraordinary. She stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its roots twisted and gnarled, forming a natural archway. The air around the tree shimmered with a faint, silvery light, and Leora felt a gentle breeze that seemed to whisper her name. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of fear. What lay beyond the archway was a mystery, but her curiosity was too great to resist. With a deep breath, Leora stepped through the archway, and the world transformed around her. She found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The trees were taller, their leaves glimmering with hues of emerald and gold. Flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals soft as velvet, and the air was alive with the sound of bird song and the gentle hum of bees. It was as if she had stepped into a painting, where every detail was vivid and alive. As Leora explored this hidden world, she came across a small, clear stream. Its water sparkled like diamonds, and when she knelt to drink, she felt a warmth spread through her, filling her with an indescribable sense of peace and joy. She knew she had found something magical, a world that existed alongside her own, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. In this enchanted realm, Leora soon met a friend. His name was Finn, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with intelligence and kindness. Finn was unlike any animal Leora had ever encountered. He could speak, his voice soft and melodic, and he welcomed her to his world with a graceful bow. "Welcome, Leora," Finn said, his voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "I have been waiting for you." Leora was surprised but delighted. "How do you know my name?" she asked, her voice a mix of wonder and disbelief. "The forest whispers to those who listen," Finn replied with a knowing smile. "And it told me of a girl with a heart as bright as the sun, who would come to our world seeking adventure and friendship." From that day on, Leora and Finn explored the hidden world together. They wandered through sun-dappled glades where butterflies danced in the air, and rested by tranquil ponds where frogs sang their evening songs. Finn showed Leora the secrets of the forest, the places where the trees told stories of old, and the hidden nooks where magic lingered like mist. As the days passed, Leora learned much from Finn. He taught her the language of the forest, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, and understand the songs of the birds. She discovered that the forest was alive, not just with creatures and plants, but with a magic that connected everything and everyone within it. One day, as they sat by a bubbling brook, Finn shared a secret with Leora. "There is a magical object hidden within the forest," he said, his eyes serious yet gentle. "An amulet that holds the power to protect our world. But it is lost, and without it, our world is in danger." Leora's heart ached at the thought of this beautiful world being in peril. "How can I help?" she asked, determination shining in her eyes. "The amulet can only be found by someone pure of heart," Finn replied. "Someone who believes in the magic of friendship and the strength of kindness." Leora knew in her heart that she wanted to help. She wanted to protect this world that had given her so much joy and friendship. And so she and Finn set off on a journey to find the lost amulet, a journey that would change them both forever. Their path took them deeper into the forest than Leora had ever ventured. The trees grew taller, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into delicate patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. As they walked, Finn shared stories of those who had come before, of the brave souls who had sought the amulet and the challenges they had faced. "The forest will test you," Finn warned gently. "But I believe in you, Leora. You have the heart of a true friend, and that is the greatest magic of all." Leora felt a warmth spread through her at Finn's words, a reassurance that bolstered her courage. Together, they faced trials and puzzles set by the forest, each one teaching Leora more about herself and the power of friendship. In one glade, they encountered a labyrinth of vines that twisted and turned, blocking their path. Leora approached the vines with patience, using the lessons Finn had taught her to unravel the puzzle. She sang softly to the vines, her voice carrying the kindness and warmth she felt in her heart, and watched in awe as they slowly parted, revealing the way forward. In another part of the forest, they came across a shimmering lake, its surface as smooth as glass. At the center of the lake was a small island, and on that island, a lonely willow tree wept silver leaves into the water. Leora and Finn understood that the tree was the guardian of the lake, and only by earning its trust could they cross. Leora sat by the water's edge, listening to the gentle lapping of the waves. She spoke to the willow in a voice full of empathy and understanding, sharing stories of her own life and the friendships that had shaped her. Slowly, the willow began to sway, its branches reaching out to form a bridge across the water. With Finn by her side, Leora crossed to the island, where they found a clue that would lead them closer to the amulet. As their journey continued, Leora and Finn grew closer, their bond strengthening with each challenge they overcame. Leora discovered a new depth to her courage and compassion, and Finn, too, found that his faith and friendship was well placed. They learned that true strength came not from power or force, but from the connections they forged and the love they shared. Finally, after many days of travel and trials, they arrived at a clearing where the forest's magic was most potent. The air shimmered with light, and a gentle breeze whispered secrets of the past. At the center of the clearing lay a stone pedestal, and on it rested the amulet, glowing softly with a light that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the forest. Leora approached the pedestal with a sense of reverence and awe. As she reached out to take the amulet, she felt a surge of warmth and energy flow through her, a connection to the magic of the forest and the life it sustained. She understood then that she was a part of this world, and it, in turn, was a part of her. With the amulet in hand, Leora and Finn returned to the hidden world, where the forest welcomed them with open arms. The amulet's magic spread like a gentle wave, restoring balance and peace to the land. The trees whispered their gratitude, and the creatures of the forest celebrated with joy and song. Leora knew that her journey had changed her. She had found not only an enchanted world, but also the strength within herself to protect and cherish it. She had discovered that true magic lay not in objects or spells, but in the love and friendship that bound her to those she cared for. As the sun set on the forest, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora sat with Finn beneath the ancient oak tree that had started it all. They watched as the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, their light a promise of new adventures and the enduring magic of friendship. And so, with hearts full of joy and a world full of wonder, Leora and Finn knew that they would always have each other, and the hidden world of the forest would forever be a part of them. In the gentle embrace of the forest, they found the comfort and resolution that only true friendship could bring. And so, dear reader, as you drift into sleep, remember the magic that lies in friendship and the hidden worlds waiting to be discovered within your own heart. Let the whispers of the forest guide you to dreams of wonder and joy, and know that you are never truly alone. Story 44. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the moonlight danced upon the leaves, there lay a small village named Luminara. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, each day blessed by the gentle songs of the forest creatures and the ever-present rustle of the emerald canopy overhead. It was a place where time seemed to flow like a gentle stream, unhurried and serene. Among the villagers was a young woman named Marin, known for her gentle nature and kind heart. Despite her outward appearance of calm, Marin struggled with a deep-seated fear of change. She found comfort in the predictability of her daily routines, hesitant to step beyond the familiar paths of her life. Yet, there was a part of her that yearned for something more, a whisper of adventure that stirred within her soul. One golden autumn morning, as the leaves fell like whispers from the trees, Marin set out on her usual walk through the forest. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she strolled along the winding path, her thoughts were a tangle of worry and longing. She paused by a crystal-clear brook, where the water murmured softly over smooth stones. "Why do I feel this way?" she wondered aloud, her voice barely louder than the babbling brook. Suddenly, a soft, melodic voice answered, "Because change is the essence of life, dear Marin." Startled, Marin looked around to see a small, delicate creature perched upon a nearby stone. It was a fairy, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning light. Her eyes sparkled with a wisdom far beyond her diminutive size. "Who are you?" Marin asked, her heart skipping with a blend of fear and fascination. "I am Sylvie," the fairy replied, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over this forest for many moons. I see your heart's turmoil, and I am here to help." Marin hesitated, her fingers tracing the edge of her woolen shawl. "Help me? How?" Sylvie fluttered closer, her wings creating a gentle breeze that ruffled Marin's hair. "The forest holds many secrets and gifts for those willing to embrace change. Walk with me, and perhaps you will find what you seek." Though apprehensive, Marin felt a compelling pull to follow the fairy. Together they ventured deeper into the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the branches in golden streams, and the shadows danced with mystery. As they walked, Sylvie spoke of the forest's magic, of trees that could whisper dreams, and streams that could sing of forgotten times. Her words were woven with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale, creating a melody that wrapped around Marin's heart. In the midst of their journey, they came upon a glade where the ground was carpeted with soft moss, and wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age, yet its branches reaching skyward with an indomitable spirit. "This tree," Sylvie said softly, "has witnessed countless seasons. It sheds its leaves each autumn, yet it never fears the loss, for it knows that change is but a prelude to growth." Marin gazed at the oak, her mind absorbing Sylvie's words. She could feel the tree's quiet strength, its acceptance of the cycles of life. It was a living testament to resilience and transformation. "How do I embrace change like this tree?" Marin asked, her voice tinged with hope. "By allowing yourself to be open to the new and unknown," Sylvie replied. "Fear not the shedding of old leaves, for they make way for new ones. Trust in the journey, and you will find your path." With newfound resolve, Marin continued her walk with Sylvie, her heart lighter and her mind more open to the possibilities that lay ahead. They came across a sparkling pond, its surface reflecting the sky in a mirror of azure and white. Here, a wise old turtle basked in the sun, his shell a mosaic of earthy tones. "Good day, young one," the turtle greeted, his voice deep and resonant. "I see you are on a journey." Marin nodded, feeling the warmth of his gaze. "I am learning to accept change." The turtle chuckled, a sound like pebbles tumbling softly. "Change is the river's flow, my dear. It carves paths through the earth, creating valleys and shaping mountains. Embrace it, and you will find your true self." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marin thanked the turtle and continued her walk. The forest was now a symphony of twilight sounds, crickets chirping and owls hooting in the gathering dusk. "Remember," Sylvie said as they neared the edge of the village, "growth often begins with a single step into the unknown." Marin nodded, her heart filled with gratitude and understanding. She had learned that change was not something to fear, but rather a journey to embrace. It was a lesson woven into the fabric of the forest, whispered by the trees and sung by the streams. As she returned to her cottage, Marin felt a sense of peace she had never known before. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting a comforting glow across the room. She settled into her favorite chair, her mind alight with the day's revelations. In the days that followed, Marin found herself more willing to explore new paths, both within the forest and within her own heart. She discovered a passion for painting, capturing the beauty of the woods on canvas, and shared her art with the villagers. Her kindness and warmth grew, touching the lives of those around her. And though the seasons continued to change, Marin no longer feared their passage. Her heart, like the great oak, embraced each moment as a step in her journey of growth and transformation. In the heart of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets and moonlight danced upon the leaves, Marin found her true self. And in doing so, she learned that the greatest magic of all was the power of change, a gentle force that shaped her world and led her home. Story 45. In the heart of the whimsical whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle tunes and the flowers giggled in the breeze, lived a charming collection of characters, each as unique as a snowflake. The sun filtered through the leafy canopy, casting dapples of light that danced like sprites upon the forest floor. Among these enchanting beings was Pippin, a plucky squirrel with a bushy tail that shimmered iridescently in the sunlight. Pippin had the curious quirk of always wearing a tiny red velvet vest, which he believed gave him an air of importance and charm. His best friend, Lolly, was a rabbit with ears so long and floppy that they often tangled into a bow atop her head. Lolly was known for her contagious laugh, which sounded like a cascade of silver bells. One fine morning, as the gentle dew sparkled on the leaves, Pippin and Lolly decided to visit their friend Tilly, an owl who lived in an ancient oak tree that stood proudly at the heart of the forest. Tilly was not your typical owl. She wore spectacles perched on her beak and had a penchant for collecting oddities. Her nest was a treasure trove of curious trinkets and peculiar books. As they bounded up the winding path, they noticed something peculiar. The forest seemed quieter than usual, the usual chatter of the birds and rustle of the leaves replaced by an odd muffled silence. When they reached Tilly's oak, they found her peering intently at a strange, glowing stone that pulsated softly with every color of the rainbow. "Tilly, what have you got there?" Pippin asked, his eyes wide with wonder. Tilly adjusted her spectacles, her eyes twinkling with mystery. "Ah, my dear friends, this is the Echo Stone. It appeared on my doorstep this morning, and since then it seems to have absorbed all the sounds of the forest." Lolly tilted her head, her ears flopping over one another. "How peculiar! What can we do to bring back the forest's music?" The three friends pondered for a moment, their brows furrowed in thought. Tilly, always the wise one, suggested they consult the forest's most ancient resident, the great gnome Elderglen, who resided near the babbling brook, famed for his knowledge of all things magical. With a bounce in their step and determination in their hearts, Pippin, Lolly, and Tilly set off through the forest. The path was lined with mushrooms that glowed softly in the shade, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. When they arrived, Elderglen was in the midst of brewing a pot of his famous chamomile tea, the comforting aroma enveloping them like a warm hug. After listening to their tale, Elderglen tapped his long white beard thoughtfully. "Ah, the Echo Stone," he mused. "It thrives on joy and laughter. To release the sounds it has captured, you must fill it with more laughter than it can hold." The friends were momentarily perplexed, but then Lolly clapped her paws together. "Of course, we need to have the grandest, most laughter-filled gathering the forest has ever seen." Excited by the prospect, they set about planning a grand festival, inviting every creature in the whispering woods. Pippin crafted colorful invitations from autumn leaves, while Tilly decorated the clearing with strings of twinkling fairy lights. Lolly, ever the entertainer, prepared a series of hilarious performances. The day of the festival dawned bright and sunny, and the forest buzzed with anticipation. Animals of all shapes and sizes gathered, from the tiniest ladybug to the majestic deer. There were games of acorn tossing and hopscotch on lily pads. Tilly shared tales of her most unusual finds, each more outlandish than the last, and Lolly performed a comedic dance routine that had everyone in stitches. As laughter rippled through the crowd, the Echo Stone, nestled safely in Tilly's nest, began to glow brighter and brighter, until it burst into a dazzling array of colors, releasing a cascade of sounds, chirps, rustles, and the gentle hum of the forest, back into the air. The trees seemed to sway with renewed vigor, and the flowers giggled more joyously than ever. With the forest's music restored, the festival continued long into the evening, the stars twinkling like diamonds above. As the friends sat together, basking in the afterglow of their success, Elderglen appeared, his eyes twinkling with approval. "You see," he said, his voice a gentle rumble, "sometimes the solution is simply to spread joy and friendship. Such magic is the most powerful of all." Pippin, Lolly, and Tilly smiled at one another, knowing that their bond was stronger than any magical stone, and that their adventures would continue to fill the whispering woods with laughter and love. And so, as the fireflies began their nightly dance and the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, the friends drifted off into happy dreams, wrapped in the comforting embrace of friendship and the gentle sounds of the magical woods. Story 46. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lay a quaint village named Windmere. Known for its tranquil streams and vibrant wildflower meadows, Windmere was a place where time seemed to slow down, inviting its inhabitants to savor the simple joys of life. In this village, there lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her gentle spirit and kind heart, often seen wandering the fields, gathering herbs and wildflowers to weave into beautiful garlands. Marin lived with her grandmother, the village storyteller, in a cozy cottage with ivy creeping up its stone walls and a garden bursting with the colors of every season. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced on the breeze and the scent of wood smoke filled the air, Marin's grandmother called her to the fireside. The crackling fire cast flickering shadows on the walls, creating an atmosphere of warmth and mystery. "My dear Marin," her grandmother began, her voice soft and melodic, "there is a story I have not yet told you, a story of our family's legacy." Marin's eyes widened with curiosity, and she leaned in closer, eager to hear this hidden tale. "Long ago," her grandmother continued, "our ancestors were the keepers of an ancient tradition, one that connected us to the very heart of the land. This tradition was safeguarded by a set of magical artifacts, each imbued with the wisdom of ages past. These artifacts were entrusted to us, passed down through generations, but their whereabouts were lost over time." Marin's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and wonder. "What happened to them, grandmother?" "They were hidden away during a time of great turmoil, to protect them from falling into the wrong hands. But now it is time for them to be found, to awaken the legacy that slumbers within us." That night, as Marin lay in bed beneath a quilt stitched with love, she felt a deep yearning to discover more about her heritage. The moonlight spilled through her window, casting a gentle glow that filled her dreams with visions of ancient trees and whispering winds. The following morning, Marin set out on her journey, guided by the stories her grandmother had shared. Her path led her through the heart of the forest, where sunlight danced through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she came upon a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky. In its roots lay a weathered chest, hidden but not forgotten. Marin knelt down, her fingers brushing over the intricate carvings on the chest's surface, feeling a connection to those who had come before her. With a gentle tug, she opened the chest to reveal the artifacts of her ancestors. A finely wrought silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, a delicate glass vial filled with shimmering dust, and a small, intricately carved wooden figure of a bird in flight. Each piece seemed to hum with a quiet magic, resonating with the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. As Marin held the pendant, she felt a warmth spread through her heart, as if she were being embraced by the very spirit of her ancestors. The vial, when held up to the light, cast a rainbow of colors that danced across her face. And the wooden bird, when placed in her palm, seemed to carry her thoughts on a gentle breeze, whispering secrets of the past. Returning to the village, Marin shared her discovery with her grandmother, who nodded with a knowing smile. "These artifacts are symbols of unity and wisdom," she said. "The pendant represents the light that guides us. The vial holds the essence of dreams yet to be fulfilled, and the bird reminds us of the freedom to soar on the wings of our heritage." Through her journey, Marin learned that the legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts she had found, but in the values they represented: kindness, wisdom, and the strength of community. These were the true treasures, gifts passed down through stories and traditions, binding her to the land and the people she loved. As the days turned into weeks, Marin found a renewed sense of belonging, her heart intertwined with the rich tapestry of her ancestry. She shared her newfound wisdom with the villagers, inspiring them to cherish their own stories and keep the spirit of unity alive. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and stars, Winmere thrived, a village bound by love, heritage, and the gentle whispers of the past, guiding each new generation toward a future filled with hope and harmony. As Marin sat by the fireside, her grandmother's hand resting warmly on her shoulder, she knew that the legacy of her ancestors would live on, woven into the very fabric of her life, a comforting presence that would guide her through every season of her days. Story 47. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her days were filled with simple joys, tending to her family's garden, playing by the babbling brook, and listening to the whispers of the ancient trees, Willow always felt a sense of yearning, as if a part of her belonged elsewhere. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow gathered wildflowers in a sun-dappled glade, a peculiar sight caught her eye. A glimmering object, no larger than her palm, lay half buried in the leaf-strewn earth. With trembling hands she unearthed a crystalline orb, its facets refracting 1,000 dancing rainbows. As she cradled the mysterious orb, a voice as soft as a summer breeze echoed within her mind. "Willow, you have been chosen to embark on a journey like no other. Follow the path the orb reveals, and you shall discover wonders beyond your wildest dreams." Entranced by the orb's ethereal glow, Willow set forth into the heart of the forest, her steps guided by an unseen force. The ancient boughs parted before her, revealing a hidden realm where towering trees stretched towards a canopy of ever-shifting colors, and whimsical creatures frolicked amidst mushroom rings. In this realm, Willow encountered a wise old tree named Oakenleaf, whose gnarled bark housed the wisdom of 1,000 summers. "The orb you carry is a relic of the Fae, child," he rumbled. "Its magic can unveil the hidden realms that exist alongside our own, but it also harbors a grave danger. If it falls into the wrong hands, the balance between our worlds could be forever shattered." Willow listened, captivated, as Oakenleaf recounted the tale of the Fae, enigmatic beings who once lived in harmony with the natural world. However, their insatiable thirst for power had corrupted their realm, and they now sought to subjugate all other realms to their will. The crystalline orb, a remnant of their forgotten magic, was the key to unlocking the boundaries between worlds. With a heavy heart, Willow vowed to protect the orb and embarked on a perilous quest to seek out the last remaining Fae elders, who alone possessed the knowledge to safeguard the realms. Her journey led her through wondrous landscapes, misty valleys where rainbows arched from waterfall to waterfall, glittering caverns adorned with crystalline formations, and ethereal meadows where every blade of grass sang with life. Along the way, Willow forged an unexpected friendship with a mischievous fairy sprite named Zephyr. Though their initial encounters were marred by mistrust, they soon discovered a kindred spirit in one another, united by a shared love for the natural world and an insatiable curiosity. Together they braved treacherous obstacles, narrowly evading the clutches of a sinister Fae sorcerer, navigating a labyrinth of ever-shifting paths, and unraveling ancient riddles that concealed vital clues. With each challenge they overcame, their bond grew stronger, defying the prejudices that had once divided their kind. At last, after a perilous trek across a shimmering sea of stars, they found themselves in the realm of the Fae Elders, beings of immense power and ancient wisdom. The elders greeted Willow with reverence, for she had proven herself worthy of wielding the orb's magic. In a sacred ceremony, they bestowed upon her the knowledge to harness the orb's power, revealing its true purpose, to bridge the realms and foster harmony among all beings. Willow learned that the orb's magic could only be wielded by those with a pure heart, untainted by greed or malice. Armed with this newfound understanding, Willow and Zephyr embarked on a mission to thwart the machinations of the corrupted Fey sorcerers. Their journey took them to the heart of the Fey realm, a twisted reflection of the natural world where darkness had taken root. In a climactic confrontation, Willow's unwavering courage and Zephyr's unwavering loyalty proved to be their greatest weapons. As the sorcerers unleashed their dark magic, Willow called upon the orb's radiant light, shattering the veil of deceit that had shrouded the Fey realm. The corrupted Fey, blinded by their own ambition, were rendered powerless in the face of the orb's pure, cleansing energy. As the darkness dissipated, the realms began to realign, restoring the delicate balance that had been disrupted. In the aftermath, Willow and Zephyr found themselves back in the familiar embrace of the enchanted forest, their bond deeper than ever before. The crystalline orb, its purpose fulfilled, had transformed into a seed, a symbol of renewal and hope. Together, they planted the seed in the fertile soil, and as it took root, a sapling sprouted forth, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Willow realized that her journey had not only saved the realms, but had also awakened her own inner strength and wisdom. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forest, tending to its wonders and ensuring that the harmony between realms remained intact. Her friendship with Zephyr blossomed into a lifelong bond that transcended boundaries, a testament to the power of love, courage, and understanding. And as the years passed, the sapling grew into a magnificent tree, its boughs providing shelter and solace to all who sought refuge within its embrace. For those with open hearts and curious minds, the tree's whispering leaves spoke of Willow's extraordinary journey and the enduring magic that resides within every living thing. Story 48. In the heart of a valley where rolling hills kissed the sky and streams wound like silver ribbons through emerald meadows, lay the quaint village of Moon Hollow. This village was cradled by ancient forests that whispered secrets to the wind, and its cobblestone streets glistened under the gentle glow of the moon. Here the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lavender, and the gentle hum of crickets lulled even the most restless into a serene sleep. The villagers of Moon Hollow were a cheerful lot, known for their love of storytelling and warm fireside gatherings. Every evening, they would gather in the village square, where strings of lanterns hung like stars fallen from the sky, casting a warm golden light on their faces. It was here that the tale of the mysterious glow began. One starry night, as the villagers of Moon Hollow sat around the great oak tree sharing stories, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. A soft, ethereal glow appeared in the distant woods, flickering like a candle in the breeze. It wasn't the usual glow of fireflies or the gentle luminescence of the moon. This was something different, something that invoked both curiosity and a touch of wonder. In the days that followed, the strange glow would appear at the same time each night, always in the same spot deep within the forest. The villagers, though intrigued, were hesitant to venture into the woods after dark. The forest was a place of enchantment and mystery, home to creatures both wise and whimsical. It was said that the trees themselves had eyes, watching over the land and its people. Among the villagers was a young girl named Mira, whose heart was as adventurous as her spirit was kind. Mira had always been fascinated by the stories of the forest, and the mysterious glow ignited a spark of curiosity within her. She decided that she must discover the source of this magical light. One crisp evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of violet and rose, Mira set off towards the forest with a satchel filled with essentials, a small lantern, a loaf of bread, and a snug woolen blanket. Her footsteps were light and sure as she followed the path that led into the woods, guided by the soft, persistent glow. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. Mira walked deeper into the woods, her lantern casting a gentle halo of light around her. As she neared the source of the glow, she noticed something peculiar, a trail of sparkling dust that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. Following the trail, Mira soon found herself in a small glade. At its center stood a grand, ancient tree with a trunk so wide it would take several people to encircle it. The glow emanated from an opening in the tree, a door-like entrance that beckoned with a soft, inviting light. As she approached, Mira felt a gentle breeze brush against her cheek, and a voice as soft as a whisper spoke from within the tree. "Welcome, Mira. We have been expecting you." Startled but not afraid, Mira stepped closer. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely more than a breath. From the opening emerged a tiny creature, no taller than a squirrel, with delicate wings that shimmered like a rainbow caught in morning dew. Its eyes were kind and wise, and it wore a small crown of leaves upon its head. "I am Bramble, guardian of the Glimmerwood," the creature said, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "The glow you see is a call for help." Mira knelt down to be at eye level with Bramble. "A call for help? From whom?" "The forest itself," Bramble replied. "A spell of forgetfulness has been cast upon the creatures here. They wander aimlessly, forgetting their homes, their families, their purpose. Only you, with your heart full of wonder and kindness, can help us lift this spell." Mira listened intently, her mind racing with thoughts. "How can I help?" Bramble fluttered its wings, showering Mira with a gentle cascade of sparkling dust. "But you must find the source of the spell, a hidden crystal deep within the heart of the forest. It pulses with a light similar to the one you followed here. Once you find it, you must sing to it from your heart, for only the purest of songs can break the enchantment." With a nod of understanding, Mira agreed to help. Bramble guided her through the forest, pointing out hidden paths and secret shortcuts known only to the creatures of Glimmerwood. As they traveled, Mira observed the forest with new eyes. She saw rabbits that twitched and turned in confusion, deer whose eyes seemed lost and distant, and birds that sang tunes without knowing why. The journey was not without its challenges. At one point, they came across a brook that bubbled and laughed, its waters too swift to cross. But with Bramble's guidance, Mira crafted a simple bridge from fallen branches, allowing them to continue their quest. Finally, they arrived at a hidden grove, where the crystal lay nestled among a bed of moss and wildflowers. It was a magnificent sight, glowing with an inner light that pulsed like a gentle heartbeat. Mira felt drawn to it, sensing the power and sadness it held. Standing before the crystal, Mira took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and let her heart guide her voice. The song that emerged was one of hope and love, a melody that spoke of the beauty of the world and the bonds that connect all living things. Her voice echoed through the grove, resonating with the crystal. As the last note faded into the night, the crystal began to glow brighter and brighter until it burst into a dazzling display of light. The forest seemed to sigh in relief, and Mira felt a warmth wash over her, a sense of peace and belonging. When the light subsided, Bramble flew to Mira's shoulder. "You have done it, Mira. The spell is broken, and the forest remembers once more." The creatures of the forest emerged from their hiding places, their eyes clear and bright. They chirped, barked, and hummed in gratitude, surrounding Mira with a chorus of joyful sounds. Mira smiled, her heart full of happiness. She had discovered the mystery of the glow, and in doing so had made new friends and found a deeper connection to the world around her. As she made her way back to Moon Hollow, the stars twinkling above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Mira felt the warmth of the villagers' fires beckoning her home. She knew that the story of the mysterious glow would be shared for generations to come, a tale of friendship, courage, and the magic of kindness. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the village of Moon Hollow slept peacefully, knowing that their beloved forest was once again whole and harmonious, thanks to the brave heart of a young girl who dared to follow the light. Story 49. In a snug little village nestled within the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, there lived a community of beings both magical and mundane. The village was known as Pippin Hollow, a place where the chimneys always puffed out swirls of sweet-scented smoke, and the cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that glowed like tiny suns when the night fell. Each morning, the sun would rise over the treetops, casting a warm golden light that filtered through the leaves, creating a dance of soft shadows on the ground below. The villagers would wake to the cheerful chorus of birds and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze, signaling the start of another peaceful day. However, one particular morning, the village awoke to something unusual. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was as if the very woods were singing, a sound so enchanting that it filled hearts with curiosity and wonder. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit with the same question: what could be the source of this mysterious song? Among them was a young girl with a heart as bright as her eyes, known for her kindness and keen sense of curiosity. Her name was Marin, and she had a knack for solving puzzles and unraveling mysteries with the help of her friends. Marin decided to uncover the secret of the singing woods. She set off with her dear friend Finn, a gentle soul who carried the wisdom of the old stories and a satchel full of peculiar gadgets of his own invention. Together they wandered into the depths of the whispering woods, where the air was thick with the aroma of pine and earth, and the light danced in playful patterns through the canopy above. As they ventured deeper, the melody grew stronger, swirling around them like a soft blanket. Marin and Finn paused beside a babbling brook, its water sparkling like liquid crystal under the dappled sunlight. There, perched on a moss-covered rock, was a tiny creature with shimmering wings, its body aglow with a soft, ethereal light. "Ah, travelers of the woods," the creature chimed, its voice as musical as the tune that filled the air. "I am Lyra, guardian of the forest song. What brings you to our harmonious abode?" Marin, her curiosity piqued, stepped forward. "We seek to understand the melody that fills the air. It has captured the hearts of our village, yet we know not where it comes from." Lyra fluttered her delicate wings, creating a soft breeze. "The song is the heart of the forest, a gift from the ancient trees to the creatures who dwell within. But it seems a discord has arisen, and the balance must be restored." Finn, ever the thoughtful one, asked, "How might we help to restore this balance?" Lyra gazed upon them with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. "There are 3 tasks that must be completed, each requiring a blend of wisdom, courage, and friendship. Only then will the song return to its true harmony." With hearts full of determination, Marin and Finn agreed to the challenge. Their first task led them to the base of the oldest tree in the forest, its trunk as wide as a house and its branches reaching towards the heavens. At its roots they found a puzzle of stones, each inscribed with runes that sang when touched. Marin, with her sharp eye for detail, noticed a pattern in the stone's song. Together with Finn, they arranged the stones into a sequence that echoed the rhythm of the forest, and with a gentle hum, the first task was complete. Their second task took them to a glen where the flowers glowed with a soft, luminescent light. Here they met a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who had seen many seasons come and go. Thistle spoke of a forgotten tale, a story of friendship and trust that needed to be remembered and retold. Marin and Finn listened intently, weaving the tale into a song that they sang together, their voices blending like the streams that flowed through the forest. As they sang, the flowers glowed brighter, their light pulsing in time with the melody, signaling the completion of their second task. For the final task, they journeyed to the heart of the forest, where a gentle mist hung in the air, and the ground was soft beneath their feet. Here, they found a circle of stones, each one a different color, surrounding a pool of still water. Lyra appeared once more, her wings casting a spectrum of colors upon the ground. The final task is to see what is unseen, to hear what is unheard. Trust in your hearts, and the song will guide you. Marin closed her eyes, letting the melody wash over her, feeling its rhythm in her very soul. Finn, too, listened deeply, using his clever mind to discern the unseen connections. Together, they realized that each stone represented a note in the song, and by aligning them just so, they completed the circle of harmony. The air shimmered with magic as the melody transformed, no longer just a song but a symphony of the forest itself. The trees swayed in time, and the creatures of the wood joined in a jubilant chorus, celebrating the return of balance. With the tasks complete, Marin and Finn returned to Pippin Hollow, where the villagers greeted them with cheers of joy. The mysterious song that had filled the air was now a part of them all, its melody a reminder of the harmony that comes from wisdom, courage, and the bonds of friendship. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the village, Marin and Finn sat by the fire, the crackling flames reflecting in their eyes. The world felt at peace, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the forest's song. And so, with hearts full of warmth and wonder, the villagers of Pippin Hollow drifted into a restful sleep, their dreams woven with the sweet notes of the whispering woods. Story 50. Once, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of whispering pine-covered hills, there lived a gentle young woman named Leora. Her days were spent in the aromatic embrace of her grandmother's kitchen, where the scents of cinnamon and honey wove through the air like a sweet, comforting melody. The village, with its cobblestone paths and cheerful cottages, lay under the watchful gaze of an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if to cradle the entire community. Leora's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, often shared tales of their ancestors, stories that fluttered like delicate paper cranes in the wind, speaking of heritage and forgotten traditions. Among these stories was one of a mystical artifact, a family heirloom whispered to hold the essence of their lineage, a delicate locket, said to be crafted from the heart of a fallen star. Curiosity had always sparkled in Leora's eyes, a reflection of the stars themselves, and she felt a deep yearning to learn more about the locket and the legacy it carried. One crisp autumn evening, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting a warm glow throughout the room, Leora approached her grandmother, cradling the question like a tender secret. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves outside, "can you tell me more about the star locket?" Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with a light that seemed to dance with memories. "Ah, the locket," she sighed, her voice carrying the weight of ages. "It is said to hold the wisdom of those who came before us, a symbol of our family's enduring spirit." She paused, her gaze drifting to the window where the moon hung like a silver lantern. "But its true power can only be revealed by one who understands the harmony of the past and present." With a heart full of quiet determination, Leora decided to find the locket, longing to uncover the stories it held. Early next morning she set out on her journey, the first rays of dawn painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. The village, still wrapped in the gentle embrace of slumber, seemed to bid her farewell with a sleepy nod. Her path led her through a forest where the air was sweet and cool, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful shadows that danced along the ground. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with whispers, urging her forward with an unseen hand. After what felt like hours of wandering, Leora arrived at a hidden glade. At its center, bathed in a pool of golden light, stood a small stone shrine. The shrine, weathered by time and nature, was adorned with carvings of stars and spirals, its surface cool and smooth to the touch. There, set within a niche, lay the locket, a delicate piece of craftsmanship, shimmering softly as if imbued with the light of 1,000 distant suns. As Leora reached out to touch it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingertips, a gentle pulse that resonated with something deep within her. The moment her fingers closed around the locket, a vision enveloped her senses. She saw her ancestors, their faces serene and wise, standing in a circle beneath the same ancient oak that watched over her village. They were gathered in celebration, each one holding a locket identical to the one in her hand, their voices a harmonious chorus that spoke of unity and resilience. In that instant, Leora understood. The locket was not just a relic, it was a bridge, a connection that spanned generations, binding past, present, and future in a tapestry of shared experience and love. The lessons of her ancestors, courage, kindness, and the strength found in togetherness, blossomed in her heart like a flower unfurling to the sun. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the village, the locket resting gently against her chest, a tangible reminder of her heritage. She walked with purpose, each step a note in the symphony of her lineage. The villagers greeted her with warm smiles, sensing the quiet transformation within her, though they could not yet name it. Leora's journey had not only revealed the secrets of the locket, but had also awakened a deep sense of belonging within her. She realized that her roots stretched far into the past, grounding her in a rich soil of tradition and wisdom. The locket was a beacon, guiding her toward a future where the values of her ancestors would continue to flourish. As the days turned into weeks, Leora shared the stories of her journey with the village, her voice weaving a tapestry of enchantment and inspiration. Under the ancient oak, she gathered the children, her words painting vivid pictures of the past and the lessons learned along the way. In the quiet of the evenings, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora would hold the locket, feeling its warmth seep into her soul. It was a comfort, a reminder that she was never truly alone, for she carried with her the legacy of those who had come before. And so, in the gentle embrace of that small village, Leora's story became a part of the tapestry of life, a testament to the enduring power of heritage and the magic found in understanding one's roots. As she drifted into sleep each night, the locket whispered its secrets, cradling her dreams with the promise of tomorrow, a tomorrow woven with threads of love, unity, and the endless possibilities of a legacy rediscovered. Story 51. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the moon and the streams chuckled their way over mossy stones, there lay a village named Fern Hollow. It was a quaint place, cradled in the arms of nature, where the air was perpetually fragrant with the scent of blooming wildflowers and earth-rich rain. The villagers went about their days with a gentle rhythm, as if in harmony with the whispers of the woods that surrounded them. In this village lived a young girl named Leora. From a tender age, Leora had been captivated by the stories spun by her grandmother, tales of hidden worlds and mysterious journeys. Her grandmother, with her hair like spun silver and eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 stars, had been the keeper of the village's lore. She told of a magical object, a mirror, that was said to reveal the true essence of one's heart and guide the seeker on a path of transformation. The mirror, as the story went, was hidden deep within the whispering woods, guarded by the gentle creatures who dwelled there. It was a journey only for the brave-hearted, for it required one to face their innermost fears and desires. Leora's heart would flutter with excitement and curiosity each time she heard the tale, and she would often find herself daydreaming about the magical mirror and the wonders it might reveal. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves had turned to shades of amber and gold, Leora decided to embark on the journey to find the mirror. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a chunk of cheese, and a flask of spiced apple cider, and tucked her grandmother's stories deep in her heart for courage. She knew the woods well, their paths as familiar to her as the lines on her palm, yet she also understood that this journey would take her beyond the well-trodden trails. As she stepped into the forest, the air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the wind. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, casting patterns on the forest floor that danced with each breath of the breeze. Leora felt the presence of the forest around her, a living tapestry of life, vibrant and ancient. Her first companion on this journey appeared in the form of a small, inquisitive fox. Its fur was as auburn as the autumn leaves, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence. The fox seemed to sense Leora's purpose and trotted beside her, occasionally darting ahead to sniff at interesting scents. Leora welcomed the company, speaking to the fox as though it could understand her, sharing her hopes and dreams, and the story of the mirror. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Leora came upon a glade where the air was filled with the sweet melody of a brook. She paused to rest, sitting on a smooth stone by the water's edge. The fox curled up beside her, and they both listened to the symphony of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the call of distant birds, the gentle babble of the brook. It was as if the forest was speaking to her, urging her onward, yet reminding her to savor each moment. As she continued her journey, Leora noticed subtle changes in the forest. The air grew cooler, and a mist began to weave through the trees, softening the world into a watercolor dreamscape. It was in this ethereal setting that she encountered her second companion, a wise old owl perched on a low branch. Its feathers were a tapestry of browns and grays, and its eyes were pools of amber wisdom. "Who are you seeking, young traveler?" The owl hooted softly, tilting its head with curiosity. "I'm seeking the mirror," Leora replied, her voice filled with determination. "The mirror sees not just the surface, but the heart," the owl warned gently. "Are you prepared for what you might discover?" Leora nodded, feeling a tremor of uncertainty, but also a flicker of excitement. "I am ready," she whispered, and the owl joined her, fluttering silently from branch to branch as they moved deeper into the woods. Their path led them to a hidden world within the forest, a place where the trees grew taller and the air shimmered with a subtle magic. The very ground seemed to hum with life, and Leora felt a tingling at her fingertips, as if the forest's energy was reaching out to her. Here, in this hidden realm, they met the third companion of their journey, a gentle deer with eyes like liquid pools of kindness. The deer stepped gracefully from the shadows, its presence serene and calming. It nodded at Leora, acknowledging her quest and offering its own quiet companionship. Together, the unlikely quartet journeyed further, each step taking Leora closer to her destination and deeper into her own heart. Along the way, they faced challenges, a storm that swept through the forest with a roar and a cacophony of thunder, a chasm that required courage and trust to cross, and moments of doubt that whispered in Leora's ear like the rustle of leaves. But through each trial, Leora found strength in the companionship she had gathered. The fox's playful spirit lightened her heart, the owl's wisdom guided her steps, and the deer's gentle presence reminded her of the kindness that existed even in the darkest moments. Together, they overcame each obstacle, forging a bond that was as strong as the roots of the ancient trees. Finally, as dusk began to fall and the forest was bathed in the golden light of sunset, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. In the center stood the mirror, its frame woven from the branches of the oldest tree, its surface reflecting the world yet shimmering with a light of its own. Leora approached the mirror with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The fox, the owl, and the deer watched silently, their eyes filled with encouragement and support. As she stood before the mirror, Leora took a deep breath, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the forest. The mirror's surface rippled like water, and then, as if drawing back a veil, it revealed an image. Leora saw herself, but not just as she appeared on the outside. She saw her hopes and dreams, her fears and doubts, her kindness and courage. It was a reflection of her true self, unadorned and pure. In that moment, Leora understood the journey she had undertaken. It was not just a quest for a magical object, but a journey of self-discovery, a path that had led her to embrace all that she was and all that she could be. The mirror had shown her the strength of her heart, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around her. As the image faded, Leora felt a sense of peace and clarity wash over her. The companions who had joined her on this journey gathered around, their presence a warm, comforting cocoon. The fox nuzzled her hand, the owl perched on her shoulder, and the deer rested its head gently against her arm. Together they watched as the mirror's light dimmed, leaving the clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora knew that the journey had changed her, had opened her eyes to the wonders of the world and the depths of her own heart. She had discovered the magic within herself, a magic that was not bound by mirrors or hidden worlds, but was woven into the very fabric of her being. With a grateful heart, Leora turned away from the mirror, her steps light and sure as she began the journey home. The forest seemed to embrace her, its whispers now a song of celebration and joy. She knew that she would carry the lessons of this journey with her always, and that the friends she had made would forever be a part of her story. As the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora and her companions made their way back through the whispering woods, each step a testament to the journey they had shared. And as they reached the edge of the forest, where the village of Fern Hollow lay cradled in the gentle arms of night, Leora felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a warmth that spoke of home, of love, and of the unending magic of the world around her. Story 52. In a land where the sky was a tapestry of lavender and gold and the fields shimmered with petals of every color imaginable, there existed a quaint village known as Whimsy. This vibrant place was nestled among rolling hills that seemed to giggle when the wind tickled them just right. Whimsy was a haven for all manner of delightful creatures, each with its own peculiar charm. One such inhabitant was Wiggly Wendell, a plump and cheerful gnome with a nose that glowed like a lantern whenever he was particularly pleased. Wendell wore a hat that seemed far too large for him, often tumbling over his eyes, yet he insisted it was his thinking cap. His best friend was a charming squirrel named Tiddlywink, who had an exceptional talent for finding the shiniest acorns and a tail so bushy it could double as a broom. The duo spent their days exploring the enchanted groves, where trees whispered secrets, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of ripe berries. Their favorite spot was a little clearing where the sun painted dappled patterns on the ground, and a babbling brook sang a merry tune. One bright morning, as Wendell and Tiddlywink were sharing a picnic of honey cakes and elderflower fizz, they noticed something peculiar. The flowers in the glen were drooping, their vibrant colors fading to dull grays. The brook's song had turned into a sluggish murmur, and the very air felt heavy with a somber hush. "Oh dear," said Wendell, his nose dimming with worry. "It seems something's amiss." Tiddlywink flicked his tail thoughtfully. "Perhaps the magic of Whimsy Waddle is feeling under the weather," he suggested, his voice tinged with concern. Determined to restore the village's sparkle, the pair set off to visit the wise old tortoise known as Sir Shellington. Sir Shellington resided in a cozy burrow lined with soft moss, and he was renowned for his sage advice and his fondness for mint tea. "Ah, Wendell, Tiddlywink," Sir Shellington greeted them with a slow nod and a gentle smile. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine day?" Wendell explained the fading vibrancy of the village, his voice a mixture of anxiety and hope. Sir Shellington listened intently, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "I suspect," he began, "that the heart of Whimsy, a hidden gem that fuels our village's magic, is in need of a little cheer." "Where can we find it?" asked Tiddlywink eagerly, his tail twitching with anticipation. "The heart lies beyond the giggle glade, past the ticklish thicket, within the cavern of cackles," Sir Shellington replied, his voice carrying a hint of mystery. "But be warned, it can only be revived with joy and laughter." Armed with this knowledge, Wendell and Tiddlywink set off on their quest. They first traversed the giggle glade, where the trees were known to playfully tickle travelers with their branches. As they made their way through, they couldn't help but laugh, their chuckles ringing through the air and leaving trails of sparkling mist. Next, they entered the ticklish thicket, a dense forest where the underbrush was alive with mischievous vines that wiggled and wobbled. The friends giggled their way through, careful to avoid the vines' playful grasps. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the Cavern of Cackles. It was a grand cave adorned with crystals that shimmered like starlight. As they stepped inside, the air was filled with echoes of laughter, bouncing off the walls in a joyful symphony. In the heart of the cavern, they found it, a radiant gem pulsing with a faint light, like a heartbeat slowing with fatigue. Wendell and Tiddlywink knew they needed to lift its spirits. Wendell donned his thinking cap, which promptly toppled over his eyes, and began to perform a series of silly dances. Tiddlywink joined in, scampering around with acrobatic spins and tumbles. Their antics filled the cavern with laughter, a sound so pure and joyous that it resonated with the very core of the gem. Slowly, the heart of Whimsy began to glow brighter, its light growing warmer and more vibrant with each peal of laughter. The cavern seemed to come alive, the crystals shining with renewed brilliance. With a final, uproarious belly laugh from Wendell, the heart was fully revived, its magic unfurling like 1,000 fluttering butterflies. A wave of joy swept through the cavern, and the air was filled with the tinkling sound of tiny bells. As the friends exited the cavern, they found the world had transformed. The flowers of Whimsy Waddle were once again a riot of colors. The brook's song had regained its lively melody, and the sky above shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. Upon their return to the village, the townsfolk greeted them with cheers and gratitude. Even Sir Shellington emerged from his burrow to commend their bravery and creativity. "Remember," he said with a twinkle in his eye, "the magic of our land flourishes when joy is shared." Wendell's nose glowed brightly with pride, while Tiddlywink's tail swished happily. That evening, as the sun set in a blaze of oranges and purples, the villagers gathered for a grand celebration. They danced beneath the stars, their laughter a melody that echoed through the hills. And so, under the warm glow of the moon, Wendell and Tiddlywink snuggled up in their favorite glen, hearts full of joy, knowing that the magic of Whimsy Waddle would forever thrive on laughter and friendship. As they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the world around them glimmered with the promise of endless adventures and boundless joy. Story 53. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang soft, soft lullabies and the air was thick with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, nestled a quaint little village named Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its enchanting glow, as each night the lanterns lining the cobblestone paths flickered to life with a gentle, golden light. However, recently, something peculiar had begun to happen. The lanterns would flicker not with the usual warm glow, but with unpredictable bursts of color: emerald green, sapphire blue, and even a dazzling ruby red. This strange occurrence had piqued the curiosity of the villagers, who were both mystified and a tad uneasy. In a cozy, sun-dappled cottage at the edge of the village lived an inquisitive young girl named Mira. With hair as dark as midnight and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, Mira had a knack for unraveling mysteries. She loved nothing more than to explore the woods and hear the whispers of the trees and the hum of the forest creatures. When the lanterns began their colorful dance, Mira knew she had found her next adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves crunched beneath her feet, Mira set out to solve the mystery of the colorful lanterns. Her first stop was the home of old Jeb, the village's candlemaker, whose wise eyes had seen many a strange event in his time. Old Jeb's workshop was a treasure trove of wax and wicks, with the comforting scent of lavender and beeswax hanging in the air. As Mira stepped inside, she was greeted by the warm, flickering light of a dozen candles dancing along the shelves. "Ah, Mira," old Jeb said, his voice as rich and smooth as honey. "I wondered when you'd come by. I suppose you've got questions about our lively lanterns?" Mira nodded eagerly, her curiosity bubbling over. "Yes, old Jeb. Do you know why the lanterns have been changing colors?" The old man chuckled softly and shook his head. "Not exactly, my dear, but I do believe it's the work of the will-o'-wisps." Mira's eyes widened with excitement. She had heard tales of the will-o'-wisps, tiny magical creatures said to inhabit the heart of the whispering woods. They were known to be playful but wise, often helping those who were lost or in need. "How can we find them?" Mira asked. Old Jeb handed her a small, delicate bell. "This is a whisper bell," he explained. "Ring it under the old willow tree at twilight, and perhaps the wisps will come to you." Thanking old Jeb, Mira tucked the bell into her satchel and made her way to the ancient willow tree that stood at the center of the woods. Its branches draped down like a curtain of emerald silk, creating a secret, hidden world beneath its leaves. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Mira gently rang the whisper bell. Its tinkling sound was like the laughter of 1,000 tiny bells, and it echoed softly through the trees. Moments later, shimmering lights began to appear, flitting between the branches like fireflies. The willow-wisps had arrived, their tiny forms aglow with iridescent colors that mirrored the very hues Mira had seen in the lanterns. One of the wisps, a particularly bright and lively one, floated closer, its voice like a gentle breeze. "Hello, Mira," it chimed. "We've been expecting you. We've been having a little fun with the lanterns, hoping someone would come to ask why." Mira smiled, enchanted by the wisp's gentle presence. "Why have you been doing it?" she asked. The wisp twirled in the air, its light leaving trails of color. "We wanted to remind the villagers of the beauty of change and unpredictability. Sometimes a little mischief helps bring joy and wonder back to weary hearts." Mira pondered this, seeing the wisdom in the wisp's words. "But some of the villagers are worried," she said softly. The wisp nodded, its light dimming slightly in understanding. "Ah, we did not mean to cause worry. We shall restore the lanterns to their usual glow. But perhaps, every now and then, we might add a splash of color to remind everyone of the magic around them." Mira thanked the wisps for their kindness and promised to share their message with the village. As she made her way back home, the stars began to twinkle in the deep indigo sky, and the lanterns along the path shimmered with their familiar golden glow. But every so often, a lantern would wink with a playful flash of color, a gentle reminder of the magic that danced just beyond the edge of the light. When Mira returned to Lumina Hollow, she gathered the villagers and shared the will-o'-wisp's message. Understanding dawned on their faces, replacing worry with smiles and laughter. They realized that a touch of unexpected magic was a gift, a reminder to embrace the beauty of the unknown. And so, the village of Lumina Hollow settled once more into its cozy rhythm, with the added delight that sometimes, when least expected, the lanterns would burst into a colorful spectacle, filling hearts with joy and wonder. And each time it happened, the villagers would think of Mira and the wise, playful will-o'-wisps, grateful for the gentle reminder of the magic that lived all around them. Story 54. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the heart of a gentle valley, cushioned by the embrace of rolling hills and kissed by the golden fingers of the setting sun, lay the small village of Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, quaint cottages with thatched roofs, and gardens bursting with lavender and daisies. But hidden beyond the village's edge, past the meandering river and through a curtain of ancient oaks, was a secret that only the whispering winds knew: the Enchanted Woods. The Enchanted Woods were not like any ordinary forest. Its trees, towering as if to touch the stars, were draped in a shimmering cloak of emerald leaves. When the sunlight filtered through, it painted the forest floor with dapples of light and shadow, a mosaic of nature's grand design. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a symphony that spoke of age-old mysteries and forgotten tales. In this secluded haven lived a young girl named Lila. With hair as dark as raven feathers and eyes that twinkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, Lila was a child of the woods. She had grown up listening to the stories her grandmother told by the fireside, tales of magic and wonder that swirled around the forest like the mists at dawn. But there was one story that always captured her imagination: the tale of the silver feather. The silver feather was said to be a relic of great power, a gift from the mystical creatures that dwelled in the woods. It was a feather that could grant the heart's deepest desire, but only to those pure of heart and strong of spirit. Many had sought the feather, but none had returned. For the woods were a maze of illusions and enchantments, a living puzzle guarded by the forest's ancient magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Lila decided that she would find the silver feather. She felt a pull inside her, a quiet whisper that urged her to seek the truth behind the tales. With a small satchel packed with her grandmother's herbal remedies, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm herbal tea, Lila set off toward the heart of the Enchanted Woods. As she stepped past the familiar boundary, where the village paths ended and the wild began, she felt a change in the air. It was as if the woods had been waiting for her. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches swaying gently as if to greet an old friend. The path was covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves, and with each step, they crunched beneath her feet like warm whispers of encouragement. Lila walked on, her senses alive with the wonders around her. The birds sang a melody that guided her deeper into the forest, their tunes weaving through the air like an invisible thread, leading her way. She paused occasionally to marvel at the delicate mushrooms that sprouted at the base of the trees, their caps glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. Hours passed, though time seemed to stand still in the forest. The deeper Lila ventured, the more she felt the heartbeat of the woods, a gentle thrum that resonated with her own. She came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching outward as if to embrace the world. Beneath it, the earth was soft and inviting, a perfect place to rest. As she sat beneath the tree, Lila unpacked her satchel and nibbled on her bread, sipping the fragrant tea that warmed her from within. The forest was quiet now, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. She thought of her grandmother's stories, of the brave heroes and wise creatures that walked the woods in times long past. Her heart was filled with a sense of wonder and belonging, as if she were a part of a tale that was still being written. It was then that she noticed it, a soft, silvery glow emanating from a nearby thicket. Her heart quickened, a flutter of anticipation and excitement. She rose to her feet and followed the light, her footsteps light and careful on the forest floor. The glow led her to a small glade, where the moonlight spilled like liquid silver, illuminating a single feather that lay upon the mossy ground. The silver feather. It was more beautiful than she had imagined, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the woods. Lila approached it with reverence, her fingers trembling as they reached out to touch the delicate plume. As she did, a warmth spread through her, a gentle wave of comfort and peace that enveloped her like a loving embrace. But the moment she held the feather, the woods around her began to change. The trees whispered secrets in a language she could not understand, their voices mingling with the wind that danced through the leaves. Shadows shifted, and from the heart of the forest emerged a figure cloaked in moonlight. He was a creature of the woods, a guardian of its secrets. His form was indistinct, ever-changing like the shadows of the trees. His eyes, however, were clear and kind, filled with the wisdom of ages. Lila felt no fear as he approached, only a deep sense of respect and awe. "You have found the silver feather," he spoke, his voice a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "But more than that, you have found the heart of the forest." Lila nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I've always felt the woods call to me. I wanted to understand." The guardian smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "The feather grants not wishes of wealth or power, but the deepest desires of the soul. Tell me, child of the woods, what is it your heart truly seeks?" Lila closed her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts and dreams. But amidst the chaos, a single truth emerged, clear and unwavering. "I wish to understand the stories of the forest, to share them with the world, so that others can feel the magic and wonder I do." The guardian nodded, his form shimmering like the moonlit leaves. "Then that shall be your gift, for your heart is pure and your spirit strong. Carry the feather with you, and it will guide you on your journey." With those words, the guardian faded into the night, leaving only the whisper of the wind and the glow of the silver feather in Lila's hand. She felt a newfound strength within her, a clarity of purpose that filled her with joy. As she made her way back through the forest, Lila felt the woods around her come to life in ways she had never imagined. The trees shared their stories, the wind carried ancient songs, and the stars above seemed to twinkle with understanding. She knew that she was not alone, that the forest was not just a place of mystery, but a home filled with friends and stories waiting to be discovered. Lila returned to Willowbrook with the dawn, her heart light and her spirit aglow. She shared the tales she had learned, weaving stories that captured the hearts and imaginations of all who listened. And as the years passed, the village of Willowbrook became a place of wonder, where the line between reality and magic blurred. And the spirit of the enchanted woods lived on in every heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle embrace of the moon, the story of Lila and the silver feather became one of the many tales that whispered through the woods, a timeless melody of friendship, wisdom, and the power of dreams. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm glow casting dancing shadows on the walls, the village children nestled closer, eyes wide with wonder at the stories of Layla's adventures. The elders, too, listened with a knowing smile, for they understood that the magic of the forest was not just in the tales themselves, but in the hearts of those who believed. Lila's journeys became the heart of Willowbrook's traditions, and each year, as the leaves turned to gold and the air grew crisp, a festival was held to celebrate the magic of the woods. Villagers would gather in the clearing where Lila had once found the silver feather, their laughter and music echoing through the trees like a joyful symphony. Stories of the guardian and the enchanted forest were passed down through generations, each teller adding their own touch to the tapestry of magic and wonder. Children grew up with dreams of their own adventures, inspired by Lila's courage and the forest's mysterious beauty. Lila herself became a beloved storyteller, her voice a gentle breeze that carried the dreams and hopes of Willowbrook's people. Her stories touched hearts, mended rifts, and brought joy to the weary, for she had learned that the true magic of the silver feather was not in granting wishes, but in inspiring others to find their own path. One evening, as the festival lights twinkled like stars and the village gathered around the fire, an unexpected visitor arrived. An elderly woman, her hair silver as the feather itself, approached Lila with a knowing smile. Her eyes, though aged, sparkled with a familiar light. "You've done well, Lila," the woman said, her voice a melody of kindness and wisdom. "The forest chose wisely when it guided you to the silver feather." Lila recognized her at once, the guardian in human form, come to see the fruits of the magic she had bestowed. "Thank you," Lila replied, her heart brimming with gratitude. "The feather changed my life, and through it, the lives of others." The guardian nodded, her gaze sweeping over the joyful crowd. The real magic, dear child, lies not in the feather, but in the heart. You have shared that magic with all who would listen, and for that, the forest is grateful." With those words, the guardian turned to leave, her form dissolving into the night air, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light that danced among the trees. The festival continued long into the night, a celebration of friendship, courage, and the endless stories of the woods. And when the fires finally died down and the last echoes of laughter faded, the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder. As Lila settled into her own bed, the silver feather safely tucked beneath her pillow, she understood that her journey was far from over. The forest still held secrets, and her heart still longed for new stories to tell. She drifted off to sleep with a smile, knowing that the magic of the enchanted woods would always be with her, guiding her dreams and lighting her path. And so the tale of Lila and the silver feather became an enduring legend in Willowbrook, a story of love, friendship, and the boundless possibilities of the heart. It was a reminder that magic is not just in the world around us, but within us, waiting to be discovered and shared. And somewhere deep in the enchanted woods, the guardian watched over the village, her spirit intertwined with the trees and the wind, content in the knowledge that the forest's magic would live on forever in the stories and dreams of those who dared to believe. As the years turned to decades and the decades into centuries, the village of Willowbrook thrived, a beacon of harmony and creativity nestled within the embrace of the enchanted woods. The stories of Lila's adventures continued to inspire generations, each new teller adding their own chapters to the ever-growing saga of the silver feather and the magical beings that dwelled among the trees. The children of Willowbrook grew up with the forest as their playground, their imaginations fueled by the tales of mystical creatures and hidden wonders. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to see the beauty in the smallest details, and to cherish the bonds of friendship that connected them to each other and to the natural world. One such child, a spirited young boy named Oliver, found himself particularly enchanted by the stories of Lila. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and a heart full of adventure, Oliver dreamed of exploring the enchanted woods and discovering its secrets for himself. On the eve of his 12th birthday, Oliver stood at the edge of the village, gazing out at the forest with a sense of anticipation and excitement. He had heard the tales of the silver feather, of its ability to grant one's deepest desire, and he longed to find it, just as Lila had done so many years before. With the first light of dawn, Oliver set off into the woods, his heart pounding with a mix of courage and wonder. The forest welcomed him with open arms, the trees whispering encouragement as he ventured deeper into its embrace. The path before him was a tapestry of light and shadow, woven with the golden threads of the morning sun. As he journeyed deeper, Oliver marveled at the beauty around him. He watched as deer grazed peacefully in sun-dappled glades, their eyes reflecting the gentle wisdom of the forest. He listened to the song of the stream as it danced over smooth stones, its melody a soothing lullaby that spoke of ancient times and timeless truths. Hours passed, and still Oliver pressed on, his spirit buoyed by the promise of discovery. He came upon a hidden grove where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the sound of birdsong. There, at the center of the grove, stood a magnificent stag, its antlers crowned with blossoms and its eyes filled with an ancient, knowing light. Oliver approached slowly, his heart filled with awe and reverence. The stag regarded him with a gentle gaze, as if understanding the dreams and desires that filled the boy's heart. "You seek the silver feather," the stag spoke, its voice a deep, resonant echo that seemed to come from the very earth itself. Oliver nodded, his voice soft with wonder. "I want to know the magic of the forest, to share its stories with the world, like Lila did." The stag nodded, a hint of a smile in its wise eyes. The forest has always been a place of magic and mystery, a home to those who seek to understand and cherish its secrets. The silver feather is but a symbol, a reminder of the power within each of us to create and inspire. With a graceful tilt of its head, the stag gestured to a nearby tree, where a single feather, silver and shimmering with an ethereal light, lay nestled among the roots. Oliver approached the feather with a sense of wonder and gratitude. As he picked it up, he felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that he was part of something greater, a tapestry of stories and dreams woven across time. With the feather in hand, Oliver knew that his journey was just beginning. He would return to Willowbrook, his heart full of stories yet to be told, his spirit alight with the magic of the enchanted woods. And so the legacy of the silver feather continued, a tale of friendship, courage, and the boundless magic of the heart. Through the lives of those who believed, the forest's enchantment endured, a timeless melody that sang of hope, wonder, and the power of dreams. As the sun set on another day, casting its warm glow over the village and the forest beyond, Oliver returned to Willowbrook with a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers gathered to hear his tale, their hearts open to the magic he carried within him. Under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle embrace of the moon, the stories of the enchanted woods lived on, a testament to the enduring power of love, friendship, and the magic that dwells within us all. And somewhere deep within the forest, the guardian watched over the village, her spirit intertwined with the trees and the wind, content in the knowledge that the forest's magic would live on forever in the stories and dreams of those who dared to believe. Story 55. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees formed a cathedral of emerald light, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were deeply intertwined with the rhythms of the earth and sky. This forest, known by those who revered its mysteries as the Verdant Hollow, was cradled by rolling hills and whispered through with crystal streams that sang as they wound their way through mossy stones. The air in the Verdant Hollow was always rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, a blend that lingered like a gentle reminder of nature's eternal embrace. Here, each season brought its own kind of magic. In spring, the forest floor was a tapestry of wildflowers, their colors as vivid as a painter's palette. Summer draped the forest in a warm golden light, the leaves rustling like whispered secrets in the breeze. Autumn transformed the canopy into a blaze of oranges, reds, and yellows, a fiery farewell to the sun's retreat. Winter, though, was the most magical of all, when the world was hushed under a blanket of snow, and the air rang with the crisp, clear notes of silence. In this enchanted wilderness, there was a wise old tortoise named Mossback, known far and wide as the keeper of stories and the guardian of harmony. His shell was a patchwork of greens and browns, mirroring the forest he called home, and his eyes gleamed with the gentle wisdom of countless seasons. Mossback was loved by all creatures of the forest, for he listened to their dreams and fears, offering guidance with a slow nod of his head and a thoughtful word. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves fell like golden coins from the trees, a young squirrel named Thistledown scampered up to Mossback, her bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Mossback," she chattered, her eyes wide with wonder, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that happens once in a generation. They say it ties the forest creatures to the turning of the seasons. Do you know of it?" Mossback looked up from the fallen leaves he had been contemplating, his gaze thoughtful. "Ah, Thistledown," he said in his slow, measured voice, "what you speak of is the dance of the seasons. It is a rare event indeed, when the forest itself awakens to celebrate the balance of nature, but it is not something to be taken lightly. The dance requires all creatures to come together, to share their gifts and wisdom, to ensure that balance is maintained." Thistledown's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What must we do, Mossback? How can we be part of this dance?" "The dance of the seasons," Mossback explained, "is a time when the veil between the mundane and the magical is thinnest. Each creature must offer something unique, a gift that speaks to the harmony of life. It may be a song, a dance, a memory shared, or even a promise for the future." With a nod of understanding, Thistledown scampered back into the forest, eager to share Mossback's words with her friends. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the creatures of Verdant Hollow began to prepare for the dance. The birds composed melodies that wove through the trees like silken threads, the deer practiced graceful leaps and bounds, and the fireflies prepared their luminous displays. Even the trees seemed to hum with anticipation, their leaves whispering encouragement to one another. On the night of the dance, the forest was alive with a quiet anticipation. A full moon hung in the sky, casting its silver glow over the gathering of creatures. Soft mists curled around the roots of the ancient trees, and the stars blinked down like watchful eyes. Mossback took his place at the center of a clearing, where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. His voice, as deep and steady as the roots of the forest, called for silence. "Tonight, we celebrate the balance of all things," he began, "the turning of the seasons, the harmony we share. Let us honor each gift, each offering, as a thread in the great tapestry of our world." One by one, the creatures stepped forward. The nightingale sang a hauntingly beautiful song that spoke of distant lands and timeless journeys. The foxes danced in intricate patterns, their movements a testament to the agility and grace of life itself. The owls shared stories of wisdom handed down through generations, their voices as soothing as a lullaby. Thistledown, her heart fluttering with both nerves and excitement, offered a simple promise. "I vow to always cherish and protect our home," she said, her voice small but earnest, "to uphold the balance and harmony we share." As each creature made their offering, the air seemed to shimmer with magic, a soft luminescence that grew brighter with each contribution. When the last creature had spoken, a gentle breeze stirred, swirling the fallen leaves into a spiral that danced around the clearing. The forest held its breath, and for a moment time itself seemed to pause. Then, with a soft sigh, the breeze settled, leaving behind a profound stillness that resonated with the deep, abiding peace of the verdant hollow. Mossback, his eyes gleaming with a quiet pride, nodded to the gathered creatures. "The dance of the seasons is complete," he said. "We have honored the balance and renewed our bonds. Let us carry this magic within us, a reminder that we are all part of something greater." With that, the creatures slowly dispersed into the night, their hearts lightened by the shared experience. The forest, too, seemed to breathe easier, its ancient roots and towering branches once more in perfect harmony with the world. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, Mossback settled into the comforting embrace of the fallen leaves, a contented smile on his wise old face. He knew that the dance of the seasons would linger in the hearts of all who had participated, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. And so, the verdant hollow continued to flourish, a sanctuary of peace and balance, where the whispers of the forest could always be heard, guiding and nurturing those who called it home. Story 56. In the gentle glow of 1,000 twinkling stars far beyond the reach of Earth's gaze, nestled a quiet corner of the universe known as the Celestial Crescent. Here, planets orbited in harmonious rhythm, each home to myriad creatures as varied as the colors of a sunset. It was in this serene expanse that our tale begins, with two unlikely companions drawn together by the threads of destiny. On the verdant planet of Lumina, where the air shimmered with the scent of sweet blossoms and the ground felt like plush velvet beneath one's feet, lived a small, luminescent being named Lyra. Lyra was a Lumian, a species known for their gentle glow and their ability to communicate through soft, melodic hums. Her light was particularly bright, a reflection of her curious spirit and kind heart. She spent her days exploring the lush forests and crystal-clear streams, her hums intermingling with the songs of the wind. Across the stars, on the rocky terrain of Pharos, a planet of towering mountains and deep caverns, dwelled a creature of quite a different nature. Brack was a Pharaonian, a sturdy, metallic-skinned being whose every movement resonated with the clink of metal. Pharaonians were known for their strength and resilience, their language a series of rhythmic clangs and clicks that echoed through their cavernous homes. Brack was a curious Pharaonian, often found gazing up at the stars, wondering about the worlds beyond his own. Fate wove its intricate web one fortuitous day when a celestial event, a rare convergence of cosmic energies, caused a temporary rift between Lumina and Pharos. Through this shimmering portal, Lyra and Brack found themselves whisked away from their familiar worlds, landing on an uncharted moon, caught between the gravity of their respective planets. The moon was a place of serene beauty, its surface covered in silver sands that sparkled under the light of distant suns. It was here, amidst this tranquil landscape, that Lyra and Brack first met. Lyra's luminescence caught Brack's eye, and Brack's metallic sheen captured Lyra's attention. Yet as they approached each other, their differences became apparent, leading to an initial misunderstanding. Lyra's melodic hums were met with Brack's metallic clinks, each misunderstanding the other's intentions. Lyra thought Brack's clanking was a sign of aggression, while Brack misinterpreted Lyra's hums as a call for help. It was only when they stopped to truly listen, observing the gentle cadence of each other's sounds, that they began to understand the unique languages they spoke. As they communicated more, Lyra and Brack discovered a shared curiosity about the universe and a mutual desire to return to their respective homes. They decided, with a newfound sense of camaraderie, to explore the moon together in search of a way back. Their journey was not without challenges. The moon held many mysteries, from shifting sand dunes that changed the landscape overnight to crystalline structures that emitted strange, disorienting lights. In one such instance, they found themselves lost in a labyrinth of glowing crystals. It was Lyra's bright glow that illuminated the path, while Brack's sturdy frame helped them navigate the narrow passages safely. Through these shared challenges, a bond of friendship grew between them. Lyra's gentle nature softened Brack's sometimes gruff demeanor, while Brack's strength provided Lyra with a sense of security in this unfamiliar place. They learned to appreciate their differences, realizing that it was these very distinctions that made their partnership so strong. In one particularly touching moment, as they rested beneath a sky ablaze with auroras, Lyra shared with Brack a Lumian tradition. She taught him how to hum a tune that, when sung under the stars, was believed to send wishes across the cosmos. Together they hummed a harmonious melody, their sounds blending in the night air, carrying with it their shared hope of finding a way home. As they traveled further, they stumbled upon an ancient structure, its walls etched with symbols from both Lumina and Pharos. It was a relic from a time when their ancestors had communicated across the stars, a testament to the interconnectedness of all beings. Within the structure, they found a device capable of harnessing the energy needed to reopen the portal between their worlds. With a mixture of excitement and bittersweet anticipation, they activated the device. The air shimmered once more, the portal flickering into existence. Standing before the gateway, Lyra and Brack exchanged a look of understanding and gratitude. They had come to realize that true friendship was not defined by similarities, but by the willingness to embrace differences and support one another. As they prepared to step through the portal, Lyra reached out, her luminescent hand touching Brack's metallic one. It was a gesture of warmth, a promise that their friendship would transcend the distance between their worlds. Brack nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of Lyra's light, acknowledging the bond they had forged. With a final, harmonious hum and a rhythmic clink, they stepped through the portal, returning to their respective planets. Yet, the connection they had made remained, a bright thread woven into the fabric of their lives, reminding them always of the true meaning of friendship. And so, under the vast expanse of the universe, Lyra and Brack continued to gaze at the stars, knowing that somewhere out there, their friend was doing the same. The celestial crescent, once just a distant dream, had become a place of cherished memories, a testament to the power of understanding and the enduring light of friendship. Story 57. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child with eyes that sparkled like sunlight filtering through the treetops, and a heart filled with boundless wonder. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an old oak tree with a hollow trunk. Inside, to her utter amazement, she discovered a peculiar object, a small wooden box intricately carved with mystical symbols. Trembling with excitement, Willow reached for the box, and as her fingers grazed its surface, a warm tingle coursed through her body. When she opened the lid, a gentle golden glow emanated from within, and a soft voice whispered, "Willow, you have been chosen to embark on a journey like no other. This box holds the power to reveal the hidden world that exists within the very forest you know so well." Willow's heart raced with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. She had always felt a deep connection with the forest, but the idea of a hidden world within it was both thrilling and daunting. The voice continued, "Place your hand inside the box, and you shall be granted the ability to see beyond the veil that separates our world from the realm of magic." Without hesitation, Willow did as instructed, and an incredible transformation took place. Suddenly, her senses were heightened, and the forest around her seemed to come alive in a whole new way. Colors became more vibrant. The sounds of rustling leaves and chirping birds filled her ears with delightful melodies, and the very air seemed to shimmer with an ethereal energy. As she explored this newfound magical realm, Willow encountered wondrous creatures she had never imagined. Tiny fairies flitting among the wildflowers, wise old trees that seemed to whisper ancient secrets, and playful forest sprites weaving intricate patterns of light and shadow. One such sprite, a mischievous fellow named Wisp, took a particular liking to Willow and became her guide through this enchanted realm. Together, they embarked on a series of adventures, each more extraordinary than the last. They ventured deep into the heart of the forest, where a crystalline waterfall cascaded into a pool of liquid moonlight. There, they encountered a clan of water nymphs who taught Willow the secrets of harnessing the healing powers of nature. On another occasion, Willow and Wisp stumbled upon a hidden glade where the trees themselves seemed to dance and sway to the rhythm of an ancient, unheard melody. It was here that they met a wizened old oak, the guardian of the forest's most profound mysteries, who tasked them with unraveling a riddle that had puzzled the denizens of the magical realm for centuries. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, Willow found herself transforming in ways she could never have imagined. Her sense of wonder grew deeper, her appreciation for the natural world more profound, and her understanding of the intricate web of life that bound all beings together became clearer than ever before. Yet, amid all these wondrous experiences, Willow never forgot her true home or the friends and family she had left behind in the human world. She longed to share the beauty and magic she had discovered with those she loved most. It was then that Wisp revealed to her the greatest secret of all, the power to bridge the divide between the magical realm and the world of mortals. With the guidance of the ancient oak and the blessings of the forest spirits, Willow learned to weave a mystical doorway that would allow her to travel freely between the two realms. Overjoyed, Willow returned to her village, the wooden box clutched tightly in her hands. Her parents were overjoyed to see her safe and sound, but their eyes widened in disbelief as she recounted her extraordinary adventures. Undeterred by their skepticism, Willow opened the box once more, and with a flourish of her hand, the mystical doorway appeared before them. Stepping through, they found themselves transported into a world of breathtaking beauty, where the forest itself seemed alive with magic. From that day forward, Willow became a bridge between the two realms, sharing the wonders of the magical world with those who had lost touch with the beauty and mystery of nature. Her friendship with Wisp and the forest spirits deepened, and she became a guardian of the natural world, dedicated to preserving its delicate balance and ensuring that the magic never faded from the hearts of those who believed. And as the years passed, Willow's adventures continued, each one more extraordinary than the last, reminding all who heard her tales that even in the most ordinary of places, extraordinary magic can be found, if only one has the courage to seek it out and the wisdom to embrace it with an open heart. Story 58. Once upon a time, in the gentle heart of a whispering wood, where the trees swayed like lullabies and the streams giggled with secret tales, there lay the tranquil village of Willowbark. This village was known far and wide for its colorful patchwork cottages, each with a chimney that puffed out sweet-scented smoke, and gardens that bloomed with flowers in hues of every rainbow. In Willowbark, the air was always perfumed with the scent of freshly baked honey cakes and the soft melodies of evening birds. It was a place where the sun cast a golden glow even on the cloudiest days, and the moonlight painted the cobblestone paths with silver. But lately, something peculiar had begun to stir in the village. A gentle mist whispered through the leaves and left curious trails in the morning dew. It all began with the disappearance of small, curious items. A teacup from Mrs. Pippett's shelf, a single slipper from Mr. Fern's doorstep, and a handful of shiny buttons from young Greta's sewing box. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for nothing of great value was taken, and the items seemed to vanish without a trace. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced down from the trees, a young boy named Finn, with curls like chestnut and eyes as bright as stars, decided to uncover the mystery. Finn was known for his keen eye and his kind heart, and he often helped his neighbors with small errands and chores, exchanging stories and laughter along the way. With his favorite woolen scarf wrapped snugly around his neck, Finn set off to the village square, where he knew he would find Miss Harlow, the wise old librarian. Miss Harlow's library was a treasure trove of tales and wisdom, her shelves lined with books that whispered secrets of the world and beyond. When Finn arrived, Miss Harlow was perched on a stool, dusting the spines of her beloved tomes. Her spectacles sat low on her nose, and her silver hair was pulled back into a neat bun. She glanced up as Finn entered, a warm smile spreading across her face. "Ah, Finn," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of pages. "What brings you to my corner of the world today?" Finn explained the curious happenings, his words tumbling out like pebbles in a stream. Miss Harlow listened intently, nodding along with his tale. When he finished, she tapped her chin thoughtfully. "It seems we have a mystery on our hands," she mused, "but fear not, for every puzzle has a solution, waiting patiently to be found." With Miss Harlow's guidance, Finn began to piece together the clues. They scoured the library for old maps of the village, tracing paths and hidden nooks. They read tales of magical creatures who dwelled in the woods, some known for their mischief, others for their gentle nature. As dusk settled over Willowbark, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Finn and Miss Harlow stumbled upon a peculiar book, a tome of ancient village legends. Inside, they found a story about the Moonshadow sprites, tiny creatures who borrowed small items to build their nests in the treetops, returning them once their homes were complete. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Do you think the sprites could be responsible?" he asked, his voice tinged with wonder. Miss Harlow chuckled softly. "It's a possibility, dear Finn. The sprites are known for their gentle ways, and they mean no harm. Perhaps we should seek them out and kindly ask for our belongings back." The next morning, with the sun peeking over the horizon, Finn set out towards the edge of the village where the forest began, his heart full of hope. Along the way, he hummed a cheerful tune, the melody echoing through the trees. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and a light mist curled around his feet like a playful kitten. Finn paused by a babbling brook, its waters sparkling in the morning light. He remembered the tales of the sprites, who loved to dance by the water's edge during the early hours. He closed his eyes and listened, letting the sounds of the forest envelop him. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and then a faint giggle, like the tinkling of tiny bells. Finn opened his eyes and saw them, the Moonshadow sprites, their wings shimmering like moonlight, flitting between the branches. With a gentle smile, Finn approached, his voice soft and inviting. "Hello, dear sprites. I am Finn from Willowbark. We seem to have lost a few things in our village, and I wonder if you might have borrowed them." The sprites paused in their dance, their eyes wide with surprise. One, with wings like silver lace, fluttered closer, her voice as delicate as a sigh. "Oh, kind Finn, we meant no trouble. We borrowed only a few trinkets to weave into our nests. We shall return them at once." Touched by their sincerity, Finn nodded. "Thank you, dear sprites. We would be grateful to have our things back. Perhaps in exchange, we could leave you some gifts of our own, things that would make your nests even more beautiful." The sprites twirled with joy, their laughter a melody that echoed through the trees. "Such kindness shall not go unrewarded," they chimed, promising to return the borrowed items by the next full moon. True to their word, when the moon hung high and round in the starlit sky, the villagers awoke to find their missing treasures returned, neatly placed where they had vanished. Alongside them, they discovered delicate gifts from the sprites, tiny wreaths woven with forest blooms and twigs that sparkled with dewdrops. From that day on, the villagers of Willowbark often left small offerings at the edge of the forest, bright ribbons, polished stones, and sweet-smelling herbs, as tokens of friendship and gratitude towards the Moonshadow sprites. And so the gentle mystery of Willowbark came to a close, leaving behind a tale of kindness and understanding that warmed the hearts of all who heard it. The village thrived in its newfound harmony, and under the watchful eyes of the guardian trees, life continued with its gentle rhythm, as sweet and comforting as a lullaby. The end.